Good morning, everyone. My name is Dominic Blakely, and it's my honor and privilege to be the MC for this morning's part of the Future of Innovation Conference. We're thrilled to welcome you all here at the celebration of the 35th year anniversary of the J. Herbert Smith Center. We have an exciting day ahead filled with insights and discussions on the future of innovation. I would like to start today's session with a land acknowledgement. I would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that we stand on the unsurrendered and unceded traditional Wolastoqey land. The lands of Wabanaki people were recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties to establish an ongoing relationship of peace, friendship, and mutual respect between equal nations. The St. John River that runs directly behind us is also known as the Wolastoq, along which the Wolastoqey, the people of the beautiful and bountiful river, live. Thank you. It is now my honor and privilege again to invite Dr. Paul Mazerolle to come to the stage. Dr. Mazerolle is UNB's 19th President and Vice Chancellor, an internationally recognized criminologist with degrees from the University of New Brunswick, Northeastern University, and the University of Maryland. Paul is also a professor in the Department of Sociology at UNB. Dr. Mazerolle is a member of the New Brunswick Business Council, the New Brunswick Ministerial Economic Advisory Board, the National Advisory Research Committee for Universities Canada, Universities Canada Board of Directors, Association of Atlantic Universities, and the chair of cybersecurity ecosystem in the province. Among the many initiatives Dr. Mazerolle is currently driving at UNB is an aspirational vision for the future, UNB Toward 2030, which is focused on the growth and impact of the university locally, nationally, and globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic, for that introduction, and good morning, everybody. Great to see so many people up bright and early and talking about innovation. That's a good thing. It's a great thing. It really is my pleasure to welcome you to Fredericton if you're not from here. If you're from here, well, it's a great place to be. And as our former Chancellor, Alison McCain, would say, it's not just a great place to be, but a great place to be from. And I'm from Fredericton, and pleasure to be here after a 30-year absence. On behalf of UNB, I want to offer welcome to all of you to the Future of Innovation Conference. It's a terrific initiative, and I want to commend Dominic and Durendra, Nia, and the team at the J. Herbert Smith Center for bringing together a very impressive group of speakers for today's event. I also want to echo what Dom said around the 35 years. This is a significant achievement for the center, the J. Herbert Smith Center. 35 years of helping students and entrepreneurs turn their ideas into reality. The programs have really benefited companies not just locally, but indeed around the world, and they've focused on skills, networks, funding that they need to succeed in an increasingly complex and dynamic world. So congratulations, Durendra, on that 35 years. As I've touched on, this is a really impressive lineup of speakers. The who's who of innovation are here in the room and here today. So I want to just say it's an exciting day. I want to offer a shout out to Gordon Pitts and his talk later today on Innovation in Atlantic Canada, and his description previously and today on the Codfathers and the Codefathers who have helped to build New Brunswick and Atlantic Canada. Had the pleasure of meeting Gordon a few years ago before COVID slowed us down, and his books are just almost essential reading for people interested in Atlantic Canada innovation and entrepreneurship. I note that also there's probably some code fathers in the room, or code mothers and fathers, and I'm proud that many of them have an affiliation with UNB, so it's great. And that really brings me to where we are here today, why we're here to discuss the future of innovation. And this is a very important focus for our province, our region, and indeed all of Canada. And so I've went off script in terms of what my colleagues sent me, so I'm going to riff a little bit on innovation and the future of innovation, because it's such an important topic. So let me start with the observation as it relates to innovation and its future, that all of us have a really important role to play in contributing to the innovation ecosystem here in Atlantic Canada. But let's start with universities. At UNB, I'm happy to say that innovation is fundamental to our university purpose and our reason for being. At UNB, we are dedicated to producing solutions for today and for developing technical and human resources that will solve the problems and create the industries of tomorrow. Our focus on innovation and entrepreneurship is one of the most exciting and defining aspects of our university. But make no mistake, these things just don't happen. Indeed, many universities still operate in the ivory tower and are not that overly concerned with the challenges we see across the community. And therefore, they are missing opportunities for innovation and impact. So for me, this raises the issues of the first principles for why we as a university exist. And I don't believe the role as described by the late Clark Kerr, then Chancellor of UC Berkeley, applies today necessarily. He observed that the role was focused on 3 issues: providing parking for faculty, sex for the students, and strong athletic teams for the alumni. But for me, it starts with the recognition that as a university, we exist to change the world. And to do so, we need to advance a problem-solving focus. How do we improve society? How do we tackle the grand challenges we face across the community in health and climate change, economic disadvantage, among other areas? And how do we ensure that as a university, we are working to our role in generating and fostering ideas, along with the importance of embracing an innovation mindset? Because you need both. The ideas won't go forward unless there's action associated with this. So how can this approach be best fostered at a university? The challenge and opportunities for universities, I think, are threefold. We need to ensure that the right programs exist, the best talent is available, and that the culture of the institution is one that enables change, challenges the status quo, embraces innovation as first principles. Everything else flows from that. If you have the right programs, you can shape the next generation of innovators and change agents. If you have the right faculty, they can inspire the students, attract collaborators, engage with industry, and attract competitive research funding. If you have the right culture, you can materially improve your institution and its impact into the future. So the role of universities is important. Indeed, it's necessary for innovation, but it's not sufficient. Clearly, government and industry have fundamentally important roles to play. Governments of all levels, local, provincial, regional, national, all have an important role to play, from offering the programs that offer support for entrepreneurs, to providing regulatory and policy levers for supporting investment, and to ensuring the robust delivery of government services from health to education and everything in between that benefits the community. That's fundamental. The government role is also about rebuilding trust across the community, and trust is a critical issue if we consider things like data security, privacy, integrity, et cetera, et cetera. The role of industry is also critical in shaping the innovation landscape and identifying new ways of adapting, embracing technology, and delivering real value for the community. Additionally, the importance of leadership and mentorship cannot be overstated in my view. I, for one, believe that leadership and mentorship is fundamental in driving innovation now and into the future. We need the leaders across government, the business community, and in academia to be championing innovation and its importance for our community. We require our leaders to identify and call out the critical needs for the innovation ecosystem, and we need the mentors to nurture the next generation of innovators. So ultimately, what we are talking about is the need for a robust innovation ecosystem that is dynamic, resilient, and growing. New Brunswick needs that, Atlantic Canada needs that. It is well established, and it's talked about in Gordon's books, and others have written about the fact that Atlantic Canada's future will not be driven by the industries of the past, in agriculture, forestry, and fishing, among others, but rather the new industries created, fostered, and delivered by the innovators of today and tomorrow. That future will be increasingly shaped by technology, things like AI, machine learning, and cybersecurity. So as I wrap up, let me make the obvious point that innovation is fundamental to our future here in Atlantic Canada, that advances in technology will be critical, but so too are our ability to adapt, because innovation only takes you so far. If the community and organizations don't adapt, it's not taken us far enough. So those things adaptation will be really fundamental at the individual level and at the organizational level, and really to reap the benefits of the changes that innovation will continue to bring. Now, in closing, despite the uncertainty that we're experiencing across the world today, as an optimist, I'm very confident that events like today in this room with this group of people in which we're discussing and debating the future of innovation will undoubtedly spark new insights, new collaborations, new partnerships that will take our community forward into the future in exciting ways. Have a great conference. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mazerolle. It's fantastic to have you as a supporter and a champion of the J. Herbert Smith Center and all the work that you do on our behalf as well as on the behalf of all the students and faculty, staff at the university. Greatly appreciate it. As you can see here on the slide screens, this event is an when it disappeared. This is an RBC Leadership Conference. And as part of that, it is my great privilege to introduce Greg Sloan. As Regional Vice President, Greg Sloan is responsible for the overall management of RBC's personal banking, financial planning, and small business operation, extending from St. Stephen's, St. John, and Sussex, all the way north to Edmundston. He oversees a team of more than 150 professionals working out of 16 units who provide advice and service to over 123,000 clients. Since joining RBC in 1999, Greg has held a wide range of progressively senior national office, regional office, and branch-based roles in personal banking, commercial banking, private banking, and human resources, and has worked across the country, including Greater Toronto, Alberta, British Columbia, and now Atlantic Canada. Prior to being appointed to his present role in 2021, he was Senior Director of Business Financial Services Capabilities, leading a team of 200 specialists in RBC's national office. Greg has a Bachelor of Arts degree from Wilfrid Laurier University. It is again my privilege to introduce Greg Sloan to come and bring some remarks.
Thanks so much, Dom. And it sounds, I'm like, who is this person? And sounds pretty fancy. But anyways, I'm just very happy to be able to be here today and to be able to give some opening remarks. I'm representing not just Western New Brunswick, but the over 1,000 employees that live and work for RBC in New Brunswick, Greater New Brunswick. And so definitely very interested to hear what we're going to hear today about technology and all the different things impacting the way that we live and work here in New Brunswick. That's awesome. Thanksgiving just in the rearview mirror, and with all the things that are happening in the world right now, I always like to get maybe start with what are we thankful for? So what I'm thankful for, of course, is my wife and my dog Rascal. She's going to be turning 15, and she's been with us a long time. I'm thankful for my family and my friends. I'm thankful for working for RBC. As you heard, I've been able to, this is my 4th province. I've been able to really explore Canada and explore many different opportunities. And of course, thankful for technology. That's what we're here about today. I remember when I started in 1999, for those of you old enough, dot matrix printer, having to print out our documents. There was 3 of them with carbon in between. You'd put it in, but the documents for RSPs were different than the documents for loans, and it'd have the spaces where the name would go or the amount, and you had to know exactly how to pull it up or down so that it would print in the exact spot. And now flash forward, and now if you're going for a loan, one of my advisors can electronically send you the documents, you accept them on your phone and send them back in about 2 minutes. No doc matrix having to pull things up and down. And that's one thing with RBC. We've definitely, over my 24 years with the company and forward, we are constantly, just like many in the room here, striving for technology of how can we continue to make the lives better of our clients. That's what I always say. Sounds maybe a little bit hokey, but why we're here as a banking institution is to make our clients' lives better, and technology definitely helps us do that. And I'd be remiss to say that I am thankful for the Detroit Lions. They're finally winning some games. They've been rebuilding since 1957, so that's my biggest lessons in perseverance, to be a Detroit Lions fan. So we've been supporting the Future of Innovation as an RBC Leadership Conference since 2016, and this is my first time attending. I just moved, I'm living in St. John now. I moved here just over 2 years ago. I moved in the heart of the pandemic. Actually had to apply to get in the province, got stopped at the Quebec-New Brunswick border and verified and got here. But of course, for the first while, wasn't able to go out to things like this because they weren't happening. So it's exciting that we can all get in the room and do that. Speaking of innovation, as we've talked about, it is a priority with RBC, and we live in a time of exceptional change and disruption. And it doesn't matter if you're a university, if you're an early stage company, or if you're Canada's largest bank and largest corporation. Rapidly changing technology is really changing how we work and interact with each other. There's also the demographic changes, social values, the volatile world we're in. They're all impacting us and fundamentally changing the way that we look at our business. As an example, as I mentioned already, anyone with a smartphone, not only can they accept loan documents, but they can become their own financial advisor, which basically means that any of you here in the room today, you could argue you don't need a bank because you can do it yourself. We, of course, don't agree with this. We think you still need a bank, you still need humans, you still need that interaction. But technology has come a long ways. So we've had to respond and ensure we are continuing applying an innovation lens to how we do business, constantly reimagining the future and the role that we play in it. And we are developing solutions at a pace that is unprecedented. In the time I've been here, I feel like in the last few years, it's probably more change than we've had in the previous 20 from when I started. So it continues to accelerate. The pandemic accelerated many things, and we're going to continue to see that. So fast forward to today, we have new apps, new roles, and new ways of running our business. And it's not just for speed and efficiency, but it is for instilling a mindset suited for innovation and design thinking, much like the culture that you've developed here at UNB and through the expert speakers and audience that's come together here today. Because like UNB, RBC believes that education breeds innovation, which leads to growth and the benefit of all. I was really happy to be able to hear Dr. Paul Mazerolle speak this morning and just thank him for his leadership in fostering this culture. And this shared belief was one of the driving reasons why RBC jumped at the chance to become involved with UNB, in particular with the TME, back in 2016. It's been a fruitful partnership that I like to think has served us both well, especially when I look back at the incredible content and conversations that have come out of the Future of Innovation Conference, and I'm really looking forward to what we're going to hear today as well. So I'd like to thank Dendra for your partnership and with RBC over the years. I'd also like to thank this year's organizing team for the work you've put into building such a robust agenda. And most importantly of all, I'd like to thank all of you for coming here today. Enjoy the sessions, everyone.
Thanks so much, Greg, and thanks to RBC for your support in allowing us to put on this sort of session we've got going today. Before I go on with a few housekeeping notes, I would like to recognize Dr. Faruqi, President and Vice Chancellor of St. Thomas University, here with us today. Thank you very much for joining us. We greatly appreciate it. Just 3 quick points for housekeeping. If you do want to hang up your coat, we do have a place to hang coats. It's not a coat check. You can hang it up. It's just there's a space out behind where you're registered. If you're looking for the Wi-Fi password, it's Delta123. Lowercase, uppercase, it doesn't matter. Maybe there's a few cybersecurity people in the room who might want to have a chat about that with somebody. And washrooms are down to the left-hand side. Coffee is in the lobby as well. So we're off to a fantastic start with words from Dr. Mazerolle and as well from Greg from RBC. We have much more in store as the day goes on, and it will be a pretty packed agenda. We have an incredible lineup with 3 outstanding keynote speakers, 4 engaging panel discussions, 2 innovation spotlights, a fireside chat, and maybe some fun announcements somewhere along the way. So let's dive right in. It's now my great honor to invite a colleague and our leader, Dr. Dhirendra Shukla, to come up and introduce Sam McGee. Dr. Shukla.
I think words like leader and stuff, I feel reluctant to be used when talking about me. I feel that we're a partner in this whole journey for innovation and entrepreneurship. Very, very excited to talk about Sam McGee, who's here. He's an incredible human being. He directs the Lehman Program on Creativity and Entrepreneurship at Harvard College. I had an incredible privilege to talk to him a couple of years back, and our friendship and relationship has fostered and gotten stronger and stronger over years and years. And fortunate, he invited me to be on the board, and I've learned incredible things, that how a person like Sam can be so down to earth, so approachable, and inspire so many young people. And prior to joining Harvard, he spent about 12 years at MIT, and his passion and commitment to change, being involved with students, is incredible. And he keeps extending my term on the board, and I have to say I absolutely love it. Every time I go and see the presentations of the students, every time I'm going and mentoring students at Harvard College, it just inspires me, gets me all excited, and it just speaks volumes for Sam. He is a true friend and a person that I absolutely love and adore, and this friendship is going to grow stronger and stronger. And love it, Sam. Stage is all yours, my friend.
Wow, thank you so much, Dhirendra. That's so kind of you to say all of that. All right. So, it's an absolute pleasure to join you here today. When Dhirendra invited me to speak, I was thrilled to accept for several reasons. One is that innovation matters, and the future of innovation matters now more than ever. The pressing challenges of our times require creative and entrepreneurial solutions. Within universities, it's crucial that we provide young people with bold new ways to make a tangible impact beyond the classroom. Two is that I am inspired by what you are all doing here. You have created a space to build synergies among students, staff, communities, and across the public, private, and academic spheres. You are enabling new opportunities and collaborations that will help shape the future, and it's a privilege to take part in this important work. Three is that I agree with Dhirendra's phrase, there is something in the water here. Fredericton is a special place. I've discovered that while spending a lot of time here over the last 2 decades. Why am I such a frequent visitor? I'll get to that later. But suffice it to say that I am hooked. I have seen firsthand the beauty and potential in this city and province. The title of my talk is Innovation, Past, Present, and Future, a Disruptive Perspective from Harvard Square. So let me be clear, I am as sure as heck not attempting to sketch out the trajectory of innovation writ large across space and time. Instead, I'll describe the arc I've witnessed across my career working in this space at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Harvard University. An arc that reveals specific past and present trends in innovation that have set the stage for what is to come. I will end on a future trend, and let's just say it is one that I hope you'll join me in embracing here in Fredericton, across Atlantic Canada, and nationwide. While I am currently the director of the Lehman Program on Creativity and Entrepreneurship at Harvard College, and I'll get to that, our story begins at MIT. For more than a dozen years, I worked as an arts administrator, catalyzing creativity and entrepreneurship across MIT campus. It was a dream job because MIT students are quite game to roll up their sleeves and innovate. They embrace failure as a rite of passage. Their fearless attitude pervades campus. It's a beautiful and enlivening thing. As you may know, MIT is famous for its innovation culture. It has more than 130,000 square feet of hands-on workshops and makerspaces. MIT students design, prototype, and invent the future of technology one project at a time, building everything from genetic circuits to electrically driven shock waves for water desalination. But while MIT has enabled advances in 3D printing, nanofabrication, robotics, and many other technologies, it's the people who are at the heart of this movement. The people who chase ideas that are big and influential and disruptive. It's the people who fill the campus with energy that is powerfully contagious and globally transformative. And these visionary people, most of them students, have demanded innovation programs to meet their needs. Take a look at the vibrant innovation landscape at MIT. Here are just a half a dozen of the programs available to students. Let me try out the laser. There we go. So, the Engine spans 3 floors in Kendall Square. It includes conference rooms, makerspaces, high-tech machinery, and labs. It provides a combination of long-term investment, resources, and services for founders working on tough tech that prioritizes high-impact solutions to big problems over early profits. MIT Delta V is the Martin Trust Center for MIT Entrepreneurship's program to advance innovation-driven entrepreneurship by providing students with frameworks, courses, co-curricular programs, advisors, facilities, and more. MIT Sandbox is one of my favorites. It was started in the Dean's office at an MIT School of Engineering to provide seed funding, mentors, and a tailored entrepreneurship education to students with early-stage ideas. It helped a few dozen student teams during its first year. Now it is under the President's office and works with about 350 student teams per year. And DesX is the MIT School of Architecture and Planning's startup accelerator for urban innovation. Now let me pause on these last 2 programs because they speak to the positive energy within a strong innovation ecosystem. As I said, that energy is contagious. People at MIT joke that you catch the bug, the idea bug. And there is a deep inclusivity around this ethos. It's embodied in the MIT Venture Mentoring Service. VMS is a free and confidential mentoring service for entrepreneurs in the MIT community. It does not matter who you are, student, faculty, staff, alumni. You are welcome to bring your idea here and get connected to mentors and other services to help them turn your idea into something real. With this program, MIT is democratizing innovation. I should know. In my bio for this conference, it says that I hold a patent for a hardware-software device that detects free fall and deploys an air brake for drones. Now that's extraordinary in the true sense of the word because I am first and foremost an artist. I was the manager for student arts programs at MIT when out of left field I came up with this idea. And the generous folks at MIT helped me take it through all the way to a patent because, in essence, their attitude is almost always, why not? It's that kind of space. And since it's that kind of space, as an arts administrator, I started creating innovation programs too because why not? And one of the most successful ones was this one, the MIT Creative Arts Competition, which I started in 2013. It is now known as the MIT Arts Startup Incubator. It fosters arts-focused ventures by providing students with mentors and access to MIT networks of faculty, alumni, and creative entrepreneurs. I'll share 2 quick examples from my years running that competition. So here we have a project called Project Daredevil. Now this idea, it really couldn't be more MIT. These students created virtual reality for the blind. This tool uses 3D radio dramas with motion simulation to help the blind experience comic books. A helmet moves your head slightly based on keyboard controls, and it can match desired acceleration curves to generate vestibular effects that model sensations like spinning and falling. One of the student inventors, Matthew Schifrin, who is blind, named the project after his favorite superhero, Daredevil. About 7 years into the competition, Teach to Learn won. These students combined their experiences in the developing world with their shared love of music. One had worked in agriculture in Zambia, another had taught music in a refugee camp in Iraq, and another, Robert Jordan, a graduate of the New England Conservatory of Music, had taught piano in Afghanistan. They created an online music mentorship program that connects musicians with students worldwide. During my time at MIT, the Creative Arts competition scaled. Now keep in mind, we were operating out of the arts at an engineering campus, which means we were peripheral compared to the other innovation programs. Nevertheless, we grew to include more than 25 teams annually, 80+ hours of expert mentorship, several popular events including a demo day at the New York Foundation for the Arts, and an advisory board filled with directors from the other MIT innovation competitions, faculty in arts, entrepreneurship, and industry players. We helped guide more than 125 teams, and many of our startups went on to larger competitions like Mass Challenge, Founder, and TechCrunch. My point is that MIT is adept at making spaces for students and student ideas to flourish. And we all got in on the innovation game, even the artists, because that was the vibe of the place. I credit everything I've done since to the courage that wacky and wonderful campus releases in everyone lucky enough to be part of it. But here's the thing. I also learned there is no reason in the world such energy needs to feel particular to MIT. It's not. Innovative ideas happen everywhere. The genius lies in making the space for those ideas to grow. I also learned that if there is a secret sauce to building a thriving innovation space, a secret sauce beyond the need for talent, intelligence, boldness, networks, and so on. It's something so obvious, it's almost quaint. It's community. In fact, I would argue that one of my greatest talents is really that. I'm particularly good at creating community. Here's what that looked like at MIT during my time there. I expanded the size and scope of an arts honors club and took MIT students on annual trips to New York City. I threw black tie galas at museums and galleries in Boston. This video here is from the Graduate Arts Showcase at the MIT Media Lab. When I started this community building event, I was hoping to attract 100 students. I underestimated how hungry MIT students were for a showcase that offered an opportunity to dress up and enjoy a glamorous evening. On this night, we had to close the doors at 800 students. You can feel the festive vibe in this video. This showcase became one of the largest annual graduate events on campus. Ideas started here. Startup teams formed here. I bet none of you thought you'd see synchronized dancing in an entrepreneurship talk, but there it is. Building community matters. Last night, and I hope I get the pronunciation right, I attended Profitual Startup Social. The energy was high. The conversation was terrific. Valuable connections were made. Of course, university students want similar opportunities to have fun and network. It's not rocket science, but it is a disruptive idea within the academy. It's not a traditional act. The desire for community events was huge at MIT, and it was largely untapped. And when we started organizing and drawing people together, it just exploded. And just quickly, I'll add that MIT's approach to innovation seems like the most natural thing in the world, but it's nevertheless a phenomenon. Here you can see a book, From the Basement to the Dome, How MIT's Unique Culture Created a Thriving Entrepreneurial Community. It was written by a friend, Jean-Jacques, an MIT grad and one of my most enthusiastic board members for the Creative Arts competition. In the writing, Jean-Jacques captures the same contagious spirit that I've just described. It's the same upbeat, just-do-it attitude that I have channeled while teaching cultural entrepreneurship at Boston University. and that I have channeled while consulting on scaling arts and innovation in China, and while speaking on arts entrepreneurship as a board member for the Alliance for the Arts at research universities, and when my work in this space was profiled in a case study by the New York Foundation for the Arts. In short, MIT taught me how to be disruptive their way, and that's how I learned to create my own piece of the innovation ecosystem using the medium of the arts, and eventually, I took that knowledge to Harvard. There is a running joke that Harvard and MIT love to poach talent from one another. Both institutions sit along Memorial Drive in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and they are only about 2 miles apart from one another. The journey is short, but the difference is large. When you're at MIT, people reference Harvard all the time in much the same way that I reference the Red Sox, and the Red Sox speak of the Yankees as a worthy rival. But when you're at Harvard, you don't hear many references to MIT. No, truth be told, MIT is not really on Harvard's radar in the same way. And that explains a lot about what I'm about to share next. When I arrived at Harvard about 4 years ago, I expected to encounter a flood of innovation programs just as I had at MIT. To my surprise, I did not. Instead, I encountered the one and only mothership, Harvard Innovation Labs, known as the iLab. Now, iLab is super impressive. It was started by the Harvard Business School, and since its founding in 2011, iLab has helped 4,100 ventures from all 13 Harvard schools. It has raised $4 billion in investment capital. It is a powerful entity in the startup world. But I quickly learned that many Harvard students never cross the Charles River to visit the iLab on the Boston side of campus in Allston. Many feel the entrepreneurship practice there is friendly to STEM students and late-stage ventures, but not to them. At the time, Harvard's vice provost for advancement in learning on the Cambridge side of the river had launched an education-focused startup incubator called Operation Impact. I came on as its entrepreneur in residence. Spoiler alert, Operation Impact was in its final year when I was hired, not something I understood in the moment. Nevertheless, I learned a great deal about what was and was not happening on Harvard campus during that time. And I especially developed an awareness of the incredible desire students have for more innovation opportunities, especially opportunities centered around making a positive social impact. I also realized that students across the liberal arts and social sciences saw tremendous opportunities to seize on new technologies and advances in AI and machine learning to optimize resources from within their disciplines. Readly is one example, as this video attests. I've been told not to hit the button too many times. And I'm waiting. One more time. No. Well, this is a video that explains Readly, which is a really terrific startup that is clearly in the education space and harnesses AI to help students learn to read better. And then one day I met Professor Robert Liu, the founding faculty director behind edX, Harvard's revolutionary online learning platform, and one of the most creative teachers at Harvard. Rob was setting out to launch the Lehman Program on Creativity and Entrepreneurship, the LPCE, to empower liberal arts students to solve global challenges. Here I'll quote from Rob's vision statement for the LPCE. Quote, "The era of academics being somehow separated from the world of work is long gone," he said. "It has been replaced by a society where individuals change their careers multiple times and often move between the spheres of academia and the workplace or have feet in both." And that's not all he said. Quote, "The rate of change in both academia and the workplace is also faster than at any other time in human history," he said. "So, it is essential that higher education integrate the knowledge and skills from both domains to equip our students for a more dynamic world where they are not constrained intellectually to what has traditionally been in one or the other." Rob wanted to break down the barriers between the academy and the real world, and he wanted to use the liberal arts to do so. He needed a right hand, a director to put that vision into action, enabling students to build creative ventures that would make a positive social impact. For Harvard, this was radical, but an attractive vision. It would make the liberal arts actionable at a crucial time, at a crucial moment in history. Only about 6 months after my hire, Rob died unexpectedly at age 56 of cancer. I took over the program and carried forward his vision with the help of a small staff and the oversight of deans across Harvard College. The LPCE has become a popular and growing program, as this video potentially attests. No. I'll let you hit the play. It's all online. You can find it there. Okay, so we have now covered how MIT established a multifaceted, if you can hit the video, go ahead and hit it, and I'll just stop when you get going. Okay, so we've now covered how MIT established a multifaceted innovation culture across disciplines with various high-octane programs, innovation past, and how Harvard is currently building a creative entrepreneurial culture embedded within the liberal arts, innovation present. This is the Lehman program. Students walk really fast at Harvard. That's Rob on the right. All right. So we have now covered how MIT established a multifaceted innovation culture across disciplines with various high-octane programs, innovation past, and how Harvard is currently building a creative entrepreneurial culture embedded within the liberal arts, innovation present. Both trends remain relevant, and I would argue both are on target and necessary to grow the leaders of tomorrow and a thriving innovation economy. But now, I want to address where all of the above has led to a future trend that I'm hoping, as I mentioned at the outset, that you will be joining me in embracing. I'm pleased to introduce Harvard Health Lab Accelerators, or H2A. This is Harvard's first social impact accelerator. It casts a wide net. It aims to accelerate public and planetary health. H2A nurtures a culture of entrepreneurship by helping turn academic insights and personal passions into startups with the potential for real-world impact. At the start of each academic year, students with ideas for building a healthier world form teams and apply to join our cohort. H2A promotes collaboration between Harvard undergraduates, graduate students, and the broader community. We encourage multidisciplinary teams to draw on expertise from across the university. The 10 teams selected earn seed funding, receive mentoring, and attend specialized workshops designed to nurture skills in entrepreneurship as they work on their project. During the academic year, teams also have the opportunity to appear before the H2A Venture Board, a group of influential players from public, private, and academic spheres. The Venture Board provides feedback and awards additional funding. And I have to add, we are extremely thrilled to have secured Harvard trademark approval, which is not easy. Oh my God, it's not easy. For our name and this logo, which plays on the Harvard shield. Now, it's somewhat radical that the LPCE, out of Harvard College, partnered with a graduate school, the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, arguably Harvard's most activist school, to launch a co-curricular accelerator that fosters social impact innovation across Harvard and well beyond our walls. Our ethos is clear from this Arthur Ashe quote: "Start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can." In addition, we've pulled many tips and tricks from MIT. Good artists borrow, great artists steal. One is that we're broadly inclusive. A team must have at least one current Harvard student on it, but beyond that, we're open. Our inaugural cohort included undergraduates and graduate students in business, design, education, engineering, government, public health, law, divinity, dentistry, and medicine. And our teams included students from Columbia, Dartmouth, MIT, the University of Quebec, and the Yale School of Public Health. And this year, the list of student teammates from other universities is even longer. We have students from more than 30 other institutions on our H2A campus teams. Now here's our H2A staff team, and this seems like a good moment to share the real genesis story, because it's particularly Canadian and relevant to this moment. Meg Murphy, you can see Meg here on the slide, one of our founding advisors, also happens to be my wife and life partner. She is Canadian. She attended the University of Toronto, where she was a student newspaper editor and activist. She became a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and ultimately a speechwriter and media specialist at MIT and Harvard. When I joined the LPCE, she was working for the first black female dean of a graduate school at Harvard, Dr. Michelle Williams. And you can see Michelle in the bottom left there, who is our faculty founder and a visionary. We were both struck by the desire among Harvard students to make social impact. We cooked up the idea for this social impact accelerator together on our commute from work, and we secured the support for it together. Now, we are taking it global together, and I'll share more on that in a moment. To give you a sense of our teams, I'll just share a few examples. Detoxify. Here, a student from the Harvard Kennedy School teamed up with a recent alum from the Harvard Business School and an MIT prof known for his expertise in clean water innovations to develop an efficient, sustainable, and affordable water filtration device for household use. Vocadian is building an evidence-based voice AI to empower a safer, healthier, and more productive workforce. This team from Harvard and MIT has cutting-edge research and industry experience in voice technology, digital health, machine learning, and circadian science. Community Cares. Kiona here is one of 2 students on a team from the Harvard T.H. School of Public Health. They developed a health equity company that specializes in primary and preventative care festivals in U.S. Black communities to combat health disparities and inspire hope. Look at how her academic experience ties directly into her venture idea. As someone whose dissertation work is centered on the profound impact of trauma in Black communities, founding Community Cares was essential in addressing these issues head-on. My journey has underscored the urgent need to comprehend the full extent of trauma in our communities so that we can break free from its crippling grasp. And this leads to a final team example that gets at the power of providing space and network for students. Augment. A student from the Harvard Kennedy School teamed up with 2 MIT architecture students and a double PhD psychology candidate, why not, from the University of Quebec to develop a digital therapy platform that delivers data-driven VR therapy, combined with biofeedback technology and artificial intelligence, to unburden clinicians and detect and prevent relapses in mental health conditions. Now notice Tom Schneider down below there. Oh, so she's from the University of Quebec. This is Tom. He was a mentor for Augment, and how that happened and what it means draws many aspects of this program together. 1, Tom graduated from Harvard College and Harvard Law School and has a Doctor of Philosophy degree from Oxford University in organizational sociology. He has advised presidential administrations and acted as a management consultant for many of the largest organizations in the world. In other words, he is extremely connected. 2, we threw a party at the Harvard Faculty Club last holiday season. That's an unusual venue for a student gathering, but you know my philosophy around parties. And suffice it to say, the move paid off. Tom wandered in and met some of our teams, including Augment. He decided to get involved and mentor them. 3, Augment has since described Tom as a gift from God. He has helped them meet crucial folks in industry, and they are on the verge of a multi-million-dollar funding commitment to pay for the first 3 to 4 years of operation and all clinical trials. Tom also helped arrange the clinical trials at both Harvard and MIT Health Services. Here is Tom with Augment at Delta V. He sent me this photograph just last week when he shared news of their imminent success in attracting investment dollars. And just to note, Alexandra is Canadian, and she drove down from Montreal to join her teammates at that holiday party. That is hustle that paid off in spades. Now we are bringing H2A to other parts of the globe. Here is what we are doing in Brazil. We are working with a contact Meg made while working in the dean's office at the MIT School of Engineering. We keep following each other back and forth down the river. His name is Fabio Prado, and his family runs an education conglomerate that serves about 13,000 students in the beautiful city of Foz do Iguaçu in southern Brazil. To make this social impact work targeted, we met with stakeholders from public, private, and academic entities based in Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina, and created a public-private academic partnership. This new partnership for the Triple Frontier helps us advance venture-based solutions to local and global issues. Stakeholders suggest challenges to student entrepreneurs through what has become H2A Brazil. In early November, we will travel to Brazil to take in showcase presentations by our inaugural cohort there. We will bring Harvard staff and faculty with us. Students will detail solutions to problems posed by regional agribusiness, the health sphere, and the national park. We have also launched H2A Africa. It is a co-created leadership pipeline for young African entrepreneurs created in partnership with Smart Africa, which is an alliance of 39 African countries, international organizations, and global private sector players. H2A Africa is focused on creativity and entrepreneurship, capacity building, and startup and innovation ecosystems. Our initial cohort will include 10 teams committed to using digital technologies to address issues related to public health, particularly the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, in areas including gender equity, climate resilience, and population health. Our inaugural teams will have at least one female founder, and they will present their venture ideas in 3-minute presentations followed by a live Q&A at the Transform Africa Summit in April of '24, an annual forum that brings together global and regional leaders from government, business, and international organizations to collaborate on new ways of sharing, accelerating, and sustaining Africa's ongoing digital revolution. We look forward to meeting them in person. As I mentioned at the beginning of this talk, I love Fredericton. I've been coming here for the past 2 decades. And now you know why. Meg's parents live right near UNB campus. They retired to Fredericton after 34 years in the United States because they love the culture and the quality of life here. Indeed, both of my in-laws are proud graduates of UNB. I have been hearing colorful and inspiring stories about this fine university for decades. Meg's father, Patrick Murphy, is an innovator and an engineer who has led multiple startups in the Boston area. Pat moved to New England a young man in the 1970s, not because he wanted to leave this region and his extended Irish clan, but because he is a dreamer. He needed to. He saw opportunities for innovation in Boston that just did not yet exist here, not back then. It all comes down to creating the right space for innovation. Today, UNB is doing just that. UNB is eager and able to create vital and exciting opportunities right here in New Brunswick. Bravo. Now let's connect our networks out of Harvard with yours to make that work more robust. More to come later on that this evening. But in closing, the future of innovation is complex. But there is at least one simple takeaway from my talk today. Young people the world over want to build a healthier and more resilient planet via social impact entrepreneurship. Transformational ideas exist everywhere. We just need to create the spaces necessary to enable those ideas to move from dream to reality. So, let's be inclusive, let's be bold, let's be visionary, and in short, why not work together to bring young people the opportunities and connections they need to innovate and thrive and to build a better world? Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I look forward to questions. If there are questions. If there's time. Okay, super.
If anybody has any questions for Sam, please, now we have an opportunity. Not enough coffee in the room?
Right? Because everything's pretty straightforward.
Obviously, a cut it off. Nothing?
Oh, we do have a question, yes.
What are your observations of the difference in personality or culture between the Canadian and U.S. ecosystems?
To be fair, I'm just now really getting to know a little bit more through my friend Dhirendra and what's happening here. And I just see a thirst and a robustness for making change. And at Harvard, that is clearly there as well. But the problem solution sets tend to be seen quite a lot, right? And so here I'm very excited about seeing the fresh space in which local students here can fix problems that they're interested in fixing. And so similar to the work that we're doing in Brazil, the eagerness and the excitement to join something like an H2A is palpable. So on campus, even though there's just the one, you can see the ecosystem along Mass Ave is pretty vibrant, pretty deep. And a lot of the students complain to me, oh my gosh, where do I even start? Right? And so I'm so excited about making these global extensions of H2A because it offers that opportunity, that starting space. And that's what I'm most thrilled about. And I see that as a big difference between the two. Thank you for the question.
Right back.
Oh, yes, please.
To build actually on your response to the last one. Thank you. So many of my clients are entrepreneurs and they're trying to reach out and build that initial connection, but they are feeling overwhelmed. So if you could explain in a little bit more detail what your advice is for those who have a great idea, they've got some intellectual property, but they have no idea what to do.
Thank you for the question, and I get that all of the time. And I think this is the difficult journey about entrepreneurship is even though there is this community, everybody feels alone within it, right? And so just hosting events like this, creating platforms like H2A, creating opportunities like our holiday party to get together for them to meet other people who are doing this, in essence gives them permission to move forward. And part of me hates to say, okay, you have to have the grit, the resilience, you have to go out and play in traffic. That's not really kind of our thing with H2A, but the onset of creating or starting that journey needs to start with just the question, simply, where do I start? And then who to ask. And so making ourselves as available as possible to students to essentially guide them from the start is pretty critical. And so that's what we've been doing to some degree at Harvard. Like I had mentioned in my talk, the iLab attracts those students who are comfortable starting like that, just going over and say, okay, here I am. But we have a whole host of students who are not comfortable doing that. And so we create classes for first-year students that take them through building imaginary ventures, imaginary social impact ventures. And then the second class, that's a prerequisite in the fall, the second class is in essence an incubator. It really is just a straight-up incubator with credit attached. We give students funds to start these ventures, and quite often they do link to the imaginary ventures that they started in class. So again, just creating a space that is identifiable for these students and help guiding them from the side, I find has done a lot to get them started on their journey.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Take one more.
One more, thank you.
Right here at the front.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I really liked the focus on social impact that comes from innovation and the different types of partnerships and collaborations that you spoke to. And I'm curious about either examples of or what you see as the role for government in terms of enabling some of that social impact.
What I can do is give you an example, and it will be the Brazil example. So Meg and I went to Brazil to really pitch this idea, and we were pitching it to, like I said, the public-private academic partnership. We had the privilege of being hosted by the academy there, by the university that sits in Paraná. And what we asked him to do, because for clarification, the university does amazing work lifting up that entire community. It is where parents want to send their students when they're able to. And so we felt really comfortable having the academy hold the power in that partnership. And from there, we then reached out to industry, and we then reached out to government, and we asked them to come in and listen to us. So Meg and I pitched agribusiness, we pitched the national park, we pitched the hospitals, and we pitched government entities and said, hey, look, this is what we're doing here at the academy. Here at the university, you're lucky to be part of this. You're lucky to be able to tap into the students' innovation and these students' ideas. So send us challenges. And that way the balance worked out really well. And in fact, the challenges that have been issued by these particular places are being met by these students in real time. It's just absolutely amazing. And this speaks a little bit to some of the other questions, but for instance, the hospitals, because of climate change, dengue is now a new problem in southern Brazil. And because they're on this triple frontier, they're having a hard time tracking people with dengue in order to find the hot spots and create whatever public health awareness they need to. And so that challenge was issued by the hospitals. A student team with help from faculty built a platform to track exactly that. So in a way, it undercuts to some degree the bureaucracy of government. It's a fast track using the academy to get to these solutions. Yeah. Thank you for the question, and thank you everybody so much for your time and your patience. I appreciate it. Tom, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's just an honor to be here.
Thanks, Sam, so much for your fantastic insights. And as you hang around with Durendra a little bit more, you'll start understanding why Canadians will drive 5 hours to go to a party. It's okay. It's really nothing. That's just a jaunt down the road. Before we do move on with the rest of today's lineup, we're actually going to take a break. In the hallway, we have coffee and some light refreshments, an opportunity to be able to come up if you didn't want to ask Sam a question in a more public forum. You might be able to approach Sam and ask some questions and just corner him somewhere over on the side. Anyway, so we're going to take a break, coffee, tea, light refreshments out in the hallway, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, okay? Thanks a lot.
I'm just drafting behind him. Wherever he goes, I'm following for sure. Get out here. All you react to. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. You're on. Yeah. Oh really? Oh, that's where you're gonna be there too. Oh, so we'll be after this one too. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's gonna be so exciting. And this is a connection
Sam, you didn't get out for a coffee. You didn't get out for a coffee. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, welcome back. I'm going to bring out my coach voice. Welcome back, everybody. If I could ask you to move to your seats and we can proceed with the agenda. And now I'll use my quiet voice. So Sam, once again, thanks so much for those wonderful insights just before the break. It was amazing, truly amazing. We can't do this at the J. Herbert Smith all by ourselves. And in fact, actually, we're very fortunate to have 6 different groups that have partnered with us to be able to make this a success that it seems to be so far. First of all, of course, Royal Bank of Canada, the New Brunswick Innovation Foundation, Profitual, Tidal Ventures, Ignite, and Opportunities New Brunswick. So I want everybody to join me in just a round of applause for the people assisting us to do this today. So now it's time for our first panel discussion. Our first panel will explore the trends in technology innovation. So I would like to introduce our panelists and invite them to come up to the stage. First, Dr. Debasmita Mukherjee, Assistant Professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering in J. Herbert Smith Center at the University of New Brunswick. Dr. Lucien Chang, former NSERC Chair in Environmental Design Engineering, former Principal Investigator of the Canadian Wind Energy Strategic Network, and Professor Emeritus at the University of New Brunswick. And Rob Whitlaw, Founder and Managing Director of the Tantramar Group in Toronto, Ontario. And our host for this panel is going to be none other than Mr. Sam McGee. You need the coffee, I understand.
Hi there. Hello, hello. Well, I guess we'll just jump right into it because I have introductions. But Dom, you did a great job doing that already. So welcome. Our panel on trends in technology innovation will focus on the evolving landscape of innovation in AI, energy, and health tech. So what I do, maybe I'll just jump right to the questions because we've had the introduction. Does that work? Does that work?
No, that's fine.
Okay, great. We'll start with you, Dr. Mukherjee. You focus on personalizing deep learning models to user behaviors through the use of effective computing, naturalistic feedback mechanisms, probabilistic approaches, I don't know if I said that right, probabilistic, and expert systems, all geared toward enhancing system safety and facilitating natural communication. Could you tell us more about this work and how it might impact population health?
Okay, so hello everyone. So yes, I try to make personalized deep learning. While most of the big players in deep learning are going towards more generalized models, I think that making personalized models that really help people, human beings, interact with machine learning, that almost are empathetic, and I say that with air quotes, to them, would help in better communication, make them feel safer once these deep learning models are employed in all manner of industries, right from manufacturing to healthcare. So that's what I do. I try to study human behaviors, and I try to make these models adapt to the humans. Specifically for healthcare, there's lots and lots of examples, right? It's personalized medicine started out years and years ago. And I kind of took inspiration from something like that. And so for healthcare, you know, imagine there are robots who take care of children with autism or the elderly. We don't want a general, you know, off-the-shelf model that may or may not work for these individuals, because now we are dealing with individuals and not, say, factory workers who are going to be doing the same thing over and over. So we want these communication models to adapt to these humans to make them feel safe. So that's generally what I do.
Excellent, thank you. I love that you use the word empathetic, especially in that context. It really does resonate. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Chang. For small-scale wind and solar power generators to displace carbon fuels, they must work seamlessly with sophisticated power systems built around large and predictable point source generators. Matching the power supply with demand when the sun goes down or the wind stops blowing presents huge technological challenges and also a remarkable opportunity for innovation. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Indeed, I have been working on renewable and power conversion interaction with grid in the past 30-odd years at UNB. Over the past 30 years, we saw the significant growth in these small generators, renewable-based, and they do need to interact with the existing power systems, which have been there for over 140 years. We just couldn't make the fundamental changes to the operation of the grid. We need to seamlessly interact and integrate these renewables with the existing power grid. In that space, remarkable changes and improvements have been made. I work on the power converters, inverters, as you know it. These are the black boxes. Over the past 30 years, the efficiency has been increased from 90% to, at this moment, 99%-ish. And then the cost has dropped by tenfolds. And then going forward, in addition to the performance improvements of these small generators, we also would need to pay attention to functionalities, which means that these small generators, wind and solar, will interact with the grid to provide more system supporting functions, very much similar to what these large thermal generators and hydro generators are doing. So the two approaches, some of my colleagues are having an eye on distributed control, means these small generators would have their own intelligence to act similar to large generators to provide the functionalities as these large generators. We are not there yet, although my colleagues are eyeing on it, doing the research. On the other hand, we do have the aggregators, the integrators, that's closer to the marketplace, meaning there is an intermediate layer, you can integrate these small generators and then putting all of them together to provide a fundamentally similar functions as large generators interact with the grid. Energy storage is one of the immediate technologies.
It's interesting making new tech meet old tech. I mean, it's 140 years old tech that you're trying to seamlessly create this connection between, and it seems like that's a particularly rich space for unique innovation to happen. That's fascinating.
Indeed, that is the case. And there will be a lot more long-term solutions, but we are not there. We are probably 20 years away from there.
Yeah, yeah, excellent. Thank you, thank you. Rob, good to see you.
You too.
Sorry. So, Rob.
His password was 4444.
It's actually 0000. Okay, it's the closest number to my fingers, what it was. So Rob, you've been the managing director of Tantrum Art Consultants for nearly 12 years. You have experience in analytics, process automation, operational metrics, and more. Your work spans industries from big entertainment to utilities to finance. You focus on operations improvement and delivering changes. Now, each situation is different, but what are some key lessons that you've learned over the years?
First of all, I don't know if a poker metaphor makes sense, but I sort of feel like I showed up at the final table and I have like $100 and these guys have like 500,000 each, you know? So just a tiny bit of context and then I'll attempt the question. We start where everyone else's innovation has already been achieved. So we're working with large enterprise, usually billion-dollar corporations, and we're trying to help them take what they have in terms of an operation and a culture, and they've decided they love the shiny widgets that these two fine folks have produced together with innovators like yourselves. And getting to concrete and specific and practical outcomes involves all kinds of amazingly annoying paperwork and convincing people and a lot of unexpected hurdles. And so we have the pleasure of helping get through those things faster. So for example, usually if you're a billion-dollar corporation and you want to put in a $100 million smart grid project, you're probably going to run it competitively. You're probably going to need to write an RFP. Someone needs to write that RFP. Yeah, that entire process and getting people organized, it's a skill set. And surprisingly few people have sort of figured out the ins and outs of what makes it work and what results in a catastrophic outcome and so on. And I'm sure you've all heard the horror stories in the news off and on about, you know, such and such monster project didn't go well. So back to your question. I have found, straight talk is in short supply. So speaking directly to what's real and what's not, what outcomes are real and what are not, in large corporations is hard to do because before you show up in the room, they already made commitments to their boss about what they're going to achieve and how much benefit it's going to yield or what risk it's going to reduce or how they're going to achieve all these good things. And then it turns out that they find out from their consulting team, well, the world probably doesn't align with the way those promises were made. And so you're trying to figure out appropriate ways to reframe it and still get the job done and have a suitable outcome.
So clarity it seems like a key word there. And how much do you feel like the culture of the place is also, depending on who you're working with, something that needs to be overcome?
It's amazing the word choice people use in different companies.
Right, right.
You can have exactly the same concept and not have understood how they want to hear it and get nowhere.
Right,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Thank you. Excellent. All right. Back to you, Dr. Mukherjee. So, you are motivated by the dynamics within human teams, but also love the idea of working alongside highly adaptive robots, right? What makes you so, and I have a good follow-up question for you, what makes you so optimistic and excited about the potential within collaborations between humans and robots?
Great question, actually. And also how my PhD started. Everybody asked, do we need robots to collaborate with humans? Yes. So I had to justify my PhD. No, but apart from that, so humans are great at cognitive decision making, right? Throw a bunch of errors, a bunch of problems. Human workers with lots of experience, they're good at taking decisions. But you throw a lot of these unforeseen circumstances to a deep learning model. If it hasn't seen these situations before, its predictive capabilities may not be as great as a human's, will not be as great as a human's. Humans are also great at dexterous tasks, especially because of our fingers, right? Very versatile and very fine motor skills, those sort of tasks. And these are very useful in, an example could be, making the circuitry for aircrafts, right? And there's tiny little crawl spaces that a robot can't really go into. But robots are great at repetitive tasks. They are great at picking up heavy loads. All of these things kind of make the perfect team when you match the capabilities of humans and the robots together. And but you can't have a dumb machine trying to be an equal partner in a partnership, right? Let's say you have a pug versus an Australian sheepdog. It's like a pug is, are they really that intelligent? Well, but an Australian sheepdog, you can teach them a lot of things. So just think of the partnership from that perspective, right? So we want our robots, wherein we're deploying our deep learning models, to have these capabilities of sensing, of perception, of cognitive decision making, and you bring together their complementary capabilities and you have the perfect recipe for a human-robot collaboration team.
Thank you. I love that. Robots, they're clearly evolving much quicker than humans seem to be, right? Well, maybe not, and push back against that. But do you think industry is currently too human-centric?
Love that question. Okay, so let me do a little bit of a history, right? Industry before the Industrial Revolution was completely human-centric. And then came Industrial Revolution, things were automated. There's lots and lots of automation even now. But we're going towards a place where industry is looking for, consumers are looking for tailor-made products. And in order to make these sort of tailor-made products, you'd have to change the entire production line, right? Or you can have, people are developing adaptable systems based on reinforcement learning that can quickly adapt to changes in the requirements of the product. But herein comes the dream of human-robot collaboration, right? Wherein we are going to outsource some work to the humans, the customizable part, and the repetitive work towards the robots. And I think it's a good thing that it's human-centric, right? We don't want it to be completely automated, completely dispassionate, and lose out on that customizable, that personalized quality that we are seeing in e-commerce right now, but it has a lot of potential in all manner of industries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Cheng, smart grids, which blend information and communication technologies, show promise. What is the latest progress in this field, and how is it helping Canada expand its traditional leadership in power systems research into green technologies?
Sure. I think smart grid is definitely very broad in terms of its current development, and in the past, I would say that the market leaders in the past, renewable certainly is one of them. But centered with objectives, no matter what do you do, climate change is one of the major issues that we are facing. I think currently, power systems are short of these flexible resources. The smart grid technologies would lead to the creation of more of these flexible resources. You pointed out that we may not have wind or the sun may not be shining, but we need other resources to make sure that our utility grid is providing the energy we need at any instant of time reliably and cost effectively. So we need to create these resources from all the existing facilities like renewable, like energy storage, and even the loads. So that's what current opportunities are, and that's where it will drive the innovation in the next, say, 10 years-ish, including blending in the electric vehicles. So energy storage is the key. Going into the next time frame, I think the opportunities might be related to this domain, the DC system. DC coming from the high voltage transmission lines to the lower voltage and the medium voltage. That's probably somewhere around 15 years into the future. But going beyond that, I strongly believe the long-term storage. Currently, we are really short of the solutions for long-term storage. Maybe hydrogen, but that's 20 years and beyond.
So, and I know this storage issue has been a perennial problem. It's a big problem.
It is.
What is the biggest challenge right now? I know nothing about, what is the biggest challenge right now in energy storage?
I think there are existing solutions like the pump storage. You need to have the right locations and the right resources. They're not everywhere. The only feasible solutions at this moment are two, I would say. One is building strong transmissions where you link many jurisdictions. The generators, the power systems are helping each other. But that's a long-term solution. It's awfully difficult to build the high-power transmission systems. That's one. The other is more or less short-term, a few hours battery storage. That's coming on pretty much the hot buzzword storage, batteries, pretty much batteries, along with some other fuel cells like these slightly longer, but not to the immediate solutions. Storage, that's going forward, definitely long-term. The reason is that we have more renewables. These are variable resources, but we need the we need the constant voltage, constant frequency. That would need the resources, flexible resources, to make sure you have the constant voltage, you have the constant frequency. You need to balance at any moment the supply and the generation. Renewable does not provide that, but we need something else. That's why we are having an eye on storage.
Thank you, thank you. I'm just making a connection in my mind. In your intro that I was going to read, there's a connection to tidal innovation, tidal energies innovation. I'd like to hear from maybe both of you. Where is tidal energy innovation currently, and do you see it as part of the smart grid eventually?
I would say it is part of the smart grid solutions, but in terms of the overall locations, energy, and the universal resources available, they're not there yet. Technologies are not there yet. It's still very high. 10, 15 years ago, we looked into the research into that area. We thought at that time it was very much to in a similar stage as wind energy, but it turns out it's not. It's much earlier. We need a much more research effort, making sure the technology is mature enough to act like the wind turbines.
Right.
They're still not there yet.
Right, okay. Because the tide's never stopping, right? The moon's always pulling.
I agree.
Right, right. Rob, so you touched on the title thing, if you like, but I also another question, so it'll be a two-part question. But as a creative consultant, you know how to come up with ideas and also how to make sure they get implemented in a way that is operationally sound. So could you tell us more about striking the balance between ideation and execution?
Well, I'm going to start with the title one.
Please, that would be, I want to
That'll allow that one to warm up in my brain. This, by the way, is the first stage that actually knows where the Tantramar Marsh is. I grew up in Sackville, New Brunswick. I currently practice out of Toronto. And the reference to title is because it was an interest of my father's growing up. The Bay of Fundy, as you know, is not far from here. And 30-ish years ago, some of the research you were talking about was experimented with, didn't really take off, because as you probably also know about the Bay of Fundy, it's very muddy and silty and causes all kinds of problems for turbines and on and on and on. So I actually tell the New Brunswick story as part of how we bring solutions to clients, that we want to be more personal, that we want to understand from their point of view. I think the creativity comes in less on the ideas themselves, because generally speaking, they're researched and evaluated, and they say this is the idea, and most of the ideating is on the how, not the what. The clients, generally speaking, put it this way, you don't buy a drill, you buy holes that are the right size in the right places. And we help you figure out whether or not you're using the right drill, whether or not you're approaching it in the right way, and generally speaking, getting people to agree we are not going to use a hammer and nail to create the holes. We, in fact, will want to use a drill.
Excellent, thank you, thank you. Oh, back to my secret code here.
I want to sneak something in too while you're. I think it's particularly cool that TME chose to have these two professors here, because when you talk about trends in technology innovation, everything to do with robotics and AI and automation and emulation, as well as, it's no secret we're going decarbonization, electrification. And I don't know if any of you have taken the time to do the math on how much power we generate in a day in any of the grids, but tried to multiply that across the number of cars we drive. The math does not hold. Not even close. And in fact, as you know firsthand, when people are trying to deduce whether or not they can put in 5 superchargers in a building, it's almost a race against their neighbor, because the grid will only give permission to one of the buildings. The feeders cannot support it, the interconnection points can't support it, so, and then there's the small problem that they bought all the equipment 140 years ago, and they can't replace it all at once. So from the point of view of the genius of this conference, there's a huge nudge in these two fine people, because it's like, if you want to know trends in innovation, it's right here.
Yeah, and thank you. And I'm going to ask both Dr. Chang and Dr. Mukherjee to actually respond to that, and we'll start with you because you're to his right and closest. But what are your thoughts on what Rob just presented?
Yeah, I think absolutely true. We do need the innovative solutions. And in fact, some of the technologies to address these issues are here, existing. We need to do more work to commercialize them, to apply them in a massive way. See, one of the trend I did notice, I think that's going to be going into the future, replacing the metals, traditional passive components, by silicons, semiconductors. That's an ongoing process quietly, very quietly. For example, you say that the equipment, the feeders couldn't supply the needed power for supercharge station. That's absolutely true. And it would involve the copper wires and the transformers. At least transformers, there is a solution, replacing copper and steel with the silicon. That's by the semiconductor devices. Much smaller footprint and higher efficiency, more flexible, allow you to wheel power from one location to another neighborhood. So that's sort of the solutions into the future, that utilities are aware of that, but technologies, I think they are there, but not mature enough to have widely applications. But that will be something into the future I was thinking of.
Thank you, thank you. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on this too, as well as talking about trends within your field. And we know storage is a big challenge, and then green energy and renewables are a big opportunity. So in your field, Doctor, what do you see in relation to this conversation are the biggest challenges, but what I want to hear more about, maybe the biggest opportunities that you see in these trends?
There's a lot of opportunity for collaboration. Like engineers, especially deep learning people, we love to develop algorithms, and we love to push the boundary of accuracy. But there's a lot of scope for collaboration with psychologists, with linguists, with human behavior experts, just to make our technology much more widely applicable to real-world problems. Of course, there's a lot of scope in the microgrids, right? In predicting when we would probably need that much extra amount of power to be generated into the, well, not generated, but added to the grid perhaps, based on behaviors of the people, like historical behaviors of the people in the grid. And I think there's a lot of work being done on that. I mean, Dr. Chang can probably talk about that a bit more. So yes, there's AI has, you know, the USP that it can be used anywhere, but I think now we should use it well. And what that well means is going to be different for different things. From a human-centric perspective, the biggest things right now is ethical use of AI, and that is something that I'm quite concentrating on in my own research as well.
Thank you. That's fascinating. And coming from the sort of the humanist side of things, AI, right? And just having conversations with professors at Harvard has really freaked out a lot of the professors that are in the liberal arts. And it's so wonderful to see and hear the conversation about how that tool can be actually used and manipulated for positive. And it can be in the humanities too. And it's just such an interesting conversation and path to see how that happens. And so to make that turn towards students, this question, and I'll just 1, 2, 3. What thing do you know now, Rob, that you wish you knew when you started? And what advice, based upon that, can you give students who are interested in working in your field?
The old time machine question. What would I tell myself if I could go back? You mean otherwise? Yeah.
Work-related, professional.
I'm going to keep it work-related. Aside from I would have studied harder in engineering school, a friend of mine who's a PhD in geography and now does smart grid tells his kids who are now in engineering school, if you study harder, you get to design the system you're putting in. But if you slough it like I did, you're going to end up being the consultant that integrates it into the business. So I would have studied harder in engineering school probably. But all kidding aside, consulting was not a profession I knew existed. But I will tell you, if it's at all interesting to you, the way to assess whether or not it is for you is probably, do you like service jobs? Do you work part-time as a waiter or waitress for fun and money? Do you like interacting with people? Because the consultant's job is the bridge between the solution and all the people that are the business and all the people that run the solution when it's all said and done. And to be great at it, you need to really, really like people.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Chang.
Very interesting question. I think from a technologist viewpoint, my advice and a license learned would be keep an open mind. Bracket, don't trust the predictions of the experts. That's awfully important. Keep an open mind and keep your knowledge current. Quick example. Over 30 years ago, before I joined UNB, I worked for Magna on producing electric vans. And after I came to UNB, I did spend a few years working on electric vehicle drives, but it was too early. Battery was the bottleneck, and I didn't trust the batteries. So I stopped working on electric vehicles, and I worked on renewable. So I missed that opportunity but that was 20 years after. And then when I started working on renewable, I did a lot of research projects on wind energy. I thought wind is the future. Indeed, it was the future. But I missed the growth of PV. I did work on PV converters, but I didn't think, even though I was working in the same domain, I didn't think PV could catch on that fast. And see what happens in the past 15, 20 years-ish. The price dropped by 90%-ish, or over 90%. So even I think myself is an expert in the renewables for both wind and PV. I did not have a slight idea about what would happen on the PV industry.
Yeah.
Don't trust myself, don't trust experts.
Thank you. That's great. That's great.
So in my very limited experience, I think every student, at least every engineering student needs to take the course of, technology and society. I took the course and it talked about critical theory of technology and how every design that we put out into society has intention behind it, and it's not a neutral thing, right? It is politicized, it is, the design is based upon the economics, the intentions of the company, and this becomes a very big thing, especially in deep learning and AI. These are black boxes, and in a very big team, people might not even question where the data set is coming from. Is it an ethical data set? Is it a data set that captures all the equity, diversity, inclusivity? Because if it doesn't, then a huge population of people this data, like the model built upon this data set is targeting, will possibly give very wrong or dangerous answers. And I know that most of the time it's not possible to do this because you're working in a team, your company is asking you to do something, and I don't have any solution for it. But I'd like to think that some sort of engineers should think about these things, right? Take in question, Google fired its employees because they raised the unethical, I wouldn't call it unethical, but unethical results from their large language models. What would you do in that situation? But it's a good thing to think about these things because they are going to affect people. They're already affecting people. And that is something I wish I had started thinking right from when I was conceiving the idea for my PhD instead of midway. But it's a learning experience. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I sneak in a follow-up?
Please.
It occurs to me that the one thing that I stumbled into accidentally, but I think any students making decisions now can probably do a lot more deliberately. The world is definitely at an inflection point. And I don't know if you're familiar with the term. Andy Grove of Intel fame made it famous, but it's basically the concept that the world is permanently in the process of changing. So the invention of the World Wide Web in 1992 was an inflection point. The microcomputer was, you get the idea. We're in the middle of one as we speak. What you may not know is that Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Bill Gross, Vinod Khosla, they're all plus or minus 4 years in age. They were the age of the average student at the time the microprocessors were becoming popular. They had an uncommon opportunity in the same way that people in this generation have an uncommon opportunity. So think hard about your choices because you may be the next Bill Gates or Steve Jobs.
Thank you, Rob. I know that we're coming up on 11:15 on time, but just to wrap this up, all three of you work in this space, and it feels as if you're working in that space because we all have hope, right? We're all looking toward the future. And on behalf of students, I would like to thank you for buoying me as well with the promise that each of you has been presenting today. So thank you very much for your time, for sharing your expertise, and making the day a little bit brighter. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Debasmita, Lucien, Rob, and Sam. Really interesting conversation and some really deep insights there that are pretty interesting. Obviously, the robots aren't going to rise up tomorrow, but it's going to come sooner or later. I would now like to call upon Dave Wagner, who is the executive in residence in the J. Herbert Smith Center and senior mentor in the JHSC VMS program that we run. So we did steal a couple of things from MIT. To introduce our next keynote speaker. Dave, if you come forward, please.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor for me to introduce our next keynote speaker, Gordon Pitts. Gordon, as you know, is a business journalist, and he's been an author and a reporter and an editor in the Canadian newspaper business for 4 decades. In addition, he's written 8 books that focus on Canadian business. These books include Unicorn in the Woods, some that would be very familiar in this room, How East Coast Geeks and Dreamers Are Changing the Game, which was listed for a Canadian National Business Book Award and named one of Globe and Mail's top 100 books in 2020. As a business writer, he has won the National Business Book Award for his book titled Stampede, The Rise of the West, and Canadians' New Power Elite. This 2008 book was focused on the business leaders in in Western Canada, excuse me. This morning, our speaker will focus his remarks on the past, the present, and the future of innovation in Atlantic Canada. So please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Gordon Pitts.
Thank you very much. This is an exciting day for me. I can't believe it. I'm actually talking to people in flesh and blood about my books. And it's been 4 years since I've been able to stand on a stage and actually engage with people. A writer who can't engage with his readership is a sad, sad person, let me tell you. The books, by the way, Unicorn in the Woods, if you haven't had exposure to it, they are for sale here, and I would just love to sign. My hand is out of practice, really. Thank you to the J. Herbert Smith Center, an organization I have known about for a long time, and Darendra, the work he does, RBC, clearly, for putting this on. I really appreciate it. Actually, I talk a lot about the past. I'm a chronicler. I'm not the person who does this stuff, technology and innovation. So I want to go back 20 years. And a phone call I got at my office at the Globe, my office, I should say, my cubicle at the Globe, a phone call around 2003 from Anna Porter, at that time a powerhouse book publisher in Toronto. And I had just written an article for the Globe and Mail on what I called the Maritime Mafia. It was a group of male business leaders, a tight network of Atlantic Canadian business leaders who all knew each other and spoke in the same refreshingly profane way. I love this group, a white male club, clearly. And of course, the concept of a maritime mafia did create some confusion. Wallace McCain, member of that mafia, said a woman walked up to him and said, "I didn't know you had that kind of crime in Atlantic Canada." So you have to be careful how you use expressions. So Anna Porter said, why not a book about this maritime mafia? She was on the board of the Sobeys supermarket company, and she was suddenly sitting around the table with this group of business leaders and men she felt the world needed to know about. It was a tight group. They were all friends or bitter enemies, depending on the day. There was a mafia feel to the group. And my reply was, but Anna, I'm from Toronto. They're not going to like a book from a Torontonian. But Anna said, no, we need this perspective from a distance. Can't be an East Coast person. They're too enmeshed in that. So as a storyteller, I've made a career out of telling stories about people the world has yet to learn about. And so I began a 20-year engagement with the business culture of Atlantic Canada, warts and all. And a portrait began to emerge of the people who made the economy move in Canada. If I could have the next slide. And the result of this was a book called The Codfathers, of course. Now, it's a play on words coming out of the Mafia Association, but there is that sense of intimate family connections. And two New Brunswick families, of course, stand out in this book. They're very big in the book, and I'll look at the next slide, will show you perhaps among the most prominent figures. You all knew these people. The Irvings, there is nothing they don't touch in this province. In all of Atlantic Canada. And they had their beginnings in the 19th century in Bouctouche, and they're now a sprawling conglomerate. They've gone through a lot of change. When this picture was taken, 3 older men, Jim, Arthur, and Jack. Jack is now deceased since then, and both men, the other 2 are in their 90s. Great operating companies. Well run in a classic sense. Now the next slide shows the other characters, and this is a great picture of the McCain family. And we talk about innovation. What was more innovating than the McCain family's decision that fast food would be the future and that frozen French fries would have a huge market in the world, not just in Canada, but globally. And you look at this picture as indicative of another story in the McCain saga. You see Harrison on the right and Wallace on the left, separated by Laura, their mother, and two of their brothers. In fact, that represented a divide that would break out into actual warfare, family warfare. And sadly, it divided the family terribly. But the company was well managed, had other managers, and it survived, which is kind of unusual in some of these family splits. So very good operators too, and innovators. They wouldn't use that word, it's too highfalutin. They were just guys who got things done. Next slide shows the success of the Codfathers meant that I wrote about a lot of people in Atlantic Canada. Over a period of time, I became a go-to guy, and I got to write about Purdy Crawford. Son of a Spring Hill coal miner and a forceful mother, he left Nova Scotia to go to Harvard, and at Harvard again, and he rose to be the most important Canadian corporate lawyer of his generation, operating out of Toronto, but always the summers in Five Islands, Nova Scotia. That's another model, the model of what's often called the upalong. People who find success, native Maritimers, Atlantic Canadians who find success elsewhere and come home, often for summers, sometimes to die. Purdy was an innovator. We talk a lot about digital technology and AI here. I think you have to look at the broader swath of innovation. He was a man who wrote a lot of the securities law in Canada. He was an innovator in corporate governance in the way that Canadian companies engaged with their stakeholders. And in a number of years ago, 2007, 2008, he literally saved Canadian capital markets in the meltdown coming from the mortgage debacle in the United States. You can read about it in that book, if you wish. Now, but really his claim to fame was how he dealt with people around the table. He was a listener. He was totally engaged in their stories. That was his area of innovation, and I think it's a particularly Atlantic Canadian characteristic. So, these were the Codfathers, in fact. They were the families, powerful, the patriarchy, and they were the upalongs. And let me, on the next slide, tell you really who the Codfathers were. They were white men, aged 50 to 70, in their 50s to 70s. And I'm not really imposed to men in their 50s to 70s these days. I have a lot of time for them. And they had a substantially positive effect on Canadian business. And they were masters of commodities. They were into the 4 F's: fish, forest, fuel, and food. Extracting this stuff, holding it in their hands, processing it, and moving it to markets. They were masters of this game. And look at the heroes of Atlantic Canadian business: the Boss Gibsons of Fredericton, the Nickersons, the fish people of the South Shore, the Cooks of Blacks Harbor. These are men who really wrestled commodities into productions for markets. And the Irvings, of course, being the epitome of that. The next thing, they were great just go back to that one for a second. They were great operators, as I said. They managed cash flow well. They hammered away at expenses. They were not innovators, they would say. In fact, they were. Because they were in a region that had low population and long distances, they had a problem. They couldn't buy easily an off-the-shelf solution. It had to be sent from Boston, or it had to be sent from Toronto, or it had to be sent. So they were improvisers, very pragmatic. They could solve problems. They could do it with a jerry-made solution, jerry-built solution right at home. So they were innovators in applying technology conceived elsewhere to the problems at hand. They're all born in Atlantic Canada. There was no sense of this being of any people from away. They were true Atlantic Canadians. And as I say, there were the old families and the Upalongs, a combination. Occasionally you would get someone who was outside this model. John Risley from Nova Scotia, who built a fish empire from rags to riches in a generation. But there was a lot of family ties and family wealth. And then, of course, there were the Upalongs. Story, Graham Day, Sir Graham Day made his career in Thatcher's England in the 1980s. He had a great phrase, Atlantic Canadians are like salmon. When they leave, they always come home to die. And that's a sad comment, but it's true. There's a certain homing instinct at a certain time in life. They swim home to die. Now, in 2005, I can't believe it, that book came out and it did well. I did a lot of talks. I became, as I say, a bit of an expert, and I hope it would kind of advise people on, it was a kind of guide to the Atlantic business class. And it created a new image, I think, of Atlantic Canadian businesses, not as a have-not ghetto of handouts and dependency on government, as some politicians elsewhere like to portray it, but having its own business class and culture. And I hope I contribute to a different view. On the next slide, I'd just like to say that the word innovator or innovation hardly ever appeared in the Codfathers. It was just not in the vernacular that I used in that book. And yet it was going on. I just didn't know it. Deep inside NBTel, New Brunswick Telephone, Jerry Pond was creating cells of innovation. And he had to. He was a small telecom provider in a region, in a world of giants, not just in Canada, globally. And Jerry decided that the only way to survive was to innovate. Now, Jerry got a few paragraphs in the book. That's my problem. I didn't see that Jerry was creating a different model for an Atlantic Canadian business. And he would have his day. And all the stories that are in the Codfathers, or in the Unicorns in the Woods, Unicorn in the Woods, really flow from Jerry's experience inside NBTel. I went out on other books, a book about Western Canada, as was discussed this morning. Then, out of the blue, must be 5 or 6 years ago now, I got another call at my desk at the Globe and Mail. It was from Bob Skillen, who's a development official, was a development official here at UNB, and Eddie Campbell, then the president. Could you meet us at the Royal York? We'd like to talk about something. They had a book idea. And the book idea was, there were these two companies, Q1 Labs and Radian 6, and founded in Fredericton, often of University of New Brunswick grads, but not exclusively. I knew the story. These companies went public in a single year, or they didn't go public, they were sold in a single year, 2011, and the total price tag was over $1 billion. And one guy, believe it or not, had his hand in both of the startups as a co-founder. A young computer kid, then in his 30s, now in his 30s, wasn't really enrolled. He'd dropped out, sort of, from UNB, Chris Newton. So the story began to develop around Chris and his two colleagues at Q1 Labs, Sandy Bird and Dwight Spencer. There, it's Dwight Spencer. And I looked at this, and it's too small, it's too thin for a book. And then I looked at the actual fallout from these companies and what they've created. And I said, yeah, I could make it work. So next slide. Right from the beginning, I wanted the title Unicorn in the Woods. There were no true unicorns at that time in Atlantic Canada. Let me tell you, unicorn in the sense of being a billion-dollar startup. But there was aspiration. Chris was kind of a unicorn in the sense that he had participated in $1 billion of value creation himself. And these companies were unicorns in the true meaning of the word, rare, unique, unexpected, where they came from. It proved that there could be world-changing innovation in the woods, indeed, not confined to central Canada or the Toronto-Waterloo corridor. And I say in the woods very, very broadly because anybody who's been in Fredericton knows this is not the woods. But the kids who started these companies literally came from the woods in many cases. Next slide. I spent a lot of time with Chris and his collaborators, and both companies he co-founded. Remember, Chris was from the Miramichi, literally from the woods. Cop's son. He had a personal computer very early. And Chris really evoked a different kind of business in Atlantic Canada, where curiosity was the raw material of innovation, of prosperity, not resources, not established wealth. Q1 Labs really changed the game in computer cybersecurity. It wasn't just a nice little idea. It changed the global game in cybersecurity and became the seed of what is now a IBM division with a presence in Fredericton. Chris's other company, which he founded with a number of people, Radiant 6, was a creative instigator for a new age of online social media advertising. And Chris Ramsey, in this picture, is a key player in that, taking this to the world. So the book traces Chris's story. It's a story of triumph and pain. There's a lot of pain in this book, but that's the lot of the entrepreneur. And it's combined with very young people, with some older people like Jerry Pond, who had been through the mill. Next slide shows you one of those people. Daniela DeGrasse, a woman among the fellas in the tech game, a double dipper in the fact that she was involved in both Q1 Labs and Radiant 6. Born in Bathurst, Acadian, she saw her evolution from a girlhood in that part of the world to an engineer's training, then to Hydro-Quebec, where she was a boss to a bunch of male engineers. She learned that skill. She worked around the world for Jerry Pond, and she came home to be a serial entrepreneur in New Brunswick. This type of person did not appear in The Codfathers. Female, serial entrepreneur. It was a different model I was dealing with. So who were these unicorns? Next slide will give you a little summary of the group. These are knowledge jockeys, not resource jockeys. They're riding a different horse entirely. They're human knowledge. They're commodity, code, as someone said today, code, not cod. Commodities are still important, but there's a realization they can't be the foundation of a modern economy in a high-cost country where resources are becoming depleted and the cost of extracting them is rising. You have a university-educated workforce in New Brunswick that is literally leaving the province. And you don't want to lose talent of this caliber coming out of the universities and colleges and high schools of this province. So the old tradition of talent leaving the province was one of the offshoot problems of being a resources economy, and one that technology could possibly address. Women are starting to crack their heads against the ceiling, starting to break. So people like Daniela DeGrasse. Global problem solving. Maritimers are good problem solvers, a locally produced solution, but now they discovered we can do this and sell it to the world. So Chris is a good example. Chris was working at the computer center at UNB, Chris Newton, The UNB systems are breaking down under a deluge of data. And Chris says, I can give you a solution. I can I can track this data. I can map this data. And then someone came to him, a venture capitalist named Brian Flood from St. John, and said, you can sell this to the world. The previous generation did not look at technology or innovation that way. But these people were saying, you can sell this cybersecurity system to the world. And that was the beginning of Q1 Labs. Off the beaten track, I don't think you know the importance of the model of Q1 Labs and Radian 6, not just for this region, but for Canada, when we have to develop innovation in Saskatoon, in the Okanagan, in the Arctic, in Northern Ontario and Thunder Bay. We have to develop unicorn in the woods, in the mountains, in the tundra, if we're going to survive as a country in this age, the age that the last panel was talking about, when we were told this is an inflection point. Homegrown heroes, you can actually build a career solely in Atlantic Canada. The end of the Upalongs, that's the great potential. Because in Radian 6, for example, Chris Ramsey, who's in the audience now, Chris had a lot of experience outside, but he was melded with people who had never worked outside Atlantic Canada. And it's this kind of creative stew created these companies. As a result of the current technology and remote work, you can have a laptop in Shediac and we'll take you into the technological conversations in Silicon Valley or Cambridge, England, or Tokyo. Other things are not changing. We'll hear later about venture capital investment. I don't think that works as well as it should. It just takes too much effort to raise money to attract venture capitalists. There has to be a better functioning, I think, VC system. Perhaps that's coming. Perhaps it's going to come. It's much, much better, I understand, than it was when I wrote this book. And a lot of the unicorn in the woods is about the search for money. And when you're talking about innovation, sometimes you get a little into the ideas and you forget you have to have the money. You have to have the cash. I see the development of big companies as incubators. NBTEL has not now passed from the scene, but I think companies like McCain's are starting to look at the opportunity for investing in and taking a real leadership role in startups, in catalyzing the new startups in the region. So the next slide shows a very important point I want to make. It's a little bit of a venture, but I think it's quite true. Chris Newton and friends created more value in 10 years than most of the Codfathers did in several generations. There was some great value created in this province, in the Irving, McCain, Sobey companies. But I think you can safely say that Chris Newton and his friends are leaving them in the dust. The last third of my book, I took my gaze beyond New Brunswick and those firms, Q1 Labs, Radian 6, and I looked at what I would call the unicorn babies in the region and the wider region. I focused on the future. Remember, this is pre-COVID. Things have probably changed a bit since I last did a real analysis, but I found people I could not have imagined in the Codfathers. Maybe the next slide will show you one of them. A woman who's quite familiar in New Brunswick technology circles. I'm fascinated with her because she's not from this region. She's from central Canada, and she came to this Fredericton because of this fabulous ecosystem that Q1 Labs and Radian 6 had helped develop. The think tanks, the incubators, university programs, a culture of innovation. Her husband, I think, came for the initial job at one of the incubators. They stayed on and they found a nurturing ecosystem in which she could take an idea conceived by her father in a Guelph, Ontario basement. She could get the support, the nurturing, and the early funding to take it out into the world. So people were actually coming to Fredericton with the idea they could nurture an idea. So I had to go looking for this one, Bethany Deshmande. Where did I find her? In Buffalo, New York, in a lab in Buffalo, New York, not here in Fredericton. She had won a contest for $1 million in VC money, but there was a stipulation. She had to go to Buffalo. So there she was. But Buffalo was right on the edge of a huge dairy market, and her technology was dairy farming and milk quality and sensors that could detect disease, milk disease in cattle. And so I haven't checked in on her lately. I'm sure she's been ups and downs, but she proves that you sometimes have to outgrow your roots, and you're not necessarily going to make people entirely happy when you do that. But to find your market, to sell your product, that is the other part of innovation that doesn't get enough play. You have to sell it. And Bethany felt she had to go to the American market in a big way to sell it. Q1 Labs, its last effective head office was near Boston, even though the research team was still here, R&D team was still here. That's a hard choice. It got a lot of criticism. Sometimes you have to sacrifice your roots to build your company. Now, next slide shows you, it's not a New Brunswick story. It's broader Atlantic Canada. While Q1 Labs and Radiant 6 were building their business, there were three men, young men, in St. John's, Newfoundland, who saw the big $1 billion payoff. And they said to themselves, we can do this. Why can't we do this? So envy and imitation are big factors. The realization that I'm in the same spot they were in. I could do this. And it's an interesting story, Verafin, because it's so Atlantic Canadian. They developed this company as postgrads at Memorial University so that they could create technology to run mining machines underground, but direct it from the surface. Safer AI, form of AI, they could build this into these systems that would, it's what a Canadian business mining is, right? So it's a natural for Atlantic Canada. And they took it out in the market, and the market said, nah, not interested. Don't have the money, I think it's kind of crazy. So they said, wait a second, we've got an above ground problem that we think this technology will deal with, and that's financial fraud. The financial institutions and the detecting fraud in financial industry. They did a pivot to that market, hugely successful. 3,000 global banks bought into this platform, and it was a success story. So when I wrote Unicorn in the Woods, they were a whole chapter kind of on them, how they'd become valued at $1 billion. A kind of unicorn on the rock, if you wish, from St. John's. And then, just after my book was out, NASDAQ came along and paid these guys $2.7 billion US, and they bought Verafin. Kind of a sad story. Technology now owned by, familiar story, Americans. Sorry, Sam. But just think of the rewards here. Sweet cycle of innovation on the rock. St. John's now has a cadre of experienced, successful entrepreneurs with cash in their pocket. Most important, they have a sense that it can happen here, and we have the people who will do it. The slide next shows you kind of a solution of what I call the description of the unicorn babies. The babies, I spent a third of my book talking about some of these babies, maybe perhaps some people in this room. And we are seeing a starburst of female-led innovation in Atlantic Canada. It's not perhaps where it should be, but it's happening. We're seeing incredible innovation by people who are born anywhere, not just Miramichi, not just Chipman, not just Shediac, but Sri Lanka, Poland, or even the United States, they come here to build their companies. They come here often to get an education, and they build a company. How are we doing time-wise? Okay, just starting to wind up. We also have incredible bench strength and role models from Q1 and Radiant 6. If you look around this room, you may see some of them, serial entrepreneurs that come out of that and are continuing to build innovation in this province. Marcel Lebrun, Chris Newton at Potential Motors, they have been involved. Daniela DeGrasse all around the province with a base in Moncton area. Sandy Bird, who will be here, talking to him later. Dwight Spencer, Chris Ramsey, who's here today, David Alston, Brian Dumphy, who is here as well. You in this room, use these people, lean on these people, listen to these people. They are what the Codfathers never had, that experience. The sense that it can't happen here. So I think to some extent I'm happy, but there's still the issues about raising money, chasing the money, and we'll hear, I hope, more of that this afternoon. And I see Chris Crowell's here, and he'll have some thoughts on that. And the other one is, are we in the right technologies? I think everybody has to be in AI right now, no matter what subsector you're involved with. But that's a debatable point. Somebody has to be doing other stuff as well. And we're getting a lot of excitement about AI. Is this region in the right technologies? And then the final slide, the future. This is the final slide, sorry. A culture of innovation seems to have taken root in Atlantic Canada. We see it here in Fredericton, the New McKenna Institute, in Dharendra's work. But you need more than institutions. You do start to feel that confidence, the spirit that was not here when I wrote The Codfathers 20 years ago. It can happen here. It has happened here. And the region can shake its absolute dependence on resources. In the past, the region could always lean on the economic crutch of the old families, and they're very important, still, but they're in limbo right now. Aging patriarchs, head offices effectively elsewhere, ownership very diffuse as the generations spread out. Big succession issues in a number of the major companies in this region. Underlined by the fate of the massive oil refinery at St. John, what will happen to it in the review that the Irvings are doing of their assets, particularly Arthur Irving. So the old club of the Codfathers is changing, morphing. It's not the major or only focus of wealth creation in this region. Technological innovation has to be a part of the equation. So I came here with two purposes: to describe my journey of the past 20 years, tracing the evolution of business and sometimes innovation in this region, but also to find the grist for a potential new book about the Atlantic Canada business ecosystem of the future. And I'd like to say that there will be still some old families, but also a lot of new faces, and I see those faces here. Call it Codfathers 3 if you like. And before I leave today, I hope maybe I can find some of those 3.0 Codfathers right here, right now. Stay tuned to the panel discussion, which comes after a coffee break. And you'll have some of the people who are actually stars of my book, some of the actors, and some of the impactful innovators that this region can call on. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Gordon. So as he had said, we're going to have a quick break, and then we will be bringing up a panel. So again, coffee in the hallway. The washrooms are down to the left for those people who need. We're going to be about 10-minute break, and then we'll be reconvening again for a panel which will be hosted right up here. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask you all to return to your seats. That means you too, Durendra. Goes on sabbatical, forgets how to do stuff. It's now my privilege to call up the next panel. It's going to be a panel discussion which is entitled Transitioning to the Future of Innovation. So I'd like to introduce, starting with number one. See, I told you I'd call you that. Catherine Cameron, Chief Operating Officer at Beauceron. Sandy Bird, co-founder and CTO of Sonray Security. Chris Ramsey, CEO of CyberCheck AI. And Brian Dunphy, Senior Director with Cvent. And to moderate the panel, we have Gordon Pitts.
Maybe a little more than that. Okay. Thank you, everybody. This is an all-star cast here, and we don't have a lot of time, so I thought I'd introduce them. You can read their bios in a number of ways, but my connection with them, and ask them a little individual questions, starting with Catherine. Beauceron is one of the unicorn babies that I talked about, and yet I feel it's not a baby anymore. It's actually been around a little while. And I mean, what gives you the greatest sort of pleasure to the innovation that you do at Beauceron?
I think with Beauceron Security, what's been most exciting, we serve now, for context, over 750 companies across North America and a couple in Europe and South Africa as well. So the expansive reach of our customers and having the opportunity in the work that we do in cybersecurity and helping people protect themselves from cyber attacks, that's really exciting. And the innovation directly relates to, that calling of protecting people. And I think the impact that you can see with across North America and the world that's an exciting opportunity.
Well, that's great, and we'll get a little more into that. Sandy Bird is next, and Sandy is one of the stars of Unicorn, of course, the co-founders of Q1 Labs, one of the kids, I call them, and who teamed up with Chris Newton and Dwight Spencer. Is it easier now with Sonray? The second time around is easier, right?
It's interesting. There are definitely things that are easier. Raising money is easier the second time, things like that. However, you can look back in history and watch some of the exact same problems show up, and some answers to them, but then the market changes and things shift and there's new problems to solve. So while some things are easier, yes, the reality is you still go through the same kind of process you do building any company.
Yeah. That's a good answer. And it's funny, today is kind of an important day because we have Chris Ramsey, who is now going through what I think Sandy went through, the next stage in the serial entrepreneur stages. What exactly are you doing, Chris?
So I'm with a company called CyberCheck AI, which I started with maybe 30 days ago, but I've been on the board and an investor for over a year. So we're tackling actually a huge problem that many in the room might not see appearing as the big problem it is, but you see little bits and pieces of it. But it's this whole notion that law enforcement in North America and globally is in the biggest crisis that it's been in probably in this century. Right? So I could rattle off stats for like a long time, but like crime's off the charts. But what's happening is because of Black Lives Matter and defund police and COVID exhaustion and PTSD, law enforcement agencies are shrinking really fast. They can't recruit, and early retirements are up like 50%. So what I'm doing is getting to it. I'm tackling that problem, and we use artificial intelligence and the dark web to solve crimes. And that's what we do. Not just cyber crimes, but all major crimes, homicides. We can do cold cases back 20 years. I'm in this because the technology blew my mind, and because it really helps society. So that's what I'm doing.
You after Radiant 6, you were at Salesforce, and then you really stepped back, I think, from commercial life, although community life became still a big part of it. Was it the technology that drew you back in, the excitement of the technology?
Primarily, that's what got me first interested. So the technology drew me in. And again, I just say the technology it still blows my mind. It's like magic. I can't believe it works, but it does. The people pulled me in. So the closer I got to the people, like for me, like it's like it really is all about the people around me, whether or not I'm going to be successful.
Yeah.
And then with this particular company, I see a lot of parallels to the early days in Radiant 6. Just the power of word of mouth that's already going on with this technology, the market pull we have, and a bunch of other parallels. I just look at it as this big diamond in the rough that just needs some attention and some investment. And I think we can recreate kind of what we did with Radiant 6 over 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on that later on. But Brian, I think you just got contacted a day or two ago about joining. Brian's the star of the book as well, because Brian builds a lot of candor and honesty into what the startup experience is all about. And Brian, just comment on the fact, is it true, as I kind of state in my book, that you were in a desperate state when Radiant 6 got sold off? I think fear is a good motivator for innovation, right? How was that? What was that situation?
I guess not only was I in a desperate state when it sold off, but I was in a desperate state when I joined it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny. Yeah, yeah. So, kind of famously, Chris Ramsey and Chris Newton and I met in Tim Hortons, and it was only 2 or 3 weeks after I had been laid off from Q1 Labs. So I worked with Sandy there as well. But it was, a state of desperation because I needed a job and needed income. And then later on, when we sold, I was telling this story the other night. We were down in Boston at Social 2011, which was the first conference we had hosted at Radiant 6. And what happened was I had just finished my basement. I had poured a ton of money into it. I was working, don't tell anybody, but I was doing like side work to try to make up some extra cash. And we got the announcement. But of course, what people don't realize is like the check doesn't end up in your account that night after the announcement. It's about 2 months out, right?
Yeah.
And I needed a suit to wear out to Salesforce HQ the next week. And, I was just like, my credit cards were bleeding. And it was kind of a funny moment, but.
Yeah. Now, it seems to me you've gone to a little more secure situation. Is that a reaction to those scary days, or?
Yeah, maybe.
As I think head of CVent's operations in Canada, I believe that's your role.
Yeah, still at CVent. We've grown the team from 5 people here to 250 in Canada now. So.
And it's an event management platform. The
event management platform, which they're not using at this conference, suspiciously.
I'd like to point that out. Very good. So it's at various stages here. We have Catherine, operational whiz at Beauceron, new people doing the serial entrepreneurship thing, and Brian is building a business here. Catherine, why here? I mean, really. Why this town of whatever population? Why are you here? Why shouldn't you be in Toronto? As a Torontonian, I feel that you should. Why aren't you in Toronto?
Well, we frequent Pearson Airport, but I think everything you need is right here. There's a great community in terms of academia, private, public, all of these organizations really coming to support. And as at Beauceron, our whole management team is first-time entrepreneurs, so we are learning in the trenches. We are making lots and lots of mistakes as we go, and we're benefiting from the expertise of other people on the panel here. I think Sandy and Chris have both given advice to Beauceron over the years on how to grow. And the Atlantic Canadian mindset of genuinely wanting to help, see up-and-coming companies do more, do better, grow faster than what previous companies were able to do. I think that is very unique to Atlantic Canada.
Very good. And, of course, the book deals a lot with this, but Sandy is an interesting character because he could have gone anywhere, done anything. He was an IBM fellow, which is like the upper echelons of technologists at IBM, and yet started this little, as a second go, came back here. Why?
Well, I never left. Even when I was at IBM, I was here.
Yeah.
So, on that side. Look, I tell this story many times. When we started Q1 Labs, I was on the road all the time, and I traveled all over the place. And I kind of assumed at the front of that company, we would probably be headquartered somewhere else. The reality is, talking in those early days and understanding the VCs were all in California and all these things. But what was interesting is, when we were lucky enough to figure out how to keep all of the technology part of Q1 Labs here, the more I traveled, the more I wanted to stay here, actually. Yeah. There was nothing that differentiated any other place, really. The reality is the talent was just as good here, the people were great, and the quality of life was much better in some ways here, At the time when people used to go to offices, which is different these days, but when they used to go to offices, you'd listen to the people in California, they'd be like, oh yeah, I commuted for an hour and a half into work and then an hour and a half home. You're like, it's 3 hours of your day, seriously. Yeah. I commuted for 8 minutes. There was extra traffic this morning. So these are the types of scenarios where, you really learned that here was a better place to do things. And I really enjoyed it here. And so, again, stay here on that note.
Yeah. And there are costs, though, being here. Travel is a cost.
Travel is a huge pain. Pearson Airport is a lovely spot, which we've all spent many delayed hours in over the years, but it is what it is,
It is
right?
what it is.
Yeah.
Same thing with you, Chris. You're here. I don't know the origins of your company, but, why here for you guys?
Well, why here for me? So I'm one of the ones that left after university. So for me, I'm back, and I'm not going anywhere. Yeah. So that's a big thing for me. Is like I'm here.
Does the company have to be here, or it could be anywhere?
Company could be anywhere, but I think I would agree with Sandy. I think we actually have an advantage here. There's everything we need to do this is here. There's lots of talent. The collaboration and the mentorship and the coaching and even the funding, it's all here. And I remember building Radiant 6, and we realized we had this huge advantage with staffing and with getting talent. And we'd look at our competitors down in Silicon Valley, and they were all hiring each other's staff back and forth, and they had to take them whitewater rafting every month and do all this stuff. It was just crazy, right? And if I look at CyberCheck AI, our product development team, the core of it, is 4 young females right out of computer science building AI and machine learning to solve crimes down in the United States. And I think that's just super cool. And we're doing it right here. Yeah.
Great. Brian, do you have to fight to keep your operations here in Fredericton?
Not at all, actually. So, funny story. We had probably 10 offices across North America, and they're kind of closing one by one, believe it or not. People are still intact and going remote, but Fredericton is now one of the 4 places in the world that Cvent chooses to hire.
Okay. So. Great. So it's a great story we have here, very, very bright and very optimistic. What's the single thing, Catherine, you would change to make innovation work better in this region? What would you change?
I think we've mentioned traveling from Atlantic Canada is typically a big challenge and a blocker when we're trying to book flights or go see people. It's still a large part of business. There is something to be said about, and lots of people here today, and we're so excited to be seeing people again. There is still something to be said about having people to get together in person, and I think finding ways and improving that travel, which is coming. I think
It is
everything.
happening?
It's we're all getting back after post-COVID, so I think that traveling is coming back.
Sandy, same thing, travel, or are there deeper funding you say is a little easier?
Again, on your second time through it here travel's always hard, by the way. I don't know. if
Travel's
everyone
always
solves it,
hard,
but
yeah.
anyway. I actually think late stage funding is maybe harder here than it needs to be in some ways. I think early stage funding, the Maritimes is actually kind of nailed. I think it's pretty good to get in, start that company, the 4 people out of UNB, getting through that first stage. To go from that one to the next stage and to the next stage, a couple of those, I always say, you need more money than you think you do because you're going to make some mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. And, money gives you a little bit of wiggle room to try to correct some of those things and try 2 different paths and things like that. And I think some of that later stage funding is harder to get here. It's not impossible. Lots of companies have succeeded in doing it. But it's definitely harder than it is if you're probably sitting in Silicon Valley or somewhere like that.
Sandy was famous in my book for being the guy who could explain the technology to the VCs, right? You were the guy who stood up at the whiteboard and said, this is how it works, and everybody go, oh, now I get it. Now I get it. Is that...
Sounds nice in the book. I will remind you, I have a box of business cards that long of VCs we tried before. Apparently one of them got it, so it's...
How many interviews? I think I had a number in my book, 60, 80?
It's got to be in that range,
Yeah.
60, 80 easy.
So that's easier now?
Definitely, and it's again, on your second time through, you usually have existing relationships with investors,
Yeah,
so it's...
that's
easy
key.
to blend.
And that's why the blending of some seasoning, some seasoned veterans, and along with the young idea people, probably the best combination, the sweet spot, right?
For sure.
Chris, Gain, what's the thing if it went poof tomorrow would make you happy? Disappeared. The problem that would disappear.
Oh, problem that disappears?
They don't disappear, but if you could.
I mean, the traveling thing could,
More engineering staff.
Total issue, yeah, more engineering staff. I always think about connecting with innovation, talent, and experience outside of the region. So we have a lot here, right? And I would just suggest anyone building a tech company, surround yourself with as many people as you possibly can who've done it before. But one thing that I find, having come from out west and coming back, and then also having been at Salesforce and having colleagues there, is I've got so many people I can reach out to that are now CEOs of companies in Silicon Valley that have done the VC thing there. They're CEOs in New York. They're CTO founders, wherever. Being able to tap into that outside of the region actually has a ton of value. Despite the fact that we have a lot of that here, going out and getting a glimpse outside of the region is really good. So a way to make that connection a lot easier, I think would help us.
And what would be the way to make that connection? Travel obviously is important, but you can connect with these people online. Zoom, all these things.
Yeah, I think it's probably a matter of networking, and it's probably a matter of getting it programmatic somehow. So, we have this week and last week, there's so many people that have come into Fredericton from the VC community and in the tech community. That's a great event, right? And NBIF was actually able to get VCs here from Montreal, Toronto, and BC last week, which is fantastic. Events like that, programs like that, and someone taking that on could probably help a lot. Yeah.
The cross-fertilization. Brian, what would you like to wave a magic wand and get rid of, or an obstacle in the way of your business success as an innovator?
Is there anyone in the room that can make the airport in Sussex happen?
Sussex?
The travel, I would say, is something. I had about 18 visitors from head office and other places come in. All of them commented on how terrible the hop is, essentially, to get here from DC. The only other thing is, I would say, talent. We do have a strength in talent. It's easy to get talent because of the small network that we all have here. Although I do think that we're experiencing a bit of the outflow from New Brunswick right now, as compared to the inflow during the pandemic. I think there's quite a few people leaving right now. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this with some of their employees or peers. And I think it has to do with remote work, so you can actually work from anywhere. Why would you choose to live necessarily in a smaller place in some cases? So it's the opposite narrative that was happening during the pandemic.
So there was an inflow, and now probably inevitable, some disillusionment. Yeah, but understandable. Great insights. we are talking about the transition to the future of innovation, aren't we, though? Catherine, you're in cybersecurity. The region, particularly New Brunswick, doubled down on cybersecurity. I'm going to, obviously, you think it was a good choice, but is there a danger in doing that as well, of putting too much of your focus on one element of technology? How do you feel about that, particularly in the age of AI?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value in bringing people with approaching cybersecurity, and cybersecurity itself is a very wide-ranging industry. It's not just one thing, and there's a lot of different career paths within cybersecurity. So I think there's a lot of value in bringing and attracting. I think the province has done a really strong job at bringing, you know, some of those external large players. You look at some of the folks that are in the cyber center uptown or at the top of the hill. There are some really big names there that are choosing to come to Fredericton because of the region's focus in those areas. With the rise of artificial intelligence, and in particular machine learning, I think there's an opportunity for us to take advantage of the investments we've made in cybersecurity and look at interesting applications of those technologies in that particular area.
Okay, we're moving beyond into the application. Strong in there. Sandy, again, the same thing. Are we in the right technologies here? Are you in the right technologies here?
Yeah, I think there's two sides of it. You know, again, cybersecurity never goes away as a business. It's going to be here forever, which is great. And we continue to invest in it. It's also changing all the time. So again, there's new innovations that can be applied through any of these mechanisms, machine learning, AI, or just a new way of doing something. There is this other flip side of this, and it's partially to Brian's comment on people leaving and moving and, you know, trying to find staff here. It's not that we necessarily always need cybersecurity professionals for cybersecurity companies. We still need G&A. We still need computer scientists, which maybe have no security background, but know amazing machine learning algorithms. And so focusing just on cybersecurity is probably not what we need. We need to have a broader, you know, skill set. But certainly when you have a lot of cybersecurity companies together, they can feed off each other a little bit and lessons learned.
So the clustering does work to a certain extent?
To a certain extent. We can certainly, you know, banter ideas back and forth on how we're going to close the next deal with the next whatever financial downturn or whatever happens, but on that side.
Right.
Yeah.
How about Chris? What was the question? Are we in the right technologies? You're definitely, you're on the cutting edge though, aren't you? I mean, that's pretty much out there, isn't it?
Well, the funny thing about, yes, we are on the cutting edge, but it was built 10 years ago, right? So we are on the cutting edge, but it was actually built 10 years ago. So it's been AI that was built 10 years ago. It's been learning for 10 years, which in a way, I think gives us a bit of an advantage. Because it's been learning for so long, and we did task our CTO and our founder and inventor to try and rebuild it on OpenAI, and it can't be done for whatever reason. I think I have to dig back into that one a little bit, but I think to Sandy's point, like collaboration is I think is critical, right? To the extent that we're not competing. If we're going to market alongside each other, you just need people around you that are trying to solve similar problems or have solved similar problems, and that's huge. Yeah.
Brian, right technologies?
Yeah, but I think we actually have a bit of a skills gap, and it's not just New Brunswick or Atlantic Canada, it's worldwide. Everybody's kind of struggling to catch up to how to leverage AI in their jobs. And so I've said a number of times now, I actually think that it's now plumbing. It used to be science, and 12 years ago when we were doing Radian 6, we were doing some early AI ML stuff. That can be done now in 10 minutes in the right engine, right? And so a lot of people have to kind of catch up as to how they can leverage it in their jobs, and companies need to devote a lot of extra time to actually upskilling their staff to learn how to use it for the better of the business.
Yeah, upskilling staff. We got a bit of time left, and I want you to give some deep thought into this. And it draws on everything we've talked about. What would you tell the beginning entrepreneur what piece of advice that you've learned through the hard knocks? Perhaps it's not in all the textbooks. And what would you tell them, Catherine, about growth? You've led a company through some dramatic growth. What would you tell these, I assume there are beginning entrepreneurs out here, the big piece of advice, the big kahuna?
I think the people you're surrounding yourself with are going to have a very big impact on the level of success you have. And so when you think about the team that no one company, no one organization, when you look at all of the stories you covered in your books, it was never just one single person. It's always the network of people that you're surrounding yourself with. And in particular, the team that you're building as you're building an organization, spending a lot of time thinking about the people you're putting around, how they're going to be complementary skills is really important.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of work in my book on trying to get the personality into it, but I often forget it's a little deeper story than that, and I apologize to all the good team members, but I should have been talking to Catherine when I was talking to David. Anyway, Sandy, what's the big one?
Look, I think, again, if you're thinking about, starting some venture, whatever it is, realize that the stories you hear from all of these lovely successful ventures and how easy they were are written backwards and not frontwards. What you will experience in the actual story versus the end of the story is very different. Typically, your credit cards are maxed out and you can't afford your basement. And nothing ever goes as planned. You try 10 things, and out of the 10 things, 9 of them fail, but one of them actually got a little bit ahead, and so you use that and double down on it. And it's every day you're learning something new, and again, the people help you short circuit some of these things so that they go faster, and you learn and you grow. But it isn't, I always use the example of, the whatever 10 people build Instagram and sell it for $1 billion. That happens to them. It does not happen to you. Yeah. And I'm super happy if one person in the room manages to accomplish that. But generally speaking, that's not what it is, right? And so back to, you've got to surround yourself with great people. There's going to be times that you're down, and there's going to be times that you're up. And you need to really enjoy the up times and celebrate them. And in the down times, you got to pick yourself up and put your socks on and come to the office and do what needs to be done. And so it's something that everyone does. It's super fulfilling, though, at the end, right? You build phenomenal relationships with people. You fight the good fight. You win some battles, you lose some battles, but you hope to win the war as you go through it. And that's the one thing to remember.
So Sandy's Mr. Relationship, because you're still in business with your former IBM colleague or your former
Q1 Labs colleague, actually, Brendan. In our first real funding outside of here, actually, Brendan came to run marketing for that company and became the CEO later, and then at IBM. So and now we're doing it again.
Relationships.
Very important.
Yeah. Complementary skills. Yeah.
It's actually important to know yourself. I think this is interesting because when I was starting this company, and it's probably another great lesson for people in this room, I understood I would not be the CEO at the end of whatever I was going to build. I'm not a CEO. It should never be that role for me. However, I knew I was going to start something, and I had in my head mentally said, look, I can get this thing maybe to 30 or 40 people before I really have to hire somebody. And it was a big worry of mine when I was doing the whole thing. I figured I could figure the tech out, I could hire the engineers, I could do all that stuff, but I wasn't going to be the CEO, but I could drag myself through it. And it was such a relief when Brendan agreed to do this, because then I didn't have to be the CEO. But you do have to know your own limitations, and you have to hire people around you to fill those gaps. And if you do a great job of that, the company itself lifts, and it's amazing. So you need that great set of complementary skills and know your own weaknesses.
Great. And Chris, the one big nugget to give this group?
I think just in the theme of like surrounding yourself with people and getting as much advice as you can. One thing I would say is that not to diminish the advice of those people, but you should assume that every little bit of advice you get is just a tiny, tiny little bit out of date by the time you get it. And it goes to the point that the world is changing around you and the world's moving forward. And what worked yesterday, if you try and replicate it exactly as it was done yesterday, might not work tomorrow. And I remember in Radian 6, like, the management team, we had all done companies before, so we all thought we knew how to do it, right? All smart guys, maybe on a good day, lots of luck. But anyways, I remember we were in the NRC building, and we had 2 little offices, and I think we had a few developers down the hall, and then Marcel and Newton and myself were in one office, and our first sales guy, Rich, who had already had a venti, Starbucks, and 2 Red Bulls by 11 a.m. in the morning. He was on a sales call with one of our early adopter customers, and that's kind of a co-innovation program to build together. And I remember he leaned back and he put his hand over the phone, and he said, sorry, I got to back up one step. So our plan was early adopter program, and then do a 6-month beta program, and then do this big launch, because that's how you do it. And we had all done software. This is our first SaaS product. So Rich leans back, he's on a call, he covers the phone, and he says, they want to pay us for it. What should I tell them? And the 3 of us looked at each other, and Marcel gave me the nod, and I was like, we're launched, Rich. Sell it. And that was it. And we all learned something really important that day, which was the world had changed. And we launched this SaaS thing. We were just in the spur of the moment, we canceled the beta program, and the servers crashed every other night for 6 months. And our VP of engineering, Jerry Carr, was the biggest hero in the company, because he convinces people to come in every night, work all weekend. And so that's one bit of advice. And the other one's tenacity. I don't think tenacity ever goes away. And if there's one word, I'd love to know what you guys think about this. If you put a gun to my head, one word to describe Chris Newton: tenacious. Yeah. Tenacious. Yeah. And that is, he never ever stops. He's like, go, 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 go. So those are, sorry, you asked for one, I gave you 2.
Yeah, no, I mean, the tenacity, Brian, you actually quoted in the book on this, the absolute tenacious, intense tenaciousness of Chris. And
He's exhausting.
yeah.
Good, in a good way.
Working college dropout, university dropout, I think you said you'd ever met. But anyway.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely an exhausting, tenacious nature, I guess. I would echo everything that's been said here about the network effect and those types of things. The other thing is, what we went through at Radian 6 and what Q1 Labs went through as well, there's thousands of competitors at the end of it. And don't think for a second that just because you're in little old New Brunswick, Canada, Nova Scotia, whatever, that you can't take them on, because they're all shaking in their boots just the same as you are. And we've experienced that across many different companies now.
What a great group of people. Do we have any time for a question or two? Yes, we do. Okay, I'd love to hear any response from any of you on this. Any questions out there?
I do have one.
Please, Miranda.
You go for it.
Yeah, Miranda, who I've just met.
So I know you guys already spoke a bit around like if you could change certain things in the past or remove barriers. Again, I'm going to knock on that like government topic door. What have you not received from government, or what have you not experienced in government partnerships that you would have liked to experience, or that would help enhance opportunities to action the innovations that you're working towards?
What would you like to see government do that they haven't provided in this region, this context, or even nationally?
I'll talk for a minute because it's interesting. Then you guys can say good things after. It's interesting, actually, if people were to come and tell me, how do we get funding for this company and whatever, and, there's lots of government programs, there's IRAP, there's SHRED credits, there's all these great things. I actually always tell everybody, the government is not here to build your business. It just isn't. If you think the government is going to build a business for you, then you're probably going to fail anyway, so don't bother. However, what the government is here for is to help us build faster, invest in 3 paths instead of 1, because we can get enough money to do that second path, which we normally couldn't fund out of whatever we're getting from maybe the VC or the early adopters. It's here to make recruiting easier. It's here for all these things. And so the programs that enable those things, I think, are great. They are not fast. Again, hence the government's not going to build the company for you. You have to assume that you need the investment up front to do the things, and the government money is kind of coming in after that to fund the next thing that you're doing. It's an after effect. It's not a primary effect. And if you think about it that way, it works really, really well. But if you're depending on the government to write the salary for your engineer on the next day, I don't think that's going to work. And I don't know what government program would ever fix that.
Yeah, we fell into that trap at Radian 6 a couple of times where you get into a cash flow issue immediately if you're actually relying on hiring your sales team or whatever with the funds. And I remember at Radian 6, we actually got to a point where we had enough money coming in and the government was coming to us wanting to give us one of their programs to hire. We were going to hire like 100 sales reps or something. And I think we decided not to do it, just because we knew it was going to take so long and we were just at that point. So I think to Sandy's point, yeah, like just I mean, there's an education piece of it, but if the programs were a little different where it was a little more front-ended and it could help a startup get off the ground financially, like that would be a huge burst. I mean, the SBITC credit's fantastic.
Yeah.
For stuff like for angel investing, that is huge. It is so easy to convince people to be angel investors with the SBITC because it's not even about the 50% rebate that you get, like you're going in with 50% dollars. It's like, well, your worst possible outcome is the startup doesn't make it and it goes bankrupt, and then you actually write it off on your taxes and you're only out $10,000, right? Like it's fantastic program. But some of the other funding programs, definitely if they're front loaded instead of sort of a little bit more back end, you get the money 6 months later, huge help. Yeah.
Yeah. Catherine, what do you feel? Same thing? Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think you can rely on the government money to start. It's great after the fact. I think something that we've had a lot of government do very well has been be early adopters for us and give us a lot of really good feedback. That's something, again, within Atlantic Canada, we've been really fortunate to have that kind of environment where we've had a really positive, we've had lots of great non-dilutive money has been available, where we were able to hire 2 people instead of 1, which is, it just makes your dollars go that much farther. And, you know, that's how I first got hired at Beauceron, was non-dilutive money.
Yeah.
We were able to hire someone on the business and someone on the computer science side.
Okay. Great roundup. Any other questions? Yeah, Sharon?
So thank you so much for the panel discussion. In the course of this discussion, I've overheard many times people, you know, the big emphasis on the people you're surrounded with. And as an entrepreneur myself, I've also so the biggest challenge, and I think, you know, for many other startups and even big corps in the provinces, getting those people and retaining them, retainership. I think, in my opinion, we have one of the probably like the biggest labor turnover, you know, in this province. So, I mean, just learning from your experiences, how have you been able to navigate that? You know, you need to grow from a team of 5 to 10, 10, 40, 100, you know. How have we been able to navigate?
Yeah, I think one of the best ways is to create a culture that people want to work at. And this day and age, that has to be one of transparency, one of inclusiveness, and all those things. But you also have to have a good, you know, I call it a Slack culture. So if you're not using Slack in your organization and you're not talking to one another constantly, almost like to the point of annoying each other, you may not be doing it right. If you have an email-based culture, start to worry, because email is a truly passive technology and you can't get the right information, the right people at the right time. And the other thing I would say is, like, when you focus on hiring, don't look at people that necessarily are say, perk focused. Look at people that want to build something great and want to be part of a big team that kind of can do something together, as opposed to the the people that are chasing a couple $1,000s extra from their last job and, you know, want the free, the unlimited PTO or whatever. That's probably not your target market. I think we've all experienced like really great teams that'll stick by you during the hard times, and that's what you need to focus on.
Yep. Any other thoughts on that? Sandy, Chris?
Well, and I think if they're, depends what they're working on too. Like if they're working on something exciting, something new, something that's never been done before, something that's solving a problem that's never been done before, There's going to be some energy in that. And I think, especially when it goes to the technical side of the company, as soon as you start engaging the market and you get your first few customers and they start using the product, solving problems, be transparent and make sure that gets back to your tech team, because nothing blows a developer's mind more than hearing someone out in the market go, wow, this is incredible. I can't believe this exists. Developers don't hear that very often unless you let them hear it. Huge retention aspect for the tech side of your company.
Okay. Sharing in the organization, sharing the thrill, basically. Sandy?
Mine's much more tactical, probably locally here. There is probably a maximum number of people you could hire in a quarter or in 2 quarters or in 3 quarters. And so if you wanted to all of a sudden, start today and hire 100 people in a quarter, there's going to be a pretty big compromise on the 100 people you hire. It's just not possible. There's not that much people here that are free and not already tied up in another job or whatever it is. So you do have to understand your area and say, well, maybe it's better off that we whatever, if we have to outsource 50 of those jobs for 6 months while we fill the gap in with the local people. Every area has some amount of that, and you have to be aware of it. In the early stages of a company, it makes no difference because you can't hire 100 people anyway, so it doesn't make any difference at all. But there are times when, again, I'll go back to the IBM, the Brian's world, where literally they would fire a program and say, you can hire 50 people tomorrow. Now, if you didn't get that done in 4 weeks, then the recs just went away. It was magical. So you wanted to learn how to hire quickly. But in this local area, to do that at those rates and scales is actually quite hard. Especially if they're all certain singular talent, like, hey, I need just computer science students or something like that. So
You're just stealing back and forth at that point.
Yeah, yes.
I think that was a pretty good discussion. How are we doing? Good? And I hope everybody enjoyed it. As I say, these are the heroes from the Unicorn in the Woods, and I'm so glad to see you guys and Catherine meeting for the first time. It's like a reunion, right? It's good to see you all. So how are we doing? With that, I think there's lots of time probably to buttonhole people in the halls. So thank you very much.
So now we're about to have a lunch break, but I did want to remind everybody, there are copies of Unicorn in the Wood out in the lobby for sale, and I believe, Gordon, there's the pen. So he's packing a pen and he's ready to sign. They're just by where you checked in. If you'd like those, lunch is outside in the lobby. We're on lunch break right now. What an amazing morning. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, speakers. It's been fantastic. Looking forward to this afternoon. And we will be back in about 45 minutes to start with the afternoon session.
If we could slowly make our way to our seats, we are going to continue with the afternoon session of the conference. Next up, we will have a very exciting fireside chat on the international collaboration in innovation. And I would like to invite to the stage Tosin Ajibola, JHSC alum, CEO of Welcome You, and one of the top 25 Canadian immigrants for 2022, to introduce our esteemed guests.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to invite this guest that we have here today to the fireside chat on international collaboration in innovation. So first on our list is Professor Daun Kehinde Shongodoyin. He holds a PhD in statistics and was the first professor of statistics at the University of Botswana, South Africa. He was a former head of statistics in the University of Ibadan, which is in Nigeria, for those of us who don't know. He was a former Oyo State Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology, also the former Oyo State Commissioner for Establishment and Training, and currently the Commissioner for Public Works and Transport. He's published over 70 scientific papers in reputable international journals and 4 textbooks in statistics theory and application. Please let's welcome Professor Shongodoyin to the stage. Okay, up next is Professor Ayodeji Omole. He is a professor of forest engineering at University of Ibadan, also in Nigeria. He was a former chairman of Academic Staff Union of Universities, University of Ibadan branch. He's currently the chairman and pro-chancellor of Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria. He's an associate researcher with over 80 publications in reputable international journals. He's currently the head of Department of Forest Production and Products, as well as the chairman, Senior Staff Housing Committee of University of Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria. Please welcome. Come here. Okay, and up next is our very own Professor Paul Mazarov, the President and Vice Chancellor of UMB. And finally, your moderator for this session, Daun.
So thank you very much, Tosin. That is actually a phenomenal introduction because I hate titles. There is a deeper story to that. It's my great privilege, actually, to have our 2 representatives who have flown from Nigeria to join us this week here, not only for today's sessions, but also coming for a very special event. Professor Shongodoyin has on Thursday afternoon, where he will see his son graduate from the University of New Brunswick. And so we're excited to have you. Professor Omole, this is your first time to the area. As I said out in the hallway, it does get warmer here at some parts of the year, so please forgive us. And Dr. Mazarol, thank you very much for coming back and being with us. Your words this morning were fantastic and greatly appreciate you taking time to be with us here today. It's very important to us. I want to start this off. We're going to be talking about collaborations, international, obviously, as we build on what happens between the University of New Brunswick and Oyo State and the country of Nigeria. I'm going to start here just to my immediate right. What is it that is driving innovation in your state?
Thank you so much. Daun, let me first of all apologize on behalf of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Oyo State, Nigeria, who would have loved to be here. As a matter of fact, he had planned to come around here to come and share with you his knowledge and experiences on future of innovation. But he has to be with the president of Nigeria right away. There are an assignment to China, so apologies from him. In Oyo State, our innovation is driven by three keywords: data, science, and logic. Now, I'll give insight into this. In 2019, we had COVID-19, and in Oyo State, Nigeria was among the states that had the lowest mortality. We didn't follow the World Health issues, regulations. What we follow was based on our data. And when we do analysis on the data, we found out what we have to do to domicile the policies within the state and come out with logical conclusion, and we arrive at solid policies for our people. And that's why up to tomorrow in Nigeria, anything that comes out of Oyo State is copied throughout the Federation. That's it. So for us, we don't do anything just because we want to do it. We do it because we have the data that is telling us what to do at a point in time. Now, apart from that, we also want to add into it the interests of the people. See, because you want to adapt a policy, you want to focus on a particular issues, you also want to look at the people. Here, some people mentioned what I called the people-oriented innovation, because you need to understand the climate, the environment you work in, so that when you do introduce that innovation, it will be acceptable. Not only that, it will give you good results. That's exactly what you do in Oyo State, Nigeria for now.
Excellent, thank you. Professor Omole, what about innovation at your institution? What is it that you're doing at your university that is driving innovation?
Well, thank you very much. And corroborating what Professor Ngodoyin said, when the new administration took over the reins of governance in Oyo State, the Ladoke Akintola University that I am the Pro-Chancellor today was jointly owned by 2 states. But that university was almost collapsing due to paucity of fund. But the governor said, look, I have a job to do. And your development depends on the quality of education given to your citizens. Help us negotiate with the other states. Let's take up the university as the sole owner of the university. And from a university that was busy scavenging for students, the university became the university of first choice. Today, we are even oversubscribed. We have all our programs accredited by NUC, and our students, now they are doing excellently well, both at undergraduate and postgraduate level, and even the alumni of the university is solid, just within 4 years of taking over. So we have a system in place that is looking to the future. It believes that the future depends on the quality of education given to the citizen. You cannot grow beyond the quality of education given to your citizens. And the citizens are the future, the students are the future of the state. So we are pursuing that rigorously. From a university of technology, science-based university alone, we have gone conventional. We are now running courses in humanities. And recently, we have established a new college in a community not too far from the main campus. College of Agriculture and Renewable Natural Resources. That campus was commissioned last September, given by the former president of the country, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. So what we can say is that the future starts from now. We don't have to wait. That is exactly what we are doing in Oyo State.
Excellent. So future is today. So Dr. Mazerel, what is it that you see as driving innovation in the province of New Brunswick and at UNB?
It's actually a big question, but I mean, when we look across our province and we think about challenges and opportunities, economic opportunities, diversifying our economy, thinking about private sector, small business. We can't rely on government. We can't always rely on the big companies. We have to think about economic development throughout the province through entrepreneurs and innovators. So I think that's the issue, the economic necessities to keep growing our economy. Secondly, if you look at other big challenges, we see energy. It's a good example. What are our future energy demands across the province, moving away from coal and fossil fuels over time? How's that transition going to happen? How do we look for innovative ways for new energy solutions, smart grid, renewables, et cetera, SMRs? Health as well. I mean, I think New Brunswick is amongst the provinces in the country that have major demands for health professionals, accessibility of healthcare. So how do we look for innovation in that? So I think what's unique about UNB is that we're aligning our resources as an entrepreneurial university and university community innovation, investing in institutes, investing in program development that tries to align with these grand challenges, be it in security, be it in economic development, be it in health innovation and education. So I think part of it for UNB, Dom, is about being relevant to the public interest, to the needs of the province, and how we can keep evolving as a community that is fixing problems, but also that is a community where we want people to come, live, thrive, and stay. So that's where we see that alignment with the challenges in the province and how the university can try to meet those challenges.
Excellent. This next question is going to be equally as deep or broad. We have a lot to build on with the relationships between Nigeria and the University of New Brunswick. As you can see around the room, a lot of Nigerian students, current, past, that are here with us today. We're going to look at deeper collaborations, but what type of specific innovation collaborations motivate or excite you and that you want to build on between Oyo State and New Brunswick? And I'm going to start at the other end with Dr. Mazerel.
It's a great question. Look, the world is shrinking, and our ability to keep moving forward as a community is a function of the partnerships and the collaborations. And the chance to work with colleagues in Nigeria at Oyo State, I think is an awesome opportunity and a chance to learn from each other. So for me, when you look at smart farming, sustainability, innovation in agriculture, innovation in energy, numerous other areas of technology, I think there's some awesome chances to collaborate but also learn from each other. And so these challenges that we see globally are not things that we're going to solve alone in New Brunswick or at one university. So we have to think about collaborations and what different perspectives and different experiences can bring to the table. And this is ultimately underpinned and enabled by technology. So now more than ever, you can connect on Teams or on Zoom. You can connect students who are working on challenging problems, whatever that problem is, whether it's in cyber or whatever. So the world is shrinking through technology, and the chance to learn what innovations are happening at Oyo State in Nigeria around agriculture, health, energy, et cetera. We want to be part of that so we can share insights, experiences, and keep learning together and moving forward. So I think those are ones, and ultimately it's the face-to-face is terrific, but the technology can enable ongoing touch points to keep progress moving.
Professor Omole, at Ladokia Akintola University, what do you see? What are those things that excite you? What are those next steps that are going to drive the push?
Thank you very much. Just like the president said, the world is shrinking through technology. And Oyo State, apart from being an agrarian state, is also endowed with a lot of natural resources, be it water and mineral. So we have those resources, we have the capacity, but we can also improve on our capacity to manage those resources for the betterment of our people. What we want is functional education that will collapse the wall between the town and gown. Because the whole essence of this is for national development. And like I said, if you have not influenced your community positively, the whole essence of your education is useless. So we want to collaborate in the area of energy demand, agriculture, and technology to make those resources accessible to our people and for the development of our people.
Professor Shengodoy.
Thank you so much. Let me just align with what Professor Omole mentioned, but to say that we want to have partnership in the area of Oyo State innovation ecosystem. What I mean by that is that it is a wide and broad area for us as a state, for us to sustain what we have started in 2019. Now, for your state innovation ecosystem, we would like to look at the issue of healthcare system in our state. We also want to look at issue of agriculture mentioned by my friend here, also the infrastructure. Let me give an example. Recently, researchers from Harvard University, they came to Nigeria, precisely Oyo State, and they went to a community to look at what they can invest into. And the research in broilers, they came out with a chicken which they tagged Noila. Now, this Noila chicken is it's localized in a way that our weather is sustainable for it to grow very well. Then the local food the Noila can take. Now, as I speak now, well over 2 million of it is already in town, based on the research from Harvard University and the local. So our government is looking at a situation when we have partnership in terms of technology, in terms of the science that can bring up the economy of the state. Also, infrastructure. In our state, many areas in the world now, we've tried to look at the issue of alternative asphaltic pavement. Now, we use concrete pavement all over, and the concrete is better off than the asphalt. Now, the cost of asphalt now is killing the economy. So everybody is looking at the innovation of using concrete pavement to alternative to asphalt. So Oyo State is also looking for partners that we can do research that may be localized, and of course be able to generate opportunities for the youth. Another point is the area of education. Now, we can bring up the collaboration that will be suitable to Fredericton and Oyo State, i.e., we come out with programs that we can jointly start up. A student can come from Nigeria down here, and equally they can come to Nigeria to also do some studies. We mentioned something with Neil, Dr. Neil, future studies. Yes, we can also partner in that area. Now, let me give an example again. Recently, investors and scientists from UK, they were with us in our state. What they wanted is how best they can give us the solar panels. The solar panels that is manufactured in Canada, Fredericton, for example, cannot work in Oyo State, not even in Oyo State, cannot even work in Ibadan, the capital. Why? Because you need to do research on humidity, you need to do research on wind velocity, you need to do this research on light and so on. So this is the innovation. Now, it will come now cheap or cheaper because once you have the data that is localized, you can go ahead to manufacture whatever you like. So we are open to partnership. According to His Excellency, we welcome partnership in this area because the whole world economy is going down. So there's need for future innovation. And we are open to that because we are doing much with less resources that we have now.
I have one final question. And we're looking here sort of two sides of the story. We've got the post-secondary side as well as the government side. But a lot of people in the room are actually from industry. And Nigeria is growing. Africa is growing at an immense rate. And people are now getting excited about Nigeria the same way that 10 years ago, people used to put in the pitches that they were going to sell to everybody in China or sell to everybody in India. You know, it's only a few billion people, right? So you can get all those sales. But Nigeria is growing. What recommendations would you have for these small and medium-sized companies in the room looking to establish successful international collaborations beyond the boundaries of North America, especially in an African setting or in a global setting, Dr. Masrol, where you've traveled around and building those collaborations? So I'm going to start with Professor Mole.
Thank you very much. I think the business environment in Nigeria is very friendly. Labor is cheap, and the government policy is highly favorable to investors. Just like Professor Sangodoyin said, when there is a proper domestication of innovation, execution of such innovation will not be difficult. The governor of the state is a dynamic one who is ready to abide by whatever you give him, provided you have facts, evidence-based facts. That is the way he runs. He's a young, energetic man. Send him any documents, within few minutes he will peruse, give you feedback. So it's just kind of a person. So like I said, the business environment is very good, conducive, and rate of return on investment is high in Nigeria. So there is ample opportunity for would-be investors in Oyo State in particular.
Professor Sangodoyin.
Thank you. I think one of the things I'm going to share with us shortly is on opportunities that SMEs, entrepreneurs can key into in Oyo State. First thing I would want you to note is we have tax holidays. You come to invest in our state, you have tax-free for a number of months. Then we have infrastructure in place for your businesses to thrive. So we are interested in export and import of goods and services, especially in the area of mineral resources and agribusiness. For your state, we started working on that, and I can tell you now that we have investors from Paris, from Northern Ireland, who came to us, even from the France government. Right now, they give us opportunity for us to, I think it's about 20, if I'm not mistaken, another 20 million US dollars for a rate of 0.001%. Now, why? Is in the agric business. We have turned our agric farms to farm estates now. We call them farm settlement. If you come around now, all kinds of crops is conducive to be grown in Oyo State. All kinds. Now, and we have discovered lithium in Oyo State. So the atmosphere is secured because we are actually working 24/7 hours on security. So I can tell you now that in Oyo State, it's a business-friendly state. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. I guess there's three issues for me, and underpinning that is the recognition of the need for the three-legged stool: government, academia, and industry, working collaboratively towards an innovation ecosystem and agenda to drive economic development and beyond. Three big issues that I think that are highly relevant are talent, policy framework, and barriers. So industry needs, as it grows, to access talent, whether that's new talent coming through or also more experienced talent. And so universities have a role to play, but so too does the community college system, the K-12 system. It's really about an integrated educational system that is relevant for the business and industry community as they continue to grow and innovate. Secondly, policies. Industry needs predictability and policy frameworks which are going to allow for longer-term investments, policy frameworks which will allow for investment, for collaboration, and minimizing risk for industry. If industry is taking 30, 40, 50-year investment strategies to invest in New Brunswick or Atlantic Canada, they don't want to think that the chairs are shifting within 5 or 6 years. Lastly, is barriers. I think it's great to talk about international collaborations, and it's really encouraging when you talk about the tax context in Nigeria. I might have to move there. But in terms of it's really business centric, which is terrific. And how do we, in a Canadian context, how do we recognize the international trade opportunities and investment opportunities and collaboration opportunities? But we have so many barriers within Canada. It's extraordinary in terms of trade and business practices. So we almost have to stop shooting ourselves in the foot. And I mean, look at the whole GAA, the Greater Atlantic Area, 2.5 million people. How do we get this working better as one economic zone and foster collaboration and better thinking about collaboration on the home front as well? That'll help industry, it'll help our communities thrive. So that's enough from me.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I want to thank the two gentlemen, Professor Shengodoy and Professor Omole, for joining us and flying from Nigeria to join us here in Fredericton. And Dr. Masrell, thank you so much for your time. We are going to have a special presentation coming up, but I'd like to invite everybody to thank the participants on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you for this amazing discussion. As Dom said, I would like to invite Professor Shengodoy to stay on stage, to remain on stage for his address on international collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me rest on the already established protocol and present my few report from His Excellency on the future of innovation in Oyo State, Nigeria. Because the last session we had shortly, we only just give an insight on what and what we can collaborate. I think the best would have been that we know this state, Oyo State, what is it all about? What does it have for investors and innovators? And what exactly can everyone here key into? Right, Oyo State is in the southern part of Nigeria, southwestern part of Nigeria. And indeed, it's about this, it's called the pace-setter state because the African first television was established in Oyo State, Ibadan, precisely. The African first tropical agricultural center, IIT, is in Ibadan, Oyo State. Also, we have the first premier university in Nigeria in Ibadan. So that is why this state is called the pace-setter state. Now, the state, Oyo State, the pace-setter state, has a landmass of almost the mass of Belgium. Belgium has 30,412 square meters. Oyo State is 28.8 kilometers, square meters. So we are almost a state like that country of Belgium. Now, our comparative advantage as a state is in 3 key areas. One is agric. We have education also and the infrastructure. Now, I'm going to just leverage on what His Excellency asked me to discuss with this gathering, that our population itself is an advantage because as we speak, we have 9.8 million people in Oyo State, which is usually more than total population of Botswana, Swaziland, Lesotho in Africa. In other words, we have almost 4 nations in Africa that Oyo State, the population is more than it. Now, but what are we doing in Oyo State to make it more accessible to everyone? In Oyo State, we have 33 local governments and 35 LCDAs. These are local community development areas. I will explain more on this shortly. Now, we started working with His Excellency Engineer Shimakide since May 29, 2019. And our focus, like I mentioned before, we do not go ahead to do anything unless we have a backup of data that is saying this is what we need to do. And we'll do the scientific inference, either descriptive inference, to give us a logical conclusion. So that's why in Oyo State, once we do anything, others we want to copy because we rely on data that we have gathered. Now, under healthcare system in Oyo State, what happened here is that before May 29, 2019, the state has been focusing primarily on the secondary healthcare system. But the data informed us that we need to develop our primary healthcare system. Now, the primary healthcare system must not be more than 1 kilometer radius from our people to access. When we compare this with South Africa, we are actually the best in terms of the PHC, the resident getting care within the 1 kilometer radius. Now, the PHC was supposed to address issues primarily for patients. So as I speak now, we have actually developed 250 primary health care systems out of the 351 we targeted to develop in our state. Now, and that is helping our healthcare system as I speak now. because during the COVID, that picture that is there, that's part of our infectious disease center, which then we use it for close to 300 patients in that community. But we have turned that one now to a primary healthcare centers. We are now going to the secondary and the tertiary. The tertiary healthcare system in developed world is all over. But here in Oyo State, we want to also develop our secondary healthcare system. Now, also we have education. Now, our education, I was the Commissioner for Education between 2019 and 2020. And also in 2020 and 2021, I was in establishment. Now, what we did then that made Oyo State to be the 4th best learning education city in the world is what I'm going to tell you. Because in 2019, October 8, 2019, we were in Colombia. We were invited to Colombia by UNESCO, and we were given the award of the 4th best learning center city in the world. Now, what we do? What we did was just to make sure that our budget ranges between 50 and 23% every year. We concentrate on the primary, on the secondary, and of course on the tertiary. As I speak now, we have the best tertiary institution in state-owned institution in Nigeria, and the chairperson is Professor Deji Omali. And in Africa, that state university is rated between number 1 and number 20 in Africa. So that is what we do for our people to reform the educational system in Oyo State. Now, the last one is the infrastructure development and innovation. We are doing much in that state because we believe in innovation. Out of box thinking, that's what we do. Now, I'll explain one. When I got to the Ministry of Public Works and Transport, I look at what our budget is saying, I look at the revenue that is coming in, and look at the investors. So what I started with is what I call the alternative project funding approach. What we do with that is you can come in as an investor, you want to develop part of our system, for example, the road, you come, they will award the road to you, but we'll give you a time lag for you to reach a milestone, preferably 30%. Once we have reached that milestone, we staggered the payment over the next few months, so that by the time you've completed the project, we are still paying. And what does that mean? It means you must have done quality work and guarantee that in the next 10 years to 15, we are not going to work on that project anymore. And that is what is sustaining the government of Oyo State now. That is the innovation we brought into that system. Of course, there are many that we are thinking of now for us to be able to develop. But you see, when we came on board, we met deficit of about close to about 80% of the roads were not good at all, were not passable. As I speak now, between 65 to 68% of the road are passable. As a matter of fact, we've commissioned 179.22 kilometers in the last 3.5 years in our state, as against the previous administration, with at least the commission 33.897 kilometers. So we are thinking that if our roads are okay, of course, development will go down that lane. As a government, we also have opportunities for partnership with our state government. Number one, I've mentioned before, we want partners to come along in education and research. We also, like I've explained that before, when I was in University of Botswana, we also had the same partnership with Botswana students coming to Nigerian universities for things that will benefit their community. So, Mr. President, sir, we believe that we can do a kind of collaborative program that will benefit both province of Fredericton and Oyo State. Also, we also work on the entrepreneurship and innovation. Now, we have a land that is almost the same as that of Belgium. And we, as we speak now, have close to about 250 hectares for which developers can come around in terms of the computer, in terms of GRAs, the government reservation areas, so which is open also for investors that are here. So we can also partner, but before you do that, we need to come around and take data, because you cannot come and say you want to do that. You need to come and collect our data, study it properly, and we meet with you. 15th of May, 2023, we were in London, and I was actually, I presented the same thing. As I speak now, we have investors who are coming to help us to do what they call the U-Bridge. Now, the technology is changing every day. So in Oyo State now, we want to adapt the U-Bridge of about 3.2 kilometers in our city. So if we have investors here who are willing to do so, we still have some other areas which we can partners with you. Now, I've mentioned the innovation ecosystem earlier on, which of course we can also collaborate. Now, cultural and education exchange program. The world, we are known in the world as the state that has cultural diversity. Because when the colonials came into Nigeria, the first place after Lagos, they came into Ibadan. Now, Ibadan has so many cultural centers, cultural areas that you can visit. And if you are interested, we can also partner on that. And of course, our healthcare initiatives, we believe that if you want to come around, it's good for us. We'll talk to you. Now, let me speak on the environmental sustainability. Now, that area is on the front burner of our governor to say that we have need for scientists that can come around, especially to Ibadan, to do a study on waste management. Waste management is a problem, we know it, because we have the data that is telling us we are not doing fine in this area. So we have investors who can turn our waste to resources. We welcome such investors. Finally, we look at the area of agribusiness. Agribusiness is thriving very well in Africa now, and of course, Nigeria, we want investors also to come around in this area. In the 60s, we had farm settlements all over. But between 2021 and now, we've developed 4 farm estates in Oyo State. And that farm estate now, we have so many crops which we are growing up there. So we want you to look at it and come around to partner with us. On behalf of His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, I'll make a conclusion to say we aspire to transform our state into fiscally functional, aesthetically delightful, economically vibrant, and socially harmonious states, and a preferred destination to everyone. Also, with our strong commitment to innovation, healthcare, education, and infrastructure, Oyo State is on a trajectory towards sustainable development. At this time, the state is committed to leverage its strengths, collaborate with partners, and prioritizing the junctions use of resources, and also to pull what we have together, and also to try and have opportunities for who will be our investors. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Professor Shangodoin. Next up, I would like to introduce our next panel discussion, which is on the future outlook to investments in innovations. Please welcome Jeff White, CEO of MBIF. Sarah Young, founder and managing partner with Sandpiper Ventures. Chris Kroll, co-founder and investor at Tidal Venture Partners. Monica Justison, VP of Transformation at Mariner. And Ray Fitzpatrick, CEO of Profitual, as the host of this panel discussion.
I don't get a podium very often, so I'm taking it. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. We're going to have an expert panel on innovation and investments. So we're going to try to keep it nice and high level, nice and quick. We're going to fire through a bunch of questions here. Everyone here is on the agenda. We're not going to bother going through a bunch of introductions. You want to know who we are, give us a LinkedIn look. And what we're going to do is really focus here today on pre-seed and seed stage investments, and that's what the group that we have here today. And I think that's the group in the audience that we're trying to talk to and try to inform. So we're going to really focus on the earliest stage of companies. So to kick things off, a question actually brought to us by Jeff White. What does innovation even mean? Actually, he used heck, but I'm going to go with mean. And how does it relate to venture? Jeff? We're off to a fast start.
I got a red light here. You probably hear me anyways, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we got the coach's voice, I call it, to break it out. Yeah, so lots of people go innovation means many things. So I think of it this way. I'm stealing this. Nova Scotia used a definition. It's a new and better way of doing things. And usually it results in a new product, service, process, idea. But here's the kicker. Innovation is designed to create value. That's the difference between innovation and invention. So innovation is a process of turning those inventions into value. Some I've heard into cash and others. So I think when we're talking about innovation with respect to venture capital, we see what's the value that can be created from that product, service, or idea. And in the world we're in, it's in the form of a new company. Started probably in a lab, in someone's home office, probably driving down the street, or an event that triggers someone to go on that journey to start. And then so I always like to think, what do I think about with innovation and what's being created of value? And that value could be in our capitalist sense. We talked about, trade, but it also could be in our social good. And we know that technology today is a big opportunity to help drive value into that, those systems that are in place. So anyways, that was, I thought, that's my way to think about it.
Anyone else? Sarah?
Sure. I would, I think that's a great definition. Maybe that's why you posed the question. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
You teed it up great.
Yeah. What I would probably add is just picking up is the importance of innovation in solving the big problems that we face. And particularly right now, we face a lot of really challenging, complex problems, and innovation can help solve them. And then I would layer on that what a crucial component is diversity is a crucial component of innovation. So we can only, one, solve those problems, and in terms of innovation, need diverse perspectives around a table to actually innovate.
We can keep going if you want. So when I think about innovation, I think about two related but very distinctive buckets of activities. And when we talk about innovation, there could be disruptive innovation or there could be more incremental innovation. And the reason I think it's important to distinguish between these two is, we're talking about pre-seed startups. We're kind of focusing on the disruptive side of innovation here. Big, changing ideas, complex problems, making an impact, huge potential to scale. That kind of takes a little bit of disruptive thinking, a little bit of brilliance, but with brilliance kind of comes some silliness. So if you think about this like in a bell curve, you have to be, if you want that brilliance, that's a couple standard deviations out on one side of the bell curve of the mean, you got to be willing to accept some silliness on the other side. If you want incremental, you're closer to that mean, right? It's going to be, you're making steady, consistent progress and moving things forward. Doesn't mean it's not important or it doesn't make an impact, it's just incremental. So I think when we think about what innovation is, and I like your definition tying it to value, Jeff, but I think it's also important to distinguish between disruptive and incremental.
I don't know if I have much more to add, but very good answers. I think probably the only thing I would comment is that innovation at scale is, you've solved a big problem and you've created a ton of value. So maybe just to tie it all together is think of it as a scalable innovation. So we can create more impact where we live and across the globe to solve really complex problems.
Awesome.
That's all I'd have to add.
Sarah, you actually mentioned, diversity being needed for innovation to happen. So I'm going to jump to a different question a little further down the list here. What steps do you see being taken to democratize access to capital?
Maybe I'd start with saying probably there aren't enough steps yet. I think first I would say that the steps that are being taken is that there are organizations are building in, whether it's policies or are more discussions that are happening. And there are funds that are setting, whether it's targets, there are funds that are specializing in around whether it's around diversity targets. But I think one of the risks I would say to getting to a place where we actually are democratizing is that this idea that we can leave it to specialty funds rather than taking it on as a collective responsibility and seeing it as a way that, again, that diversity makes organizations stronger. And that one of the challenges right now is that, my fund is focused on women founders, and less than 2% of capital goes to women. Less than that goes to underrepresented communities, and it's 2023. And women outperform male peers, so it's the right thing to do. It makes good business sense, yet we're not investing in those founders. And so we should be doing it. We shouldn't have to be creating funds. We shouldn't have to be setting targets. And so I think it's one of the things that I would love to see, and I hope to see, is that everyone starts to do what can I do? What can my organization do? Clearly, the processes aren't working right now because people aren't making the investments. They aren't following up. And particularly, you'll have lots of people say, do you believe in diversity? Oh, absolutely. But clearly, they aren't following up by actually putting the capital behind the things that people are saying that they believe in. So I would say there are steps, but my goodness, it's slow and it is painful. And I think there's a lot more that we can all do.
That's what I love about the specialty funds and the targets. I think it's too easy to say it's just going to correct itself over time. How do we compress that timeline? And I think having those specialty funds and targets is a great start to hopefully achieve that. Mm-hmm. Jeff?
I'll build on that because I think I agree with a lot of that statement there, but I think the industry, having been to CVCA, which is a national meeting of all venture funds, I think the industry is realizing we're supposed to be innovators. We're funding innovation, but as an industry, it's been slow to move. Slow to move on the traditional ways to invest, the types of people, the types of opportunities, all that. So I'm hopeful that the pace will quicken over the next 3 to 5 years than it has in the last 15 to 20. I think it'll come from leaders such as yourself, Sarah, and your partners. And when I walked around that room to see, I will call it the next generation of venture capitalists stepping in industry, some are a little green to know how hard it is, but to think about the industry has to step into that leadership role. And it's kind of it's totally an oxymoron to be thinking we're funding innovation, but being lack of innovation in the way we do things. The most innovative thing that someone's come up, if you think of just the venture capital community as if you're a company, was a thing called the SAFE, which was, it should be like we're not really getting there. So we do need to overemphasize it for a while, and we do need to hold the accountability higher. I think that's the biggest part, is if you go into the stream of who's providing the capital, that's where we can start to see that. So if, because this money comes from somewhere else. It's some of all of, in some cases, own money, but putting that in place. So we're gonna have to use targets, and we're gonna have to use stick and carrot to make that move, and we gotta make it move quickly, is my thought on that one. We gotta innovate around those things.
Monica?
Yeah, I'm chomping at the bit on this one. Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, I think from my own experience, I'm a woman investor. So, I was reflecting on this as I was preparing for today, and what I was observing in my recollection is I'm often the only woman investor at the table, and I call it the club. And I often sit there actually fairly intimidated, and I'm a businesswoman, and I'm a seasoned investor, but it's still really an intimidating environment. And so I'm being a bit vulnerable here, but to make a point. And I agree, the Sandpipers of the world are a beautiful thing, and the Women's Equity Lab, but we're sitting at a different table. And until we're all sitting at the same table, we're not going to make the advancements and create the innovations that we need. And some of the barriers that I see are really around language. It's a very exclusive club. Like, you have to know what preferred shares are, and there's all these technical terms that make it inaccessible to most people. So I think there's just very common sense language to make it more accessible, because it can be very intimidating. And I think there are institutionalized barriers to access. So, you have to be an accredited investor. You have to have a certain net worth, or you have to have so much annual income over 2 or 3 years. And those are all barriers. And so the institutions are creating rules to determine the risk reward people are willing to take. And so I think those are some of core barriers that if we could look at taking down, it would create more opportunity for people. And therefore, the club would expand. We'd have greater racial diversity, gender diversity. And I think the conversation and the results and the benefits of investing in our local region, we'd see the real benefits of that.
Just a little bit there as well. I couldn't agree with you more about I think a lot of those barriers around that were maybe well-intentioned in the day to protect, prospective investors from these dubious schemes and companies to put their money into. They just feel really outdated to me as well. I think I like to say, something from a policy perspective is the low-hanging fruit that could be changed, but oftentimes that's not the case in reality. But I couldn't agree with that point more. The other thing I think is the job when we talk about democratizing access to investment is we also have to look at where we are as a region in terms of the amount of capital that we are able to deploy here from a venture perspective. And we have a region that has, roughly 6% of the population. We're seeing some really, great growth in terms of, especially in our urban areas. But we're seeing around less than 2% of the venture capital in Canada is deployed in this region. This is despite having, you can fact check me on this, but I think it's 4 of the last 10 CVAC deals of the year, largest tech exit in Canadian history. So I think as we need to and must and are overdue in thinking about how we deploy venture into companies that is more equitable, we also need to think about how do we grow the overall pool and attract more money into this region. For all the companies that are here as well, because we have some great companies, and I don't feel like we, as a region, sometimes get our due.
Just add one more thing on, and just to, I said I was going to stir things up a little bit, yeah. Okay, you're warning me, okay. So Sam, I was trying to poke you earlier, but you wouldn't bite. So one of the things, though, the point about time and speeding things up, we're going to miss our chance. The door is going to close. It's not like we can sit and wait. And I know one of the things that we experience is that when we go down to Boston, the entrepreneurial spirit and people we get it. And it's much different when we go to anywhere in Canada and you're trying to, you're just trying to sell a business case and you're trying to convince people, and it's, you go through it all. And when we go to the US, it's like, absolutely, what can we do? How can we invest? It's like this, got it, let's go. And we get the same thing from our women founders. They do we're hitting our head against the wall. It's much easier to go straight to the US. They're skipping the region, they're skipping the country, and they're going straight to the US. And so we can try and figure ourselves out, and we can try and get our act together, but during that time, there are going to be others that are going to, that are figuring it out. So it's a huge opportunity. It's a huge opportunity for the region and for the country, but we also, this door isn't going to stay open if we plod along.
Yeah, I know, like from the democratized piece too, one of the things I always hated when I was at NBIF doing investing is, people would ask me for recommendations to angels. Can you introduce me to an angel? And it's like, that's just so hard to do. And it's one of those pieces that made me feel like on some ways entrepreneurship was a bit elitism. If you're going after angel investors, they're rich people, and if, who hangs out with rich people? Other rich people. So if you don't run in those circles, you're at a disadvantage, which is exactly why I love the institutional funds and the institutional angel networks, because then you have the ability to go and approach them on a fair basis, and they have a rolling intake. You can actually get in touch with them. So I just think there's so many good things that are happening on that front, but as we discussed, the timelines need to get compressed here. We're going to miss the boat.
On that, because the small business, most of the businesses in Canada are backed by founders. Most entrepreneurs start their business on their credit card, whether there's a weird phenomena, and then typically you can go get enough asset or base, and now all of a sudden the banks will show up. But that doesn't exist in technology here. So the only pathway is you need more of founder capital, or this thing called the venture capital created. And I heard a quote last week from Monica's colleague, and we were just chatting. He goes, how do we get this retail? Like it's everyone's economy we're trying to grow. It's not my economy or the investors, but the entrepreneurs are out trying to grow their economy like crazy for us. And what does that do? That drives jobs, which is aspirational jobs. We don't even know what they are. Today, I remember when I started my career, programming was this idea. Now it's proliferated, so we don't know where it's going next. So how do we get that this is part of the economy, very similar to the construction business or the retail shop, right? Like this thing's happened, but there's no avenue to go access a huge pool of the capital in the world. It's got to stay in this equity capital. So we kind of got to do that. So one part's the institutionals here, or organized structures, but there's got to be a better way to let people participate who choose. The idea that because you have money you're smarter has been proven to be false over and over again, and the capital markets are supposedly efficient, yet technology is allowing them to be manipulated more than the private markets. So it's a great opportunity. We're hearing all this negative, but the technology also provides a massive opportunity for Atlantic Canadians to participate in the global economy. So like, it's here, it's already here. It doesn't need to be proven. Is it going to change things? Is it going to generate opportunities for businesses? thinking about generative AI, what's the big thing that's coming? Like, it's right there, and there's people in the room that know how to do it, and the tools are around to access the use and apply it in a global manner. So I think, I mean, I'm 20, I think it's probably the most opportune time to be starting down this journey to exploit technology.
Yeah, one old nuance back when I was doing investing was skin in the game. How much does the entrepreneur put in their own capital? I don't know, my kids have got so fond of eating, they weren't willing to pause that for me to start my company. So raising capital early became very important for us. But again, this goes along with that democratizing piece. Jeff, you kind of mentioned, AI. I'll pose a question to the panel. What do they think the next frontier technology is, and how can Atlantic Canada exploit it? I'll have to read it because I forgot it. What is the next frontier of technology? Yeah.
I mean, AI, data and AI is obviously a forward runner. At Mariner, we are always looking at opportunities to innovate, and we try to get close to customers to understand what problems they're facing and how we can solve them in creative ways. And AI has just blown those doors open, and there's a gazillion use cases that you could use this technology. And I think it's been around a long time, but it's been democratized. And so the world is our oyster, and I think if anyone says this is exactly how we're going to capitalize, then I would be skeptical. But I'd be very encouraged with people trying things and doing minimum viable products. And the investment is low. Like the beauty of that is you can do it on the cloud. You can do things simply, quickly, test it, adapt it, and kill it if it doesn't work and start something else. So I think that's where there's a lot of opportunity.
I find AI, I think everybody's talking about AI in one way or another right now. I find it very interesting. I worry about, I think there's a coming reconciliation around the large language models that are being used in AI and what the content rights are associated with inputs into those models, and what is even the input into those models. A couple of others, I think, we've talked so much, the collective we has talked so much about AI last year. I think things around quantum computing have kind of fallen into the background. I still think there's a big impact there. I like the potential for life sciences in Atlantic Canada. If I bring it a little bit closer to home, I think there's a lot of upside there for us. And it, in all the different headlines we see, sometimes it gets forgotten that we have Canada's first commercial spaceport in Atlantic Canada now too. And that's, I don't know, maybe it's watching too much sci-fi as a kid or something, but I just think that's really kind of cool.
So I think just picking up on the AI, I think both the inputs and the outputs. So I think one of the things is that we have so much information, but just remembering that in terms of making decisions, what is the actual information that you need? And so I think seeing right now a lot of people having so much data and almost, and you see this with companies right now, but then it's almost too much and not being able to make quality decisions or being able to sift through it. And then I think one of the other big concerns and seeing more who are going through this is just the obviously the quality of the information, but also the ingrained biases that's in the information. And that's a crucial part of who is actually reflected and how it gets, how that ends up being reflected back into the world. And I think we really need to be highly, highly concerned about that.
I guess I pose it. I think, AI has been around, wasn't it called decision support systems at one point? Right? We had an intelligent call router built for a call center back in '95. And so if I called, it knew my number and it knew who I spoke to last time and tried to get my call to that person every time, right? And so, we've been building on it, but the accessibility computing power, the cost of it, the cost of storage, all that has now democratized it. So what are we going to do to solve the problem you just identified? Qualitative, quantitative decisions, real time for enterprises. And so I go there because in New Brunswick, we've shown an ability to build enterprise class solutions. software solutions based on data, capture, ingestion, spit it out, start down that pathway. So I think it's taking that expertise and driving it against some of those grand challenges that might be out there. So that expertise on how to do that can turn into a company or a product. And all those large-scale global enterprises, whether they're in healthcare or they're in consumer goods or whatever, are looking at how you can do that. And I think that has traditionally been, I'll call it a bit of a secret sauce for New Brunswick, all tied to, right from education through to experiences and companies that have been built here. So our ecosystem is pretty good to try and exploit that one, I think. And I think there's lots of opportunity to do that. But to me, that, and we have an unfair advantage to participate in that, right? What does it need? Connection.
I would just add, you know, when you think of the internet and when you do a transaction, there's a trust level. And it was never something really solved. You know, consumers could rate the seller and the seller could rate the buyer. And we never truly capitalized on solving that. And I think the bias challenge of data and AI, if someone could solve that problem, that would be huge. And if we could solve it in our region, even better. But I think there's a huge opportunity around that.
So I think everyone heard AI is kind of popular. So from the startup perspective, lots of companies being created that the investors are taking a look at, have a deep roots in AI. Switching to the investment cycle, so everyone here either represents a fund or an angel network. Have you thought about how AI could potentially help you with your, say, due diligence on a company? You know, is there AI available to help you evaluate them, make recommendations, and actually help you make better investment decisions?
It's underway. I won't say it's here because the data sources are so, you know, AI is reliant on predictable, consistent data sources, and at the pre-seed level, it's changing by the week, by the month. So you're forecasting against the market ideally, where you can do that. But I think we've got an initiative underway to try and at least back test ourselves, look forward, and try and build some of it in. But I can't say we have it. I haven't seen a tool that's out there yet.
I'd say, you know, the other point too, I think the earlier you are in investing, you know, whether you're starting friends and family around pre-seed, so on, a lot of it's about, you know, when you boil it all down, you're investing in people at the very early stage, right? And the information isn't going to be necessarily structured in a way that's easily digestible by AI. There's a bunch of like those sort of barriers too, but at the very basic, you're investing in people at that early stage. So I would be, you know, I think we would be open to understanding how AI could empower and make better decisions. But I think, like Jeff said, it's, you know, it's not there yet.
So how do you evaluate people?
Gosh, I get the easy question that wasn't in the pre-notes. Okay. You know, it's a hard question, right? It's you have to, you're trying to figure out if there's a good idea. You're trying to figure out if there's a little bit of, you know, maybe some protectable IP around it. And then you're looking at that team and do they have some experience? But it's not necessarily just experience because, you know, there's some great first-time founders. You're trying to determine, is there some grit? Is there a connection? I look for some sort of connection to the reason somebody's building a company, right? Has this founder had an experience in this way that demonstrates something so, you know, 2 years, 3 years into a journey when it's not fun and new and exciting, now it's just hard and grinding out? Is there something aside from the idea of like the investment that's been made and the promise of future growth and maybe wealth creation that's going to really keep that problem sticky and that passion alive in them? So it's not an, you know, I hesitate because I don't want to sort of say like it's more art than science, but you know, you're trying to look for all those intangible skills combined with some real tangible things you can see to give you confidence that the founder or the founding team can drive it forward. I'd welcome anybody else to pick up on that one and build on that too, please.
One, I would say, just going back to your question on AI, I think we're using it from more on the basic operations, but just not on the from a investment decision perspective. Then on the question on making decisions, we are using data even at the seed stage, and so one of the things that's has been interesting and somewhat humorous is this trend of back to basics and back to fundamentals. And I think one of the things is that women founders have always been focused on the fundamentals and have always been faster to revenue, have been faster to profitability, and so it's been great now that we're celebrating it. So we've been, it's a good thing to see the industry focusing there. And so looking at those numbers and not only seeing where they've been, but also the path and plan from a scalability perspective is really important. One of the things that we've done and is, you know, we obviously, the relationship and looking at the founder and the personality is crucial, but we also are really, really careful, and we've built in a process around the questions we ask founders and how we ask them, because one of the things that research has shown is that investors will invest in people that are like themselves. And so what we need to be, and one of the things that people say is, oh, it's, you just know, you know right away, or you know the founder, or you just get this feeling from them. And so one of the things is, it's because you get a connection because they are like you. And so, and part of that is around the type of question. So we've been really careful in our process to how do we map out the questions that we're asking them in a way that are different than the founders that we're looking at or assessing. And again, it's all a work in progress. We're far from perfect, but it's something that we're really working on because, again, it's the industry needs to change. We need to work on it, and it's something that we're careful about.
All building on that, I have another one, so this might be a bias. I want to see global leaders, someone with aspirations for global leading companies that are publicly traded. I think on top of the pre-seed and this diversification, it's an Atlantic Canadian phenomena. You want a scalability, sustained global leadership position. The world looks there for that. It does a few things for you. It gives you access to capital freely, quickly, less obtrusive than obstructive than venture capital. It frees you to fly, but you must perform, right? So it's you know, that kind of thing. But it also leads to scalability, credibility, and it keeps command and control in the backyard a little bit longer. So I think, although we're a pre-seed seed, I think of ideas, not all, but you need to have a few that have a shot to do that. And I think that's a collective item that I think the region needs to get there. We've been there pretty close with 2 or 3, right? I was involved with the Radian 6. We were on the pathway to looking at that, and along came an investor that put a purchase order in front of us. I jokingly said that was enough to pay out all the funds. Fund said that's good enough for us. Like so the good and bad of venture capital, they did drive value. Then along came Q1, did the same thing. We saw Verafin was probably poised to do it, but underneath their covers before they sold to NASDAQ, what was really interesting, a year earlier, the founders took back control. The most interesting thing in that whole journey is the year before, they were able to buy back. So again, that's good, right? Command control longer, but then, hey, if someone actually offers you $2 billion, you know, at some point there is numbers. So I think we got to be hard thinking about publicly traded companies. So work at the front end to democratize those who want to participate at the private level, and then how do we get companies thinking and scaling to that level? That will mean we'll scale operations here, there, and everywhere, as global companies do, but we've got to put that back into our DNA.
If I can add?
Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate the rigor of your process because the process is inherently biased without AI. So you know, when you build an AI model, you want to remove the bias, but innovation and investment is a human endeavor. And so, you know, when I think it's almost like instinctive. You know, it's like when you go and you're buying a pair of shoes and you're like, oh, I love those shoes. Like, they're just the best shoes in the shop. It's kind of like you meet people and they have these things that you need to succeed. Like, they've succeeded in other parts of their life. You know, they're resourceful. They're resilient when bad stuff happens. They hit a roadblock and think, I'm going to pivot this way. And you see longevity in their ideas. Like, they're not tied to this idea. They're tied to the impact that they want to have. So sometimes you invest in people and you know it's not going to be a Radian 6, but man, won't it create a strong company in Atlantic Canada, and you buy into the type of person that they are. So I think it's really a human endeavor when you're looking at investing and as a founder, you're trying to make a big positive impact in the world and you're willing to try just about anything to get there.
Yeah, I know in my 9 years of investing, I basically boiled my investment criteria down to product, market, team, and financial. And I would say the only piece I've never been able to figure out is how to evaluate the team. So thank you, Chris, for taking the bullet on that one first. Do we have time for one question? Or are we done? Perfect. Thank you so much for the panel. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for these amazing insights on investments. We will take a quick 5-minute break before we move on with our next session. So please be back in 5 minutes.
I may have your attention.
Okay. If we can have everyone slowly taking their seats. If I can have everyone's attention as we will be moving forward with our sessions. Next up, we have two very exciting innovation spotlights. And for the first one, I would like to welcome Linda Bulmer, former chair of the J. Herbert Smith Center, to spotlight Piketa and their journey. So please welcome Linda, Maxime, and Zach.
Is that good? Okay, good. Welcome, Zach and Max. Welcome, everybody, this afternoon. And if I yawn at any of your answers, it's because I had a 4 a.m. bad flight. We were talking about flights earlier, not a good one. So let's talk about your journey from the ground up, from the seed to the sprout that you are today. There's a lot of nuance in those questions or those comments. So we met in 2020. You weren't part of the TME at that time, but you decided you would take a chance at your entrepreneurial journey and TME by taking the product development and design course, and I was your mentor. If we fast forward just 3 years from then, you recently, last week, were chosen the most innovative startup in New Brunswick. All right. You've spoken around the world at innovative agricultural tech conferences. You've taken your product to several continents: North America, South America, Africa, the UK. You got it. And you're just coming back from London there, Max. All right. So during the year that we were together, you took an idea and you created your venture. Tell us a little bit about your idea and how come that idea has such a global relevancy in its value proposition.
All right, I can take that one. So basically what we do is, at Piketa, we develop real-time plant tissue analysis tools. So the first thing to keep in mind is that modern agriculture can't exist without fertilizers. So that poses the question, how do we manage those fertilizers? And the best way to manage fertilizer application is to look into what your plant needs. We were sitting in 2020 in our co-founder Dom's basement. He's a 5th-generation potato farmer, and we were talking about the problems that they were seeing on the farm, and that's when we kind of got the idea. So how can we make that information more accessible to growers? So that's where we started, and then the way that our technology is used is by making that information valuable. So we talked earlier about, or the panel talked about creating value, where that's where our value proposition lies, is making plant tissue data available to growers. So that's kind of the gist of the idea of what we can do to agriculture, but there's many more things that go around just providing value. You gotta actually capture some of the value that you create. So there's a bunch of things that happen and you kind of have to learn as you go, but I think that's the gist of it.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. And I would add to that too that I think sustainability and the cost of production for food has like kind of skyrocketed during COVID with supply chain issues and all that. So we were kind of at the right time growers were kind of struggling to make ends meet, and it's all about providing value, but I think value starts at saving money and making the world a better place. So the motivation for Picketta kind of really started as like for growers trying to make their life as easy as possible. And then there's, of course, a big sustainability aspect of the company of reducing the reliance on chemical inputs to just not save money, but also save the environment and you know, have a clean tech aspect to it as well.
All right. These are two of the founders, and we are missing Xavier Couturier and Dominic Levesque. Let's talk about your team a little bit. You were highlighted for the co-founders in the 30 Under 30 business article in Atlantic Business Magazine. You've obviously garnered some trust from local investors, achieving over $1.5 million of investment capital. So what is it about your team? What is your right stuff?
I think we went through engineering together, so that I think that's where we kind of all gathered together. But I went to high school and elementary school with Zach in northern New Brunswick. Xavier and Dom, that are not here, also went to high school together, and I knew them through some personal connections. So I think we met at university, but we were the only kind of French-speaking kids, so we kind of defaulted all our project together because we were more comfortable doing them in French, I guess, and then translating them back to English. So I think we have that kind of common thing about, you know, being born in French and raised in French, but went to an English university to kind of get those opportunities. So for me, it started there, and doing all my project with Zach, Dom, and Xavier, that's kind of how you build trust. An engineering degree is not an easy thing, but so it's building a company, I guess. So yeah, I think we know how each other work. We've worked for 4 years really throughout a degree together, so starting a company just kind of came naturally. Zach knew what my strength was. I knew what Zach's strength was. So yeah, I think by default, it just, you know, works great. So we had the right ingredients, I guess.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. We're like all super different, so that helps. It'd be boring if we were all the same. But 3 years down the road, we're still all married, all four of us, so it's good.
I don't think it's boring when you're all the same. It's diverse. And but because you are a tight-knit group, and now that you've grown to 12 people, how do you keep bringing people into this tight circle and sharing the passion with them?
Yeah, we're grateful to have UNB as a super close talent pool. So we've seen a lot of employees transition from the co-op program into full-time employees, so that's been really nice. We also work remotely, so we try to emphasize getting everyone together as often as possible. We have an office over at Planet Hatch. It's practically always empty, but me and Max are there today. Free coffee isn't enough to bring people into a physical location anymore, so we try to just keep it different, try to keep people involved, and just try to, it's a fine line, like they're employees and, you know, they see us as the management, but we try to have a personal connection with our team. And I think starting very small and getting people that were interested in the project, it just kind of grows into this organic culture where everyone who joins the company is also just as interested in the technology as us. So that's kind of the biggest factor.
Yeah, I think I thought about my answer. I think it's about giving people a chance to join and prove themselves into a role that they want to create. So there's so much work on the table every day that I can't possibly do it all, or Zach can't possibly do it all. So you just kind of find gaps in your own set of skills and your team's set of skills. It's about assessing yourself every day, and you just try to find, you put a job posting up and you adapt to it quickly. So you might hire someone for a completely different role. They'll transition to, you know, a marketing person when you hired them as a salesperson or whatever. It's just about adapting and being okay to let people grow into what they want to be and benefit, and giving them trust to become what they want to be. So yeah, like Zach said, UNB gave us a bunch of young people that are willing to work, and I think we just hire them and let them do you know, their best work.
Mm-hmm. You, as a team, as a group, have a reputation of being calm and hardworking, if you didn't know. All right, so moving on, I'm all about customers and customer centricity. I know that you are moving your product pricing from an early adopter into more mainstream. And it has, you're selling units, it has a rental component to it, an annual subscription fee component to it. Zach, can you tell us a little bit about your business model, more about it, and what type of customer relationships are you trying to develop and manage?
Yeah, this is like a blast from the past, because when we were in TME, Linda would ask us these kinds of questions all the time, and it worked well. I mean, the cool thing about customers is that they'll tell you what they want if you're willing to have a conversation with them. So in the early days, we really spent a lot of time in the field just drilling down the value proposition and learning what the pain point for these growers were. And that kind of just guided our development process. So that was the first step. I thank you for that, because we still use it today. And you know, up to my point earlier about capturing the value that you create, well, that comes with your business model. So we have this pretty expensive piece of hardware that we have to convince people to buy just so they can access the machine learning kind of real value proposition. So it's iterative work. Like pricing innovation is kind of complicated. I wish I knew the answer, but we're just going back and forth with the customer all the time. So at the start, there's kind of like the early adopters. Talk about bell curves. Well, that first little percentage there, people that are willing to jump in, you got to target those people and go after them hard and develop the relationships with them. Once that's done, these people open up a plethora of different opportunities for you, and that's where the fun really starts. Then you can start building teams, start building kind of a real strategy around your sales process. But I guess we're transitioning from that niche nugget of early adopters into a wider market now, and it's raising other questions, but it's all part of the process. So.
Yeah, and I think one of the big thing in agriculture or in any business is about fostering the relationship with your existing customers and your new customers. So one thing at Picketta that we've, I think, put in, I think it was in our TME report that it says that we want it to be customer centric. And it's all about, you know, having customer success as a company value and making sure that everybody we hire understand the process that needs to go. It needs, if the customer doesn't say it or doesn't believe it, forget about it kind of thing. So it really starts with having those conversations, making sure that our customers are happy at the end of the day, and that everybody along in the industry are kind of understanding what we're doing, and they know us, they know our name. The amount of time that Zach and I went to Manitoba and Alberta just to meet with someone one day and come back, but the $700 flight was totally worth it because we build those relationships and now people are happy to kind of see us. And I think two main things that came from our customers this summer was they liked our company because they understood that the people they were talking to were there to listen to them. So I think we pride ourselves on that, and that's the type of company that we want to build.
It's heartwarming to know you listened. All right, this is a conference all about futures, a future of innovation. So what technologies do you see in taking your product to the next level, having a greater reach, a greater value impact than we're at today?
Yeah, I can start it off. The first main component, I think for me, when people talk about where a technology could go in the future, the panel touched on quantum computing. That kind of made me think about optics because our technology relies on optical sensing. So we're part of an accelerator that focuses on optical technologies, and to see where they predict the technology is going to go in the next couple of years is really exciting. We can start thinking about other applications with our sensor. We can start thinking about hardware costs going down, start thinking about sensor performance going up. So those are all things that are cool that we can iterate on. And also just having the framework of what precision agriculture really is. So over the last 20 years, technology kind of burst onto the scene. People, used a plethora of different things to make data points for growers. It was hard at first for the growers to gain value from those data points, but as people learn and the growers tell us what they want, we can start being a part of the solution and hopefully being kind of like a cornerstone into the precision ag tech's world, if you will. So being the best at plant tissue analysis and being part of kind of the entire framework.
And there was talks about AI, previous panel, like I think AI in agriculture is going to probably play a really big role. So I think there's a lot of agronomy innovation that are coming, you know, in the next couple of years. I think AI is going to play a big role, but our data point is probably also going to play a big role. So I think that I'm really excited to kind of see where we fit in that space as our product get more widespread. And to touch on Zach talking about optics, I think, you know, automation fitting into like a greater system of cameras. Like now tractors are basically robots at this point. So I think trying to fit within that sphere of farm automation with the labor force being probably the biggest problem right now in agriculture. Yeah, I think that's where we need to go and keep innovating and use our product as kind of a stepping stone toward the next big move in agriculture. So,
all right, to conclude our time together, you haven't been navigating the entrepreneurial community long, but you've been doing it very well. What would you like to see more of? What has worked? What would you like to see more of to keep continuing to help you?
We've seen great support from investors in the Atlantic markets, so we're really grateful for that. Just local investment has been kind of the best response to our efforts in innovation, if you will, so that's been tremendous. From a personal standpoint, I think entrepreneurship for me means working on something cool to fix a real problem. So if I can keep doing that for a little while, I'd be pretty happy. But yeah, I don't know if you have other thoughts, Max.
you didn't tell me that question before coming in. You really surprised me here. Yeah, I think, like Zach mentioned, super grateful for the support of our local investors and investors all across Canada. But I do believe there's a lot of other companies that are probably in similar situation as us, as we were when we were in TME. So access to capital for them, for other entrepreneurs, is also, I think, needed. But yeah, I think continuing developing local talent, you know, I think UNB, just general programs that can help keep local New Brunswickers, you know, in the province. And yeah, you know, whether it's through wage subsidies or things to make it easy to hire local people, I think that would also be super beneficial to local companies and not just us.
All right. Well, they say that, you know, no matter how many riches you have, if you don't have your health, you don't really have anything, right? And our planet isn't healthy right now. And you are contributing to sustainable precision farming that's helping our planet. And you're helping to feed the over 8 billion people that are here on the planet, the over 100,000 people that arrive to the table every day. So you had me at potato. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda and Piquetta, and also congratulations one more time on winning the Most Innovative Startup at Innovate MB last week. For our next Innovation Spotlight, please welcome Barry Bisson, also former chair of the J. Herbert Smith Center, to spotlight Scott Isley.
Well, good afternoon. Scott, you certainly have been immersed in innovation and entrepreneurial activity throughout your career. And I must say, I think the gentlemen who were just interviewed by Linda and yourself are shining examples of what Dr. Herb Smith had in mind as outcomes when he and his wife decided to endow the center with a very large gift. And so, as context for the three questions that I want to ask you, could you share some highlights about your journey, in particular, the choices you made about your university education, your motivation in making those choices, and also a little bit about the companies you've worked for and the roles that you've played for these companies?
Yes, certainly. I guess I'd start by just thanking yourself and Jamil for the invitation to be here today. It's great to be, as a TME graduate, back in Fredericton amongst the UMB community, so thanks for that. Absolutely. I have to confess I've never been presented or spotlighted before, so I'm hoping I live up to the billing. So yeah, my journey I'll go through quickly. I, in high school, really wanted to be a surgeon, but I didn't really enjoy school. And so when my mother explained that it would take me 7 years to become a surgeon, I quickly changed my plan and focused on engineering and biomedical engineering. The joke of it is it took me more than 7 years to get all that done, so I might have been better off doing the first path. But I started at Acadia, and then I chose to come to UNB primarily because I became aware of the Institute of Biomedical Engineering on campus. And I worked there for 2 summers and also took my TME diploma during that time. After graduating from UNB, I went to UBC and pursued a master's in biomedical engineering, focusing on computer-assisted orthopedic surgery. And I was fortunate enough to join a small startup in Hollywood, Florida. There is a Hollywood in Florida. And we developed the first robotic system for total knee replacement surgery. And we were basically, a small startup company, just 15 of us. It was called Mako Surgical. And we used a tracking system to track the patient and the robot that uses optical technology. Not exactly like Paqueta's optical, but more GPS-like technology that can track the position of objects in space. And so that company was a Canadian company called Northern Digital. And my wife and I decided to move back to Canada in the mid-2000s, and I joined Northern Digital, and I've been there for 17 years. They're based in Waterloo, Ontario. And I've had many roles there. I started engineering, and then I moved into strategic marketing, account management, and then managed one of their medical business units. And my current role is really looking for new ways to apply NDI's technology to new medical applications. We're established in a number of different medical subspecialties, orthopedics being one of them, neurosurgery, interventional radiology, and interventional cardiology as well. And so my role is to continue to look for additional subspecialties where we can provide value with our technology.
Prior to my third retirement, I was CEO of Propel. For those that aren't familiar, it's a virtual accelerator for tech startups in Atlantic Canada, working mainly with startups in the ICT sector, mostly SaaS startups. And in our work with these startups, we embrace the so-called lean startup paradigm, which Monica Justison referred to in her talk in the previous panel, whereby it's essentially all about making sure that you validate the problem you're solving and the market opportunity with a minimal viable product before you deploy a lot of resources in building what you think will be the final product that you'll go to market, so that you don't end up building the wrong product. So Scott, you described Mako as a startup in the medtech space, And when you joined Northern Digital, they were already a well-established company scaling globally. So my question to you is, like, these are two very different contexts, business contexts, in which you were pursuing innovation. So did you observe any sort of similarities and differences in terms of how these companies pursue innovation? And also, is this sort of lean startup philosophy relevant in the highly regulated medtech space, where there's so much friction in the product development process, where you have so many regulatory approvals that you have to get?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's definitely similarities, I think, between the startup and in Florida, Mako, and NDI. And primarily, it's really the importance of continuing to focus on the problem you're trying to solve. I think that's very critical to making sure you understand where you can drive value, and really spending a lot of time with your end user or your ultimate customer, and really understanding their pain points and trying to, as best you can, detach yourself from the technology for a moment to make sure that you're not being looking for a solution and trying to avoid the temptation of just trying to find a solution before you understand the problem you're trying to solve. And so that's something that we were able to do very well at Mako, because we were pre-revenue company. We had clinicians who were investors and helped develop the product, and so we spent a lot of time in animal labs and with cadaver labs working through the actual problem and really understanding where a robotic system could drive value. But those principles still hold strong at NDI as well. We sell our product to other medical device companies, frankly, so we don't have a direct to end user type of business model. But the necessity of understanding the problem you're trying to solve still holds. And so one of the challenges that we do have is we don't get the best feedback through our OEM customers, frankly, because it's filtered from their customers. They oftentimes know that we sell to their direct competitors, so they're not always forthcoming with the information to us that we need to drive our product roadmaps and understanding the needs and the trends in the future. So we have to look for ways to directly access these end users so we can properly understand the problems they're trying to solve and how we can provide value with the technology that we provide into the space. To your question about the lean model, I think I was initially biased to having some of that approach be focused on software development because of the ability to quickly iterate and pivot and get feedback from your end users on a minimum viable product. But the principles hold true even in the medical device space. It's certainly very important before you go to market to have your product be exactly what it needs to be to address the actual needs of the customer, because the cost of introducing that product is so high. You have to basically get FDA clearance in the US or Health Canada here at home, a CE mark in Europe. And once you've established your product in the market, it's very difficult to change it because you have to, again, resubmit all the changes you want to make to these regulatory authorities and assess the product's viability from a safety and effectiveness. So the more work you can do prior to even pursuing those regulatory clearances, the better off you are, and having the ability to iterate quickly directly with potential customers is huge. You just have to do it in a environment where you're not actually using the product on a patient. So you have to do animal models or cadaver models or phantoms and these kinds of things. But it's even more important to get the product right because of the cost of entry.
My next question was inspired by an interview I saw on television a few days ago with a brain surgeon who was talking about a project he was involved with involving virtual reality simulation and artificial intelligence to help brain surgeons develop brain surgery skills before they actually do it on a human. So with all of these emerging technologies that we've heard about today and the ones that are relevant to the medical technology space, what do you see as the biggest challenges and opportunities in terms of adapting these technologies to that space? And certainly, I think all of us agree in this room, we have a dire need for innovation in the delivery of healthcare, and technology is going to play a large role in that.
Yeah, certainly. It's really exciting to hear all the talk about AI today. Obviously, it's a pretty important topic for everybody. I think one of the challenges, I don't know if it's the biggest challenge or not, that I see is, again, with all the technology that's available and its application, it's easy, again, to get distracted by the technology and not focus on the value that that technology brings. And I think the technology is a tool, but it has to be focusing on a clearly understood problem first and foremost. So as all these technologies advance so quickly, it's easy to get caught up into, the whiz-bang, if you will, and lose sight of the fact that you're needing to address a clear problem. That said, I think certainly your comment about AI and virtual reality, we do sell our tracking technologies into to customers who develop simulators for practicing surgery before you actually execute those skills on a patient, and making sure that new clinicians can develop their skills in a more forgiving environment than actual surgery. The real potential I see with these technologies is extending the reach of these premium products to other areas. A lot of the time, expert surgeons become experts because they work at large centers and they do a very specific task over and over again because the patient volume can support that. But as you go to smaller centers, you have more generalists or less experienced clinicians, and technology like robotics and AI and these simulation platforms can bring up the level of skill of non-expert surgeons to approach those who are experts and ultimately deliver better healthcare to a larger population. And so that's what I get most excited about. It's just sort of trying to democratize, if you will, that type of surgical intervention to smaller centers.
When I was appointed the second chair of the Dr. J. Herbert Smith Center, after the tragic death of the founder of the TME program, Dr. Alan McLean, I had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Smith on a couple of occasions in Toronto, and I certainly wanted to understand the why he and his wife endowed the center with, at the time, was the largest ever gift to the university, to inform my vision for how I was going to lead the center. He told me a lot about his career starting selling refrigerators right out of university, and about all of the support that GE gave him in terms of business and management training as he climbed the ladder eventually to become the first Canadian CEO of GE Electric. Dr. Smith really believed that an engineering education is a great foundation for business and entrepreneurship career. And his vision was that the center would help young engineers who had a passion for innovation and entrepreneurship develop the skills that they would need to be successful as innovators and entrepreneurs. So Scott, as you reflect on your career and your TME experience, is there anything that really stands out in terms of how the TME program helped you get to where you are today?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I'd say I'd agree with Dr. Smith's assessment. I think engineering is a great foundation to pursue a career in business ultimately, or management and entrepreneurship. Absolutely. I personally don't have an MBA, so I rely a lot on my TME experience and apply that to, what we look at today at NDI. As I mentioned, I'm tasked with looking at where we can introduce our technology into new marketplaces, and certainly a lot of the fundamentals that were presented in the TMA program are directly applicable. I recall entrepreneurial finance, I believe, is the course that you taught, that I took, that has the principles of how to assess opportunities, how to look for return on investment, how to deal with risk, and a number of the factors that are relevant for entrepreneurs, but also inside of a large corporation and trying to secure support for a project or enter a new marketplace. And specific to medical device, there was a course I took, if I recall, is quality management, I believe, where they talked the principles of 9001, ISO 9001 certifications. That's very relevant because all medical device companies are mandated to have quality management systems, and on top of 9001, there's one called 13485, which sort of extends that same framework to medical device development. And so that was a good starter for me and still sort of relevant to today. So certainly benefited a lot from the program.
Scott, I'd like to end our conversation on a high note, actually a really high note. When you were an engineering student at UNB in the TME program, who was your favorite professor?
Well, there were lots of excellent professors at UNB, I'd have to say. But I will say that you were my favorite. Certainly your background in entrepreneurship and your passion for teaching were evident, but that's actually not why you're my favorite.
Okay, well then, why?
There is a little story with this. It will be less than a minute, I promise. So I did take the TMA diploma program, and one spring I came to your office to probably discuss my grade, I want to say. But you weren't there that day. But someone who was working in your office that day did catch my attention. And so after meeting her, I built up the courage to ask her out for a date. And I ended up dating this individual for the rest of my time at UNB and during the TMA diploma, as well as taking more courses with you, I should say. I think it seems like the assignments I got became more onerous and your grading maybe more pointed during this time. And that, of course, is because she is your daughter. And my wife of 20 years, as a matter of fact. So while I'm sure there's many in this room who can be, who are TME grads, who are thankful for their involvement in the program, I say none can be as more thankful as me, so.
I just want you to know that he didn't get a better grade, even though he got my daughter.
I was actually my last point. You did give me the blessing to marry your daughter, but that grade never changed.
Thank you very much, Scott. I hope you enjoyed our conversation, and thank you to Dhirendra and the team for inviting us here today.
Thank you, Barry, and thank you, Scott. Last but not least, I would like to introduce the last panel for today, titled Women in Innovation. Please join me in welcoming these remarkable women, starting with Sydney Rankin, FinTech Business Lead at Profitual. Ashwini Oak, co-founder and CEO of Asset CA. Amy Andrews, Program Coordinator at the J. Herbert Smith Center. Oluwakemi Adeoye, co-founder of Izat Group. And Bal Cobber, the Program Manager for Accelerators at the J. Herbert Smith Center, as the host of this panel discussion.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies. It seems like I meet you. I'm every day. It's like, you know, working at the ecosystem here in Fredericton. Everything is so small, but at the same time, so homey. So, innovation is has no gender, actually. So, but yet we hear a lot of stories about incredible women that do some very creative initiatives, and especially they are very resilient. So I would love to hear more about your story in getting into the world of innovation, and especially how did you find it from the female perspective? Amy, you can start.
Hello, is it working now? Okay, awesome. So I guess I started with, at UNB, I was in mechanical engineering, and I then joined the DTME program, and then got sucked into TME 4025, which led to MTME. Really took a lot of the programs there, also did the Summer Institute, and quite a few other accelerators. So lots of experience with different programs, and I guess one of the issues that I saw was that I was usually the only woman in the room, unfortunately. Luckily, I have seen change, slowly but surely. So one example would be in TME 4025, so that's the Product Design and Development course at UNB. There have been more women joining that course. We had another all-female group last year, which was great. But I'm sorry, did I answer your question? Or perfect, but I guess that's kind of how I got into it, yeah.
Me next, I guess. Hello, everyone. My name is Sydney Rankin. I'm FinTech Business Lead at Perpetual. My background comes from early stage, pre-revenue, pre-seed, all the way up to Series A investing here in Fredericton at NBIF. I worked on that team for a good chunk of my time, was the only woman identifying investor on the team. Thankfully, we were able to recruit another before I left, but certainly had a host of unique experiences, both personally and then kind of observing the ecosystem, the processes, the investment processes, and both how that influenced myself and my choices as an investor, but watching the influence that that had on the ecosystem where capital was being deployed. And I think a big part of the frustration I felt in the pace and where perhaps pre-seed investment thesis or a pre-seed investment thesis restricts opportunity at that stage, especially for marginalized founders. I'm a bit impatient, and it wasn't moving things forward fast enough for me, but was grateful to have the opportunity with our company Perpetual to help founders, regardless of background, sector, industry, gain skill sets, and dive deeper into both like the operational process and the investment process of their businesses. And we're already seeing that help a wider variety of companies and founders secure larger amounts of capital. So certainly changed my perspective that I didn't have to be the one signing the check in order to have that impact early in this kind of part of the process, but really excited to see where it goes.
Hi, everyone. I'm new to Canada, so that's the beginning. I'm a structural engineer and the only 5-foot structural engineer working 20 years in the petrochemical industry, coding behind the computer screens and automating things for the others. Was inspiration to work on my first venture, which is Assets. Assets is a 3D CAD simulation and a multidisciplinary platform that's going to revolutionize engineering out there. And your question is, how did I get into innovation? I think women in general are super multitaskers. So we can do multiple things at the same time, but equally keeping our focus on what we are doing. So I believe that just helps. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So for me,
growing up, I've always been doing one business or the other. I've always found myself either starting something or working with people to start a business. But then when I got into the working experience and all of that, someone asked me a question and he kept asking me why. And he asked me why like 5 times. And I'm like, I've told you why I need this idea. This is why I need it done. But he kept saying why. And I left that conversation wondering, what's this all about? And then that got me interested in, understanding customer pain points, how to, merge my experience with business together with technology. And that's how it started for me. And that's how I started thinking about what the customer needs. And that's how I got into innovation.
Hearing your, your answers and working with many founders in the last 10 years, I know this path is, it's a hard path to choose, and especially for women. Now that, some of you already shared that you've been alone during this, during this path, even, the only one in the room, the only one in the classroom. So it's probably even harder. What has inspired you to choose that path?
Hello? Okay. I guess the reason I really got into engineering, part of it, I'm not going to lie, was because some people told me I couldn't when I was in high school. So they said that engineering is not an area for women to go into, and that really irritated me. So I was a student who, I wouldn't say I had the highest grades by any means in my class, but I did fairly well. So I said, you know what, we'll try engineering, we'll see if we can make it through a year and see if we like it. And every time I found every class I went into, I would have someone in my class tell me, oh, you're in it now, but you'll probably drop out next semester. And they kept saying that to me until my last year when I then graduated. So that really irritated me. So that was like kind of I need to prove that I can do it because there was such a small group of women in my classes. But I guess also into entrepreneurship. I never planned to get into entrepreneurship. I kind of fell into it, starting with academics, but I found that when I was in technical classes, while I could do it and I enjoyed it to an extent, I found that I was missing the human connection, and I think that's something that a lot of women have an issue with in engineering. Not all, I can't speak for all, but I found that I was like, okay, I'm doing all this work, but for what? And I found that in entrepreneurship, I had the power to then choose a problem that affected me and people in my community, and that's what drove me to continue to push through all of those barriers that you find. So that's kind of what drove me through that. Yeah.
I think for me, and this, I understand how ridiculous this sounds, but my parents, if they were here, they would tell you it's the truth. Ever since I was little, I've had this really ridiculous understanding of security and kind of what that definition was for me. And it was, when I was young, it was falsely centered around money, but my parents used to break open a piggy bank and think how the heck does our 11-year-old, where has she found these off the street? But this idea of, I just want to be able to make my own way and I guess you could call it fierce independence, and I'm sure it drove them nuts, but for me, a lot of that was just centered around security and being able to make my own choices. And what I found really interesting about how venture capital enables people and then teams of people and then ecosystems of people to continue to create that independence and ecosystem for themselves. I thought that that was such an incredible responsibility. It attracted me to venture capital. I felt I felt a responsibility to take that seriously. We weren't just fueling an opportunity for a new solution to be built. I was giving someone else the opportunity to take a little bit of a deep breath for 18 months until they had to go through the process all over again and actually take a real shot at something with that sense of security. And I think that it just allows people to be disruptive in both the way that they work, the way that they think. It allows for some of the disruptive innovation that we talked about earlier to happen. I believe that was my attachment to first getting involved in the industry.
Well, I grew up in India, and engineering or medical is typically the era in which I kind of
got myself educated. So engineering was an obvious choice there. And I really wanted to get into computer science. But my marks were not that high enough to get into a good university in the computer science. So I got into becoming a structural engineer. And the beauty now, looking back, I realized, which then I wanted to switch quickly to computer science, but I realized that now I know why you code and what is the value you create. So I think that was the inspiration for me to get into engineering. Yeah.
So for me, as a child, I've never been a still child. I'm always here or there. And then growing up, I was able to channel all that into, whatever I found myself doing. But what really inspires me, and after becoming a product manager, is building a product, seeing people use it, but most importantly, seeing how they find other ways that they use it. You build it and you hope it does this, but then you see the user using it in some way that you never really expected. That's like the most interesting and the most exciting part of my job. So that really inspires me.
So listen to your, your inspiration and what led you into, becoming a leader in tech. And the fact that you mentioned that, women are being underrepresented in the tech and in this tech sector industries. How do you see your role as a tech leader? How do you see you contributing to gender diversity?
Sure, I can jump in again. So I guess I found myself academically going through these programs, then having my own startup, and then I found myself in my current position at the J. Herbert Smith Center. And with the coordinator position, I'm doing my best to try and recruit more women into classes and make it more accessible. Because I know when I was a student, I found it really intimidating to try and find these different programs and things that looked kind of scary, but I wanted to try it and see if I liked it, but I found it hard to make that first step. So I'm trying to make things as accessible as possible. And I'm just hoping to further my career in building resources for startups, and especially for female startups if I can. But I guess that's how I'm hoping, just to remove barriers as much as I can to help people at least explore this different type of career path.
Yeah, I think I anticipate a lot of, we're all trying to kind of be the leg up or remove those barriers, and mine will follow a similar thread. I hinted earlier, but I do firmly believe that, especially from a company perspective and investment perspective, I've been thinking a lot lately about how I just don't think a pre-seed or even an early stage seed fund thesis should exist. I think everyone should throw them out, because this idea that, and we see it, the company you invest in on day one is never the same company a year later. But we're so restrictive about the qualifications and the restrictions and the scorecard and this and that of what we need from the right company to make an investment. And we talk about investing in people. If we invest in people, at that point, then you invest in men, because we're not seeing a lot of diversity in funds and in investment today. So through my role with Perpetual, I can't change that system. I can't make all of these funds go and throw out their thesis. I would love to. If you think I could convince you, let me try. But what I try to do then is prepare founders, and particularly gender diverse and minority founders, with the skill set and the tools that they need to be successful in navigating those conversations. I think being someone that can, it's really intimidating, especially if you're the only woman in the room in an accelerator or a round table, to stick a hand up and say, I don't understand this concept. Can you help me understand this term? Even preparing folks for the nuances of pitching to an all-male panel, particularly an example I think of, I was working with a founder who their company worked in intimate beauty. And so pitching that to an all-male panel, for her was she was flawless at it, but again, an intimidating experience for anyone. And so sometimes just being that face on the other side of the table that provides a little bit of comfort, I think holding space for that is just really important, and that's what I try to do.
For me, it's hard. It's hard being a female in a room full of engineers, but when you have technology, when you have knowledge on one side, I think we women
try to use that knowledge as a means to kind of overcome the fear, or I don't know how to put that in one sentence. You're nervous on one side, but then when you know your stuff, it kind of overcomes everything. I think that gives you, the inspiration.
For me, I've always been told that I'm too much. So over time, I've learned to tone myself down. And I wouldn't say that's a good thing, but it's not a bad thing either. It's just, and what I've done over time is talk to younger girls that I feel like are like me, who probably are just, people tell them to calm down, or you're too loud, or you're too this, or whatever. I try to speak to them to let them understand that you are who you are, you can be a leader, and you can, challenge that, channel that energy into something that is more productive. So that's how I've been able to help people, like myself, at least.
Thank you. And we have a lot of women that are, sitting here in the room and probably thinking about their, starting their ventures. And hearing also from the other panelists that, Monica spoke about the fact that she was the only, woman investor in the room. So looking at you and admiring the fact that you are still out there and pursuing your dream, and access to funding is never easy for any founder, and sometimes especially for women. Just because, as she mentioned, she was the only one in the room as an investor. And in many cases that you are coming to pitch for an investor, you are the only woman in the room that trying to find access for funding. What advice do you have to share for women-led startups when it comes to funding?
Okay, advice for that. I guess when I was working full-time on my startup, I was very lucky to be able to find some funding, non-dilutive funding. I relied a lot on government grants. NRC IRAP was a really big help as well to my company. But I never really would have got those without the network that I had built. So I guess one thing when I was really new to this area, I thought I had to do everything by myself, and it was really intimidating. Because I think I felt like, since I was one of the only women in the room, I was like, I have to prove that I belong in this space. So I would try to, that hyper-independence we were talking about, I would try to do everything. And that was really, really hard, and I wasn't moving very fast. So when I decided to then rely on the network that I had to, find funding, find teammates, things like that, is when I was really able to grow quickly. So I guess my advice would be to not be afraid of networking and to ask people for help. The way I got money was politely asking for help, and people were able to help me with funding or advice, which led me to more people to talk to, which I found extremely helpful. So that would be my advice to women who are looking to raise funds.
Yeah, there's nobody more willing to help than the others in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. I 100% wholeheartedly feel that, and I think particularly women helping women within the ecosystem, because we've experienced it and still are, and we see it, there's that extra burn to go and help you out. So please don't hesitate to reach out. I think my piece of advice would be, please don't feel that you need to change or adapt your business model to fit the traditional SaaS rocket ship up and to the right model that we see echoed time and time again over programming. I fundamentally believe that there are so many systemic reasons out there why marginalized founders may go about creating a business that looks different than that. Access to education. Perhaps you don't have time to be a third-time founder because you raised a family throughout your 20s, and so you're a first-time founder in your mid-30s. Please don't feel the need to use any of this as a reason to not go and pursue raising capital, and please don't listen if investors tell you that you have to shift your business model to align with their thesis. There are emerging funds out there that are trying to look at this differently. And I know any of us up on here in this panel will would be happy to provide you an introduction to those investors, just as much as you are hoping for their capital to scale their business. They are partners with you along for this ride. And it's incredibly important that you do as much due diligence on the individuals behind these funds as they are doing on you and doing on your company in this process. And please only get into bed with folks that you truly believe are investing in you, for you, and your vision and your company the way it is that day.
Yeah, for me, it is focus, 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 and keep focusing on customers and not investors. If you go after customers, they love you. All the engineering companies, if any, in this room, I'll be glad to talk to you. But the whole point is keep focusing on your customers, and I think funding will come on its own.
Everything. She talked about networking, she talked about understanding who you're speaking to and ensuring that, you don't force your business to fit into what they want. And she said you should focus. Overall, you need the confidence to back it up, because there are a lot of people that they don't have the, they don't have the information about what you're saying, but they have the confidence. And then there is you that knows everything about your business, but you lack the confidence. So you just need to find it in yourself to be able to walk into that room and talk to people and then take feedback.
I would like to end up our conversation. You spoke highly about the people that support you along the way and creating the supportive ecosystem. And the fact that, the startup ecosystem is mainly dominated by men. Still, you had to create your own network and your own ecosystem. What advice you would give to a woman founder that's starting her journey nowadays, how she could, succeed in these, on taking the first steps on creating her ecosystem here or, within Canada?
Really good question. I guess really starting by going to events like this. So people who are in the ecosystem, unfortunately, you're not going to find many events that are only women in entrepreneurship. That's not the case right now. Eventually, I'm sure we'll get there. But right now, just getting to events with other entrepreneurs, other people in the ecosystem. So we have conferences. There are different startup events like Profitual had last night, which was great. Different things like that. There's a lot of academic things as well, like plugging the J. Herbert Smith Center, but we have a lot of events that could be really helpful to people who are looking to join the ecosystem. So really just getting out there. There are a lot of online resources of LinkedIn, building your profile there. But I find with LinkedIn, it's best if you meet someone face-to-face and kind of build that rapport with them. But really just getting yourself out there and making sure that people know who you are is the first step I would take in that situation.
I might put a mentorship spin on it because I think that's really crucial. I know it's not what you asked me about, but I'm gonna steer right. I think my advice would be don't be afraid to be incredibly vocal about if your passions, and then also your passions as they perhaps align with respect to how you exist in your role in your company as a woman and how your experience is different. I have had the pleasure of working with some of the same group of guys for a number of years now, most of which who worked on a male-dominated team for a number of years, and even just transparently sharing anecdotes. First time we traveled to a conference together, it was the first time they'd really traveled with a woman on the team, and thinking I didn't know a networking event could take that lens, to be a woman in the room. It was novel for them, but it was also eye-opening. They started to understand how that experience would be different being a woman versus the experience they were living. And as frustrating and annoying as I'm sure I have been over the course of the years, it's also created this incredible environment where we were able to host our event last night, and it was our two male co-founders who came up with the idea of donating the proceeds to WEL. So I think just being vocal and persistent about identifying just when and where your experience as a woman is different creates allyship in that experience, both with other women, but also with the men you work with as well.
For me, I'll say go join Energy Accelerator and you'll end up in New Brunswick. That's just my story.
Ashwini, give us a bit more about your experience. No, but it's true. I mean, I totally agree with all these guys, what they're saying. And I think just coming from a different culture, you know, go talk to people. And I think here, especially in Canada, everybody is so warm. And I really mean it, in every possible way. And everyone who I've gone to and asked for help has always given me some bit of advice or some information. And it's just been incredibly too fast and too much for me since November till today. And just for people in this room, before November of last year, I admit I did not know where Fredericton was, or, you know, in a positive way, but I'm super happy to be here.
I agree with everything that you've said so far, but to add to that, I would say your first, second, and third no is not the end. You need to be consistent, be persistent, and believe in yourself. I think that's it.
Val, can I add one more really quick?
Sure.
I'm sorry, that's super like me. But I just wanted to say for any women in this room, if you are open to providing a mentorship opportunity to another woman or anyone else in the ecosystem, I heavily recommend making it clear or public, perhaps on your LinkedIn profile or somewhere where younger employees or new folks to the workforce can see that that's an opportunity you're interested in, particularly looking for a woman mentor. There's fewer opportunities, particularly in male-dominated spaces, and often the same folks are inundated with requests, feeling a lot of guilt, how to split their time, can they take it all on? It's also incredibly intimidating on the flip side to go and request mentorship from folks. So just a tip I heard at a different conference was just making that public if it's an opportunity that you're open to. I'm sure you'll be flooded with requests very quickly, but certainly helps expedite that process of kind of mentor-mentee matching.
Incredible. Ashwini, you've been, you know, so modest, but in just a few months, everyone knows in Fredericton who is Ashwini. So being out there, you know, meeting people, talking to people, going to conferences, expose yourself, trying to, you know, create those small connections, but big eventually. It's what helped you to, you know, to get your business on and going. So thank you very much for being us today. Keeping on the amazing work that you got, you know, you are doing so far, representing the women ecosystem. And thank you all for being us with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also want to take a moment to thank all of our speakers and guests, and maybe come back for a photo. So yeah, I would like to take a moment to thank all of our speakers and panelists for sharing their stories, their expertise, and their insights today with us. We are slowly coming to the end of the conference portion of the day, but we do have one more special recorded message. I would like to invite to stage John Leroux, Manager of Collections of Exhibitions at the Beaverbrook Art Gallery, to introduce David Miles.
I'll use this one. Hi, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I guess as an emissary of the Beaverbrook Art Gallery. It's a pretty special place, and it's quite deeply connected to innovation in New Brunswick. Not quite, maybe 7, 8 years ago, I actually worked with Dr. Dhirendra Shukla, helping kind of create and sort of start up the UNB Summer Institute, which is a wonderful, innovative, basically incubator that's still going strong today, that has art and culture and creativity and the act of actually making the tactile at its core. And the Beaverbrook Art Gallery was a real strong center of that. When I started, I actually wasn't working at the Beaverbrook Art Gallery at the time, but we would always take the people in the cohort to the Beaverbrook, and we would walk around and look at the galleries and look at the artworks, sculpture, paintings, whether it was fine craft, material history, other objects like that. And inevitably, the people would get so riveted by what they saw and absolutely surprised, because one of the things is they didn't expect it. They kind of thought, oh, whatever, yeah, it's a free trip, a little field day to the gallery. That's not what I do. I'm working on IT, or I'm building this object, that. I don't really care about art. And then they'd come, and if you put it contextually in the right spot, it would absolutely change them. The blinders would come off, because it was about inspiration. It was about innovation, and it was about doing so as a collective community. And to me, those are the three pillars that we all joined together with this, the idea of innovation, inspiration, and a search for meaning. And all of this comes together in places like the TME, but also through the cultural cohesiveness and institutions that we have here in New Brunswick. The Beaverbrook Art Gallery is one of the finest art galleries in Canada. And I kid you not, some of you may know a venture capitalist named Rhiannon Davies out of Halifax, who a colleague just spoke here earlier on. She's no friend of mine from Fredericton High School. She lived in the Netherlands for almost 15, 20 years. And she was at the Innovate NB Awards, which we helped host there just a few days ago. She was walking around and she said, John, I live in Amsterdam. We have some of the best art galleries on the planet. And they do. She said, the Beaverbrook Art Gallery is equal to them. Maybe we don't have the Van Goghs that are worth $100 million, but we've got some pretty special Dalis and some things that matter. But she says the relative layout of it, how things are designed, the different shows, the variety of things through the space, the fact it connects with community, that it's not ivory tower, that it's deeply, deeply, innovatively connected to people, makes for an amazing experience that absolutely invigorates people. And we really take that to heart. It's absolutely at the core of what we want to do. In fact, another person who won an award at that, you may know him, named Curtis Kennedy, who was the founder of Symbody and works with Vertiball. We actually worked with him. I got to know him through the Summer Institute about 5-6 years ago. And Curtis told me something that night, and Durendra was there as well. And I don't know if it was just the beer talking, but he came over and he hugged me. And he said, Johnny, I've been meaning to tell you this for 4 years, and I just haven't been able to see you lately. He said, when you brought us here, the Summer Institute, to the art gallery, he said, I was actually pissed off. And so I was swearing in my head, because he said, this was a waste of time. All I want to do is get back to my desk, my drafting table, my pen to paper, and I had things to design. I had my products to work out. I had things that mattered more than this. And he said, by the end of that visit, I was absolutely changed. It made me realize that these moments are the things that matter. Inspiration is not where you look for it. It's where you happen to stumble upon it. And being open to those moments, he said, that was transformational, he said to me, because I realized that it wasn't just about looking down on paper. It was about being open to the world, and about being in a space where you sense something that's creative, whether it's a line, whether it's a color, whether it's emotion, whether it's something that absolutely upsets you, that shocks you, or that draws you in because of pure beauty. That's what culture can do. And that's what we're so lucky we have here in Fredericton and in New Brunswick. You think of someone like Steve Jobs, who admitted in no uncertain terms, art and culture mattered to him more than anything through Apple. It was about design. I mean, he lived in this minimal Japanese sort of inspired space with just a bed and a single chair, because he wanted something minimal. But it was about the art form, the art of design, that tactility, that human connection. That was what changed the world through Apple. It wasn't just about, the bean counters and so on and the engineering. That mattered. But he changed the world through art and design. And some of you that are either my age or a bit older, you may remember this visionary ad that he had called Think Differently in the late 80s and early 90s. And it was this sort of non sequitur that at first it cheesed people off because it didn't make sense. It had nothing to do with computers, but it had everything to do with our lives, and it was about something transcendent. Think Differently. He had people, inventors like Einstein and Edison on there, but more than those, he had artists and creatives. He had dancer Martha Graham, architect. He had Frank Lloyd Wright, John Lennon. He had Jim Henson. He had Alfred Hitchcock and ended with Bob Dylan and Pablo Picasso. Those are what mattered to him. And he said, that's where inspiration comes from. It comes from culture. He said, here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels. And one of the things that Steve Jobs even said, one of the courses that inspired him the most, had nothing to do with computers. It was a calligraphy course. He said that was the most important thing he ever took, the calligraphy. And in fact, the person that started Norton Networks also, believe it or not, took that same course with him. And it taught him the idea of patience, about diligence, of craft, and that the most minute thing could make an enormous difference. So again, it's about art and culture being together and about finding inspiration in these places. So I know we're running behind. I'm going to keep this other little city thing a little short. But one of the things I guess I just want to say as well is that the thing that a lot of people have set up here today is one of the great benefits we have here in New Brunswick, and certainly I guess I'm biased because I'm here in Fredericton, spent a lot of time in Bucktouche as well, but New Brunswick, it's quality of life. It's people, but there's good people everywhere. What makes them want to come here? Cost of living? Sure. Environment? Absolutely. Safe? In today's news world, safety absolutely matters. But it's also in a place that's creative, that's inspiring, where you can live and you can dream, and where you're surrounded by things that are sometimes beautiful and that can challenge you. And we have that here in New Brunswick in so many ways. We're lucky to have it here in Fredericton. When you think of how Fredericton is this wonderful center of innovation and IT and about technology, where so many of the groups here, live and thrive. Some Chris Ramsey moved away. I went to high school with Chris. We're good friends from 40 years ago. He came back because of this place, and it's place and community that matters. And about the idea that Fredericton even changed their kind of motto and moniker just a couple years ago. I happen to be sort of part of a group that sort of figured that out, but it's now, it's called Fredericton, Life Well Crafted. And the craft beer people love that because it's all about craft beer, and that's a little bit of it in there. But again, it's about our lives well, in a place that matters, and crafted, the place where things are created and innovated and supported. It's an incubator for beautiful things and wonderful, inspiring people. And I just want to say again, please come to the Beaverbrook Art Gallery. Narendra knows how to get a hold of me. I'd be more than happy to have you as my guest there. Come and be inspired, and it will change your lives. It really will, in a subtle way. But again, like Mahatma Gandhi said, you can shake the world in a gentle way. And with all this piece about why New Brunswick and Fredericton matter so much, there's no one that's more testament to this than my good friend David Miles, who was born and raised here, but he moved away to Halifax for bigger opportunities. But about 4 years ago, he said, I'm going to move home to be close to his family, and he never regretted it. He's won multiple Juno Awards. He's one of the most creative and innovative people I know. He's friendly, he's inspiring. His first Juno was for hip-hop. It was crazy. But he also happened to be in a band with my wife when we first met, so it's all about like meeting wives in weird situations. But David Miles is a wonderful ambassador for New Brunswick. He cares deeply about creatives. He cares deeply about people and about interconnectedness, and he loves New Brunswick. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Juno winner and Fredericton's own David Miles.
Thank you so much for asking me to speak today. I wish I could be there with you, but I want to thank you because it's given me an opportunity to think really deeply about three topics I care about a ton: community, culture, and innovation. To me, culture is about the stories we tell ourselves about ourselves through visual art, through poetry, through dance, through music, through expression. Our community is the people who are around us, the people we move through the world with, and innovation is the desire to move forward and to create new things. And when I think about all three of these things, I think at the core, ultimately, it's about imagination. It's about imagining things before they exist, seeing a future that has yet to come into fruition, and also pushing the boundaries of what we see as possible. That's the key, and that's why imagination is so important. After a couple decades of being a songwriter, I've realized that this is something that is absolutely crucial to my career. Of course, we think about imagination kind of in relaxed terms, as if it's just something that's back there. No, it's something that we have to cultivate. It's something that we have to cultivate and work on, and it's something that I've realized is at the very core of what I do, but I would suggest it's at the core of what we all do, especially when we're talking about community, culture, and innovation. And so when I'm sitting down to write a song, for instance, my job is to always push the frontier of what I think is possible. That's what I'm talking about, the perception of what is possible. And so I'm thinking, I'm sitting down there with my guitar, and I'm thinking, okay, what can I do in these 3 or 4 minutes? But immediately, little voices come into my head, and they say, you can't do that. No, that's a weird move. Oh, that chord's not going to work with that chord. Or you can't sing that. You don't have the confidence to sing those lyrics. Or how are you going to do that on stage? And there's all these little voices that start to limit the possibilities of what I'm creating. So what I'm suggesting is we got to be aware of those voices, and we have to keep on expanding our imaginations. It's like going fishing. We want to make sure that we are fishing in the biggest pool possible. That's when I'm fishing for good ideas in a song, I got to make sure that the pool is big. And every time I listen to those voices, the pool gets a little smaller. And that's what I say. That's why I say cultivation of imagination is so important, because it is. It's that just thinking about those voices, recalibrating, and making sure that the imagination that we're working with is as broad as possible. And I think that is at the key of what we do. I think about, songs that I've written in the past, like Turn Time Off. This was a song that when I was writing it, it had a real sultry R&B kind of vibe, and I said to myself, there's no way I can write a sultry song like that. I'm a nerdy dude with glasses. I can't pull it off. But then I said, wait, let's see what happens if I let my imagination go wild and believe that I can do it. And I did. And honestly, it's one of my most successful songs. I sing it every single night. And so when I think about, for us, in this context, I think we also have to think along the same terms. As innovators, we need to think about how we perceive what is possible. What are the limitations we put on ourselves as a community? How do we perceive what is possible from here? Are we saying to ourselves, nah, you can't do that from here, it's too small? Or there's too many historical divisions in this province to pull that kind of thing off. Ultimately, of course, we always hear those voices. That's what we hear over and over. But our job, my friends, is to push against those voices and use our imagination to broaden our perception of what is possible from here. And now I would suggest how we do that, because it is not a solitary pursuit, is to broaden our community. Not just work with the people and talk with the people that we work with in the same field, in the tech field, or in the music field, or in the visual arts field, or in the entrepreneurial field. We got to talk to each other. And we got to seek inspiration from each other and celebrate each other's victories. That's how it's done forever. We've worked in these little silos, and we are a small province, and we do live often in small communities. But you know what? There's inspiration to be found, especially when you start looking in other professional communities. There's people all around that are pushing the perception of what is possible, achieving things that the last generation didn't think was possible. Our job is to celebrate those things, learn from them, and incorporate them into our own work. And you know what's exciting about that? That has a massive cultural impact, long-term cultural impact. Because naturally, as we start to push what is possible from here, the next generation, they don't see it as being impossible. They don't see those limitations. They're now working with a new size of pond of inspiration. They're expanding their imaginations beyond what we could imagine as being possible from here. That is extraordinarily exciting. I recently watched Alex Cuba on a Tiny Desk concert. Alex Cuba is originally from Cuba. He has built his career from Smithers, BC, a small town in northern BC. Talk about isolated. Tiny Desk is one of the biggest music venues on the internet. I mean, all the stars have done it, and there he is, absolutely crushing it. And now you can't tell me that that doesn't have an impact on so many people when they see that in northern BC, all over Canada, all over the world, because he had the imagination to say, yeah, you know what? I bet I can pull this off. I bet I can record from home. I bet I can export around the world, singing in Spanish from Smithers, BC. That has massive cultural impact beyond just the wonderful music he's putting into the world. It's how people then, the next generation, can perceive it. I think about Molly Bobak think about Hot Toddy, artists in my community growing up in Fredericton that I would see. And they were the ones who made me think, maybe this is possible. And now I'm starting to ask myself, okay, how do we grow from there? What can I do from my studio here in Fredericton? Yeah, I can record from here. Yeah, I can export around the world. Yeah, I can work with musicians everywhere. But I seek inspiration from all sorts of people around me, like yourselves. And that's why I think it's so important that conferences like this happen, bringing together people who care about the future, who care about innovation, about community and culture, and how they're all related, my friends. I just want to say thank you so much for giving me a chance to think about this and share some of my thoughts. I'd love to hear from any of you. My email is david@davidmiles.com. Always love hearing from everyone. And thank you again for this wonderful opportunity. Let's work together to expand our imaginations, cultivate our imaginations, and really push the boundaries of what is perceived as possible from here. Peace.
So what a way, why aren't you guys following? You just abandoned me here. So what a way to end the conference part of the day. Just listening to David saying work together, and I think this is just a critical takeaway from everything that we've got being told today. So we're going to have a break now before dinner. We're going to clear out. There are a couple of bars in the lobby, and we're going to reset the room. We're going to come back. We're going to have dinner in here. We do have a few announcements that we're looking forward to this evening. So for those of you who have stayed with us, thank you so very much. What an incredible day. I want to thank all the speakers, all the panelists. It was absolutely amazing. I want to thank everybody who actually helped in getting this done today. This has been mammoth work, bringing people from around the world to come here to Fredericton to talk about innovation. Right? Who would have thought it that we could actually have these conversations here in Fredericton? So I want to thank Jamil and Naya Mohovic. And in the back we have Aaron. And we have, of course, Dr. Shukla here in the front, who said he didn't do anything, who I kind of believe a little bit. And finally, I just want to say thank you to Amy. Today's Amy's last day. And so she is a graduate of our MTME program. She came through our program. And she's going to kill me after this because I didn't tell her I was going to do. Yeah, like Aaron's sitting there going, yeah, you're dead. Amy's moving on to the University of Prince Edward Island. And she's actually going to be taking everything that hopefully Dharendra's been able to teach, and be able to help in her, she's taking it home. Amy's from the island and she's going to home and she's going to be working in innovation entrepreneurship at the University of Prince Edward Island. Going to be able to keep those relationships going, working with those people that are there. Good luck with everything. Thank you, Amy. So with that being said, this is the Maritimes. Sam, you don't have to go 5 hours for a drive to get a beer. You can just walk outside in the hallway. So a little bit easier. And we're going to be back in here after a little bit when we reset the room. Thanks a lot. Oh.
But I would also like a round of applause for Dom, who's the humblest.
Let's go have a beer.
Hello everyone, bonjour, Kwe. My name is Jenna Catwin. I am the Member of Parliament for Fredericton, and I'm joining you from Ottawa. I wish I could be there in person. It's true.
The J. Herbert Smith Center is a place for students to be able to come and fail without there being any repercussion.
Hello everyone, bonjour, Kwe. My name is Jenna Catwin.
J. Herbert Smith Center is a place for students to be able to come and fail without there being any repercussions. And I mean that from a business aspect.
It's a place where people can come and find meaning and begin to dream big.
Bridging the gap between my
and getting up every day.
Jamil. Jamil. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to say it's good to see you, but I actually can't see anybody right now because I have that light and that light pointing straight in my face. It is good to hear you. Thanks so much for sticking with us for the whole day. It's a great honor to have you all here. Celebrating 35 years of the J. Herbert Smith Center. It's been a fun day. We've got a couple of little announcements we want to make this evening, but you can see a few changes in a couple of things, but what we would like to do is start out with a video which we've been working with some people to create, which demonstrates some of the things that we do at the J. Herbert Smith Center, so you can start understanding a bit more the flavor of what it is that we do. So we'll take a look at this video.
The J. Herbert Smith Center is a place for students to be able to come and fail without there being any repercussions. And I mean that from a business aspect.
It's a place where people can come and find meaning and begin to dream big.
Durendra has developed a safe space for people to be able to take their ideas and develop them into industry-leading companies, to push boundaries of thought. And we're here to go along for the ride and make that journey easier.
As they learn and discover, we want to be part of that journey and part of that process, and it's beautiful.
The center supported us through this project by providing connections to different experts.
We wouldn't be able to do it without all the help that we got.
I've really been able to develop my business. The mentors were sort of at the right time. They were exactly what I needed.
I've made so many connections with some amazing mentors along the way.
We had mentors at 24/7 basically at our disposal.
What I like most about the program is not only the people, but the practical sessions, the one-on-one mentoring, the opportunity to meet industry experts.
We get lots of freedom to do our ideas. That's the biggest part.
Bridging the gap between my engineering and the business aspect was really what drove me to TME.
To me, it was really fascinating, all these different businesses at different points in their career and with very different backgrounds, and we're all gaining useful knowledge and all learning from each other.
Being able to create your own business is different from the other courses, and you're still able to go into your field and be able to create a new product.
And above all, the way the program has been fabricated or the way it has been compiled together is just been very energetic.
It's allowed me to gain the confidence that I never had before.
You can see all the successful companies from the past who have really made an impact. If that's something you want to be part of, the TME program would be great.
I think if you have any kind of idea that you want to pursue, the resources here are great. Everyone's so helpful and they'll get you through it.
Well, for me, the students are the most important part of this job. They make coming to work special. And I think that that's something that Durendra's built here, is the family.
So the biggest reason that the center has thrived for 35 years is our core focus on people, core focus on students, the leaders of the future, and making an impact and working with them.
A drive not for self-aggrandizement. It's not about trophies, it's not about awards, it's not about nominations. It's about making Fredericton, New Brunswick, Atlantic Canada better than it was yesterday, and getting up every day and doing that over and over again.
Where the center goes with me as the chair and beyond me as the chair, I'm very excited to see that.
We were created in 1988, 35 years ago. We're a small, nimble group of individuals who want to make the world a better place. And if that isn't something we're celebrating with this 35th anniversary, I don't know what is.
say about that is, boy, do I have a weird voice. Anyway, this is something new that you see on the screen right now. 2 years ago, January 6th, in the middle of Christmas vacation, Durendra and I were found in H224, which for those of us from staff and students know exactly where that is. That's our classroom that we have at the J. Herbert Smith Center. And we were just pretty much swearing at each other. We were in working during the holidays, and we were upset about what we were, because everybody refers to us as TME, and you've heard me keep on saying the J. Herbert Smith Center, JHSC. Not that there's anything wrong with TME, but TME is a very small piece of what we do. It's our diploma. It's our degree. We are so much more than that. We are Energy Adventures and the Summer Institute. We are Scale Up Atlantic Canada. We are iSTEM. We are Technology Commercialization Program. We are the Masters in Technology Management and Entrepreneurship. So we decided at that point in time, it's time to rebrand. And before, for those of you who know what our little design looked like, anybody here ever played Trivial Pursuit? It's still stuck in my head. I know everybody over there's you know those little plastic triangles that you had? That's what our logo looked like. It just looked like the Trivial Pursuit thing, and I didn't know if we just got them all right, and so we won. I'm not sure that's the case. And we engaged with a small boutique marketing firm out of St. John called Duke. And we were very fortunate. They did 114 interviews with stakeholders, provincial government, federal government, with students, with mentors, with program managers, and also with competitors around the world. We belong to a group called the Global Accelerator Network, now known as MORO. And there's one accelerator which we all really want to go and work at some point in time, I guarantee you. It's called H-Farm. H-Farm do things differently. H-Farm are different. H-Farm have a picture of a tractor and that's it. They have a vineyard on their accelerator. They're just outside of Venice, Italy. Not a bad place to be. They have a Michelin 2-star restaurant on their campus. I would weigh about 340 if I worked there. Anyway, but what this all led to was, how can we be better? How can we be different? How can we actually mean something as a whole? And so we went back to our roots. And our roots were J. Herbert Smith. So for those of you who don't know, in 1988, J. Herbert Smith, a graduate in 1932 from electrical engineering at the University of New Brunswick, came to the University of New Brunswick in 1988 and said, I want you to teach entrepreneurship. I want to recreate what was being done at General Electric. I want to do the General Electric university that they have. I want people better prepared to go into work. And he said, would you be willing to do it? And the University of New Brunswick said, sure, let's give it a run. 35 years later, this is where we are today. So the H is a nod to J. Herbert Smith. He was known as Herb. Everybody called him Herb. So we have the H. The little CD at the bottom of the H is a nod to General Electric. When Herb set up the center, he was the very first Canadian president of General Electric Canada in the history of the company. Of which we are extremely proud. We've also taken the line and used it and blended it with the UMB logo. So on your tables in front of you, with work from our marketing group, we have our new lapel pin, our H, which we're launching tonight as part of the 35th anniversary. I know it doesn't sound like a whole heck of a lot, but it took us 2 years to get here and a lot of interviews. And anybody who works at a university knows that basically universities work in geological time frames, not regular time frames. 2 years is light speed. So that being said, I would like everybody here to raise a glass to the J. Herbert Smith Center on their 35th anniversary. Here's to Herb. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dom. I would like to invite Dr. Dhirendra Shukla to the stage to say a few words about all the friends, sponsors, and partners of the J. Herbert Smith Center.
So, want to thank all our sponsors again, Tidal, Perpetual, ONB, NBIF, and I'm not sure if I'm forgetting anyone, but just a huge round of applause to all our sponsors and obviously RBC, because they've been involved in this journey for many, many years. A huge round of applause to all our sponsors. So for many of you that know me would know that I joined UNB after the collapse of Nortel Networks. So when I came to UNB thinking, oh my God, the Nortel experience was a disaster, I hope I'm making the right choice by coming to UNB. And I'm very, very excited to see the growth and excitement and all the things that have happened. And we wouldn't be here celebrating if it wasn't for all the staff at the center, all the faculty members, all the students, all the community leaders and partners that we have. When we're talking about partners, you know, we obviously highlighted some of our sponsors today, but we want to talk about new partnerships that we're developing, and want to bring Sam back to the podium to talk about a new partnership that we're developing and what we'll be doing together. Sam.
All right, well, this is very exciting, and thank you so much once again for hosting me and allowing me to go on and on about what we do down at Harvard. And so building these partnerships is what we do, and I am just beyond thrilled to announce that Harvard and UNB will partner and combine to create an H2A Canada, which we're very excited about. And I'm going to be a bit audacious and talk about our vision of what this eventually looks like. We mentioned a whole bunch of accelerators at MIT, and the way they scale is to scale in the number of teams that they process every year. What we've decided to do with H2A is scale by building nodes across the globe of 10-team cohorts, because eventually, every year, we'll be essentially graduating several hundred students from these cohorts, from these accelerators, and what we can imagine is 2 or 3 years down the road, we have 300, 400 student alums of these accelerators, which we can then draw together in a format that allows them to create what we're calling action tanks, right? And so we have H2A Canada, H2A Africa, H2A Cambridge, H2A Brazil, and they come together in some sort of format, in some sort of symposium that allows them to really share what they've done and then take it even further. So we're imagining essentially a Davos, but for young entrepreneurs that want to make the world a better place. And yes, that's an audacious thing, but I feel like with you, Dhirendra, and with our other partners, we can do this. And so I'm so excited to be here, and I'm so excited to share this news with you, and so excited to see what your UNB students come up with and how they make steps towards making the world a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sam. And You know, when Sam and I were talking about this over lunch, he mentioned Africa and mentioned Zambia, and I was sold right away, because if anyone knows, I am heavily biased towards Zambia. I grew up in Zambia, so anything connected to Zambia, I feel like it's calling from home. So love that connection between what Sam's doing in Boston and what we'll be doing in Canada and connected to Africa. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful story all coming together. It's just, I'm so excited and pumped, and thank you very much for doing this. So some of the other exciting stories that we will be crafting at the J. Herbert Smith Center is that we'll be partnering with John LaRue and his team at the Beaverbrook Art Gallery, and we'll be having regular fireside chats sponsored by the center and in partnership with the Beaverbrook Art Gallery. And we are going to be increasing the number of activities and momentum. You saw what Sam talked about in terms of building that culture, having the amount of activity, having all those relationships and partnerships. And Dom also mentioned about our partnership with MIT in terms of the mentorship program. We are going to accelerate our accelerator programs and our academic programs and build a stronger, resilient global community where we do incredible things together as a community. So, huge round of applause for all of you being here, and thank you for celebrating our 35th. I'm not forgetting anything, just enjoy dinner. Thank you.
I will be very, very quick because I know I'm what's between you and supper. We also have some other guests in the audience that have joined us this afternoon. You met a couple of guests of ours from Nigeria. We have joining us this evening from Hyderabad, the group from BVRIT, Sri Vishnu Education Society, Raji Ravi. Thank you so much very much for joining us this evening. It's so great to see our friends from Hyderabad, India joining here. We have an MOU signed with our two institutions. Incredible story, actually, including an entirely female student engineering school in India. So thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. Thanks so much for joining us here at dinner. So yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And also, I have been remiss in not introducing my UNESCO colleague, Dr. Riel Miller, who has joined us here from Paris, France. And he and I will be exploring over the next couple of days futures literacy labs and work towards futures knowledge and anticipatory systems as we develop work with tomorrow morning on AI. And we're going to get into, hopefully, a really good argument, intellectual argument or discussion on the future of AI. And then tomorrow afternoon, we'll actually be working with a local company on social impact and how futures and anticipatory systems can be created around specific areas that are here and how we can do that. And then he'll be lecturing to our students on Thursday morning. So we're keeping Riel busy while he's here. So thank you very much for joining us, Riel. The video. Oh, right, sorry. One last thing, and it's not me. I'm going to run away from the stage. We actually did have our local MP, Jenica Atwin. She couldn't be here. As you know, the House is in session. And so she was kind enough to record a video for us. So I will leave you with the closing remarks by MP Jenica Atwin. Thank you.
Hello everyone, bonjour, Kwe. My name is Jenica Atwin. I am the Member of Parliament for Fredericton, and I'm joining you from Ottawa. I wish I could be there in person. It's truly an honor for me to welcome you all to UNB. It's an institution so close to my heart as it is my alma mater. I would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is the traditional, unceded, and unsurrendered territory of the Wolastoq-Gowiyak, the people of the beautiful, bountiful river, and this territory is covered by the treaties of peace and friendship. I want to thank you for inviting me to deliver a few remarks to kick off this exciting conference. And I also want to congratulate the leaders at the J. Herbert Smith Center on 35 years of nurturing and advancing innovation in our province. You've helped countless ideas grow into thriving businesses and cutting-edge technologies that help move our communities forward. When folks think about New Brunswick, not everyone thinks of our contributions to science, technology, and entrepreneurship, but they really, really should. The University of New Brunswick is home to world-leading advancements in cybersecurity, software development, mechanical and bioengineering, and so much more. The theme of the conference is past, present, and future of innovation, and I found that very fitting as a reflection of the path of our province. We witnessed so much evolution and growth over the last decade in what we are building here at home, and I'm so proud that the federal government is a strong partner in making that happen, and I will be sure that that continues. We also must never forget how community and culture are central to fostering innovation. I know from my own experience that the greatest outcomes will come when we are bold enough to take risks, to learn from our mistakes, and to rebuild. And that is why community is so essential to achieve success and progress. By being able to rely on people to share ideas and innovate reminds us that we are not alone in trying to change the status quo. We are presently at a crossroad. The opportunities are endless on how artificial intelligence can support us to transform our future, but we need to apply this technology in a human way and learn from the lessons of the past. Technology is nothing without the people who are building it, and we must ensure that it's inclusive of all communities and not built to only fit one model. That's why I'm thinking when we talk about the future of innovation, building an industry where everyone is welcome and has an opportunity to thrive is essential. The innovators attending this conference will have a major impact on the direction of our province in the future. I thank and celebrate every one of you for being here today and taking part in this important event. Thank you, of course, to the organizers for making this a reality. I know how much work goes into building a successful conference. Thank you so much for continuing to center Fredericton as a hub for the future. I'm excited to see how your creativity and innovation will impact our communities for years to come. Thank you again for this incredible invitation to be a part of this special event. I wish you all the best. Thank you, merci, and Will Ewan.